Introduction and Preface of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography by John Relly Beard. Introduction. This volume contains two distinct works, a biography and an autobiography. The biography was first published in London 10 years since as The Life of Toussaint L'Ouverture, the Negro Patriot of Haiti, by the Rev. John R. Beard, Doctor of Divinity, member of the Historical Theological Society of Leipzig, etc. It had the following. Preface. The life which is described in the following pages has both a permanent interest and a permanent value. But the efforts which are now made to effect the abolition of slavery in the United States of America seem to render the present moment specially fit for the appearance of a memoir of Toussaint L'Ouverture. A hope of affording some aid to the sacred cause of freedom, especially as involved in the extinction of slavery, and in the removal of the prejudices on which servitude mainly depends, has induced the author to prepare the present work for the press. If apology for such a publication was required, it might be found in the fact that no detailed life of Toussaint L'Ouverture is accessible to the English reader, for the only memoir of him which exists in our language has long been out of print. The sources of information on this subject are found chiefly in the French language. To several of these the author acknowledges deep obligation. The tone taken on the subject of Negro freedom in Haiti by recent writers in two French reviews is partial and unjust. Possibly this may be attributable to a mulatto pen. The blacks have no authors. Their cause, consequently, has not yet been pleaded. In the authorities we possess on the subject, either French or mulatto interests, for the most part, predominate. Specially predominant are mulatto interests and prejudices in the recently published Life of Toussaint L'Ouverture by Saint-Remy, a mulatto. This writer obviously values his caste more than his country or his kind. With this work the editor has taken the liberty of making a few verbal and other changes in the text of the opening chapters, of erasing the too elaborated guesses as to Toussaint's scriptural studies and readings in the Abbé Raynal's philosophy, and of omitting the entire Book 4, which gave a sketch of the history of Haiti from the death of Toussaint to the reign of the late Emperor Soulouque. The alterations in the first chapters referred chiefly to statements respecting modern Haiti, with which the editor's travels and his official relations to its government had made him more familiar than the author. Book 4 was erased because it was deemed an inadequate presentation of the history of an independent negro nationality, not unfair, indeed, nor essentially inaccurate, but too meagre for publication in the United States, where its statements would necessarily be weighed in the scales of party. It is hoped that a full and impartial history of Haiti will, ere long, be presented to the American people. Until then, the sketches in the encyclopedias and the summary of Mr. Elie in the Guide must suffice to indicate the governmental changes that have occurred in the island. Footnote. The few references in the notes to this book, we may say in passing, will lose every appearance of bad taste or of egotism when it is stated that it is simply an unpretending collection of facts, to which no claim or pride of authorship can justly attach. End of footnote. In the historical record of Dr. Beard, no changes have been made. This fact does not imply a uniform concurrence of judgment, for it is but justice to say that, although the blacks have no authors, they have found in Dr. Beard not a friend only, but an able and zealous partisan. There have been three versions of Haytian history, the white, the black, and the yellow. The white representing the pro slavery party, the black that of the negroes, and the yellow that of the mulattoes. The abolitionists of England and America have adopted the negro standard, refusing equally to pay any homage to Pétion, the idol of the mulatto historians, whom they call the Washington of Haiti, or to regard Toussaint as the bête noire of the Revolution, or otherwise than as Haiti's hero, great ill-requited chief. This brief statement will show that to have undertaken to present the other sides of the events narrated would have required a volume of notes. The notes and illustrations of Dr. Beard, with one exception, have also been omitted, and others deemed more interesting and pertinent substituted for them. It is from the Memoirs de la vie de Toussaint L'Ouverture, edited by the Messieurs Saint-Remy, whose partisan spirit Dr. Beard reproves, that the autobiography of the great general and statesman is taken. The existence of these memoirs, he says, was first mentioned by the venerable Abbé Gregory, Bishop of Blois, in his curious and entertaining work entitled The Literature of the Negroes. In 1845, the journal La Presse published fragments of them, and at that time some persons seemed to doubt their authenticity. But quite recently, through the friendly medium of Mr. Fouclot, member of the University of France, I was enabled to obtain from General Desfourneaux a copy of these memoirs which he had in his possession. Still later, after much research, I succeeded in discovering the original manuscript in the General Archives of France. Eagerly and with scrupulous attention did I peruse the lengthy pages, all written in the hand of the first of the blacks. The emotions excited in me by this examination will be better understood than they can be described. The mind is thrown into an abyss of reflections by the memory of so lofty a renown bent under the weight of so much misfortune. M. Saint-Remy adds that Toussaint's cast of mind may well be judged from the fact that his own manuscript is entirely at first hand, without an erasure or an insertion. This interesting paper is now first published in the English language, having been expressly translated for this volume. Are the negroes fit for soldiers? Ignorant of the history of Haiti, which forever settled the question, our journalists and public men for many long months disputed it, until the gallant charges on Port Hudson and Fort Wagner put an end to the humiliating debate. Are negroes fit for officers? We are entering on that debate now. The Life of Toussaint may help to end it. What Toussaint, Christophe, Dessalines did, plantation hands, and yet able warriors and statesmen, all of them, some Sambo, Wash, or Jeff still toiling in the rice fields, or among the sugar canes, or hoeing his cotton row in the Southern States, may be meditating today and destined to begin tomorrow. Boston, September, 1863. End of Introduction and Preface. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Book 1, Chapter 1 of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography by John Relly Beard. Book 1. From the commencement of the struggle for liberty in Haiti to the full establishment of Toussaint L'Ouverture's power. Chapter 1. Description of Haiti, its name, mountains, rivers, climate, productions, and chief cities and towns. I am about to sketch the history and character of one of those extraordinary men whom Providence, from time to time, raises up for the accomplishment of great, benign, and far-reaching results. I am about to supply the clearest evidence that there is no insuperable barrier between the light and the dark-colored tribes of our common human species. I am about to exhibit, in a series of indisputable facts, a proof that the much misunderstood and downtrodden negro race are capable of the loftiest virtues and the most heroic efforts. I am about to present a tacit parallel between white men and dark men, in which the latter will appear to no disadvantage. Neither eulogy, however, nor disparagement is my aim, but the simple love of justice. It is a history, not an argument, that I purpose to set forth. In prosecuting the narrative, I shall have to conduct the reader through scenes of aggression, resistance, outrage, revenge, bloodshed, and cruelty that grieve and wound the heart, and, exciting the deepest pity for the sufferers, raise irrepressible indignation against ambition, injustice, and tyranny, the scourges of the world, and specially the sources of complicated and horrible calamities to the natives of Africa. The western portion of the North Atlantic Ocean is separated from the Caribbean Sea on the south and the Gulf of Mexico on the north by a succession of islands which, under the name of the West India Islands, seem to unite in a broken and waving line the two great peninsulas of South and North America. Of these islands, which, under the general title of the Antilles, are divided into several groups, the largest and the most important are Puerto Rico on the east, Cuba on the west, and Santo Domingo between the two, with Jamaica lying off the western extremity of the latter. Situated between the 17th and 20th degrees of north latitude, and the 68th and 75th degrees of west longitude, Santo Domingo stretches from east to west about 390 miles, with an average breadth from north to south of 100 miles, and comprises about 29,000 square miles, or 18,816,000 square acres, being 4 times as large as Jamaica, and nearly equal in extent to Ireland. Its original name, and that by which it is now generally known, Haiti, which, in the Caribbean tongue, signifies a land of mountains, is truly descriptive of its surface and general appearance. From a central point, which, near the middle of the island, rises to the height of some 6,000 feet above the level of the sea, branches, having parallel ranges on the north and on the south, run through the whole length of the island, giving it somewhat the shape and aspect of a huge tortoise. The mountain ridges, for the most part, extend to the sea, above which they stand in lofty precipices, forming numerous headlands and promontories, or, retiring before the ocean, give place to ample and commodious bays. Of these bays, or harbors, 3 deserve mention, not only for their extraordinary natural capabilities, but for the frequency with which 2 of them, at least, will appear in these pages. On the northwest of Hayti is the Bay of Samana, with its deep recesses and curving shores, terminating in Cape Samana on the north and Cape Raphael on the south. At the opposite end of the country is the magnificent harbor called the Bay Port au Prince, enclosing the long and rocky isle Gonaïves, on the north of which is the Channel Saint Marc, and on the south the Channel Gonaïves. Important as is the part which this harbor sustains in the history of the land, scarcely, if at all less important, is the bay which has Cape François for its western point, and Grange for its eastern, comprising on the latter side the minor but well sheltered Bay of Mancenille, and in the former the large roadstead of Cape François. The mountains running east and west break asunder and sink down so as to form 3 spacious valleys, which are watered by the 3 principal rivers. The river Ona, having its sources in Mont La Vega, in the northeast of the island, and receiving many tributaries from the north and the south, issues in the Bay of Samana. The Grand Yaque, rising on the western side of the watershed, of which La Vega may be considered as the dividing line, flows through the lengthened plain of Saint Jago until it reaches the sea in the Bay of Mancenille. The chief river is the Artibonite on the west, which, having its ultimate springs in the central group of mountains, waters the valleys of Saint Thomas, of Banica, of Goave, and, turning suddenly to the north, along the western side of the mountains of Cahos, falls into the ocean a little south of the Bay of Gonaïves, after a long and winding course. While these rivers run from east to west and west to east, innumerable streams flow in a northern and southern direction, proceeding at right angles from the branches of the great trunk. Hayti is a well watered land, especially is it so in the west, where several lakes and tarns adorn and enrich the country. The more eastern districts are rugged as well as lofty, but the other parts are beautifully diversified with romantic glens, prolific vales, and rank savannas. Though so mountainous, the surface is overspread with vegetation, the highest summits being crowned with forests. Placed within the tropics, Hayti has a hot yet humid climate, with a temperature of very great variations; so that while in the deep valleys the sun is almost intolerable, on the loftiest mountains of the interior a fire is often necessary to comfort. The ardor of the sun is on the coast moderated by the sea and land breezes, which blow in succession. Heavy rains fall in the months of May and June. Hurricanes are less frequent in Hayti than the rest of the Antilles. The climate, however, is liable to great and sudden changes, which bring storm, tempest, and sunshine with the intensity of tropical lands, now alarm and now enervate the natives, and often prove very injurious to Europeans. On so rich a soil human life is easily supported, and the inducements to the labors of industry are neither numerous nor strong; yet, in auspicious periods of its history, Hayti has been made abundantly productive. For more detailed accounts by various authors of the geography of Hayti, its productions, soil, minerals, climate, seasons, and temperature, see Book I, Chapters 2 through 7, inclusive, of the Guide to Hayti. At the time when the hero and patriot whose career we have to describe first appeared on the scene, the island was divided between two European powers. The east was possessed by the Spaniards, the west and south by the French. It is with the latter portion that this history is mostly concerned. Of the Spanish possessions, therefore, it may suffice to direct attention to two principal cities. The oldest European city is Santo Domingo, which had the honor of giving a name to the whole island. It was founded by Bartholomew, the brother of Columbus, who is said to have so called it in honor of his father, who bore that name. Santo Domingo stands in the southeastern part of the island, at the north of the river Ozama. Santiago holds a fine position in the plain of that name, near the northern end of a line passing somewhere about the middle of the island. The French colony was divided into three provinces, that of the north, that of the west, and that of the south. At the beginning of the French Revolution of 1789, these provinces were transformed into three corresponding departments. The three provinces or departments were subdivided into 12 districts, each bearing the name of its chief city. The 12 districts were, in the north, the Cape, or Cap François, Fort Dauphin, Port de Paix, Mont Saint Nicholas; in the west, Port au Prince, Léogane, Saint Marc, Petit Goâve; and in the south, Jérémie, Cape Tiburon, Cayes, and Saint Louis. The district of the Cape comprised the Cape, La Plaine du Nord just above the Cape, Limonade between the two, Acul west of the Cape, and on the coast, Sainte Suzanne, with Morin, La Grande Rivière, Dondon, Marmelade, Lombe, Port Margot, Plaisance, and Borgne, 13 parishes. The district Fort Dauphin, in the east of the northern department, comprised Fort Dauphin itself, Ouanaminthe on the south of it, Vallière, Terrier Rouge, and Trou, 5 parishes. The district of Port de Paix comprised Port de Paix, Petit Saint Louis, Jean Rabel, and Gros Morne, 4 parishes. The district of the Môle Saint Nicholas comprised Saint Nicholas and Bombard, 2 parishes. There were thus 24 parishes in the northern department. The district Port au Prince comprised Port au Prince, Croix-du-Bosquet on the north, Arcaillé on the northwest, and Mirebalais on the northeast, 4 parishes. The district of Léogane was identical with the parish of the same name. The district of Saint Marc comprised Saint Marc, Petite Rivière, Gounève, 3 parishes. The district of Petite Goâve comprised Petite Goâve, Grande Goâve, Benet, Jacmel, and Caille Jacmel, 5 parishes. 14 parishes made up the western province. The district Jérémie comprised Jérémie and Cap Dame Marie, 2 parishes. The district of Tiburon comprised Cape Tiburon and Coteau, 2 parishes. The district of Caille comprised Caille and Torbec, 2 parishes. The district of Saint Louis comprised Saint Louis, Anse-Vous, Font-Cavaillon, and Acquin, 5 parishes. There were 11 parishes in the South. The study of the map will show that these, the districts under the dominion of France, covered only the west of the island. As, however, they contain the chief centers of civilization and the chief places which occur in this history, our end is answered by the geographical details now given. The appearance of the island from the ocean is thus described by an eyewitness: "The bold outlines of the mountains, which in many places approach to within 20 miles of the shore, and the numerous stupendous cliffs which beetled over it, casting their shadows to a great distance in the deep, the dark retreating bays, particularly that of Samana, and extensive plains opening inland between the lofty cloud-covered hills, or running for uncounted leagues by the seaside, covered with trees and bushes, but affording no glimpse of a human habitation, presented a picture of gloom and grandeur, calculated deeply to impress the mind. Such a picture as dense solitude, unenlivened by a single trace of civilization, is ever apt to produce. Where, we inquired of ourselves, are the people of this country? Where its cultivation? Are the ancient Indian possessors of the soil all extinct, and their cruel conquerors and successors entombed with them in a common grave? For hundreds of miles, as we swept along its shores, we saw no living thing, but now and then a mariner in a solitary skiff, or birds of the land and ocean sailing in the air, as if to show us that nature had not wholly lost its animation, and sunk into the sleep of death." Footnote: Brief Notices of Hayti, by John Candler, London, 1842. End of footnote. The interior of Hayti, however, lacks neither inhabitants nor natural beauty. The mountains rise in bold and varying outline against the brilliant skies, and in almost every part form a background of great and impressive effect. Broken by deep ravines and appearing in bare and rugged precipices, they present a continued variety of imposing objects, which sometimes rise into the sublime. The valleys and plains are rich at once in verdure and beauty, while from elevated spots you may enjoy the sight of the great centres of civilization, Cap François, Port de Paix, Saint Marc, Port au Prince, etc., busy in the various pursuits of city and commercial life. The wealth of Hayti comes from its soil. It is an essentially agricultural country. Cereal products are not cultivated, but maize or Indian corn grows there, and rice flourishes in the savannas. The negro lives on the natural fruits of the island chiefly, and obtains fish, breadstuffs, and other merchandise from the United States. Plantation tillage is the chief occupation. This culture embraces sugar cane, which is manufactured chiefly into syrup and rum, coffee, cocoa, and cotton. In 1789, the French portion of the island contained 793 sugar plantations, 3,117 coffee plantations, 789 cotton plantations, and 182 establishments for making rum, besides other minor factories and workshops. In 1791, very large capitals were employed in carrying on these cultivations. The capitals were sunk partly in slaves and partly in implements of husbandry. In the cultivation of sugar there was employed a capital of above 50 millions of livres. Footnote: A livre, or franc, is worth about 20 cents of our money. End of footnote. 46 millions in coffee, and 21 millions in cotton, and in 1776 there was employed a capital of 63 millions in the cultivation of indigo. The total value of the plantations was immense, as may be learnt from the fact that the value of the products of the French portion was estimated in 1767 at 75 million francs, in 1774 at 82 million francs, in 1776 at 95,148,500 francs, in 1799 at 175,990,000 francs. The last value is the highest. The sum represents the supreme pressure of servitude, and is consequently a measure of the injury done to the black dwellers in Santo Domingo. Already in 1801 the value fell to 65,352,039. In other words, the slave masters were, at the end of 2 years, punished for their injustice and tyranny by the immediate loss of nearly two-thirds of their property. So uncertain is the tenure of ill-gotten gain. Among the territorial riches of Hayti, its beasts of burden and oxen must take a high position. In 1789 the soil supported 57,782 horses, 48,823 mules, and 247,612 horned cattle. Hayti possesses an abundant source of opulence in its numerous forests, which produce various kinds of precious wood employed in making and decorating furniture and articles of taste. In the year 1791 goods were exported from Hayti to France to the value of 133,534,423 francs, that is, about $27,000,000. The entire value of the territorial riches of the chief plantations, including slaves, amounted to no less a sum than 991,893,334 francs. Curious is it, in the statistical table issued by authority, whence we learn these particulars, to see negroes and animals employed in husbandry put into the same class. Observe, too, the items. The value of the negroes, old and new, large and small, is set down at 758,333,334 francs, while the other animals are worth only 5,226,667 francs. We thus learn that 3/4 of the wealth of the planters consisted in their slaves. Such was the stake which was at issue in the struggle for freedom of which we are about to speak. The population of Hayti was, in the year 1824, accounted to amount to 935,335 individuals. Footnote: This census was purposely falsified. I made very careful inquiries respecting the population of Hayti at different periods, and concluded that at no time since its independence has Hayti proper (the French part) had more than from 500,000 to 600,000 inhabitants. See the guide, page 137. Editor. End of footnote. This is not a large number for so fertile a land, but it has been questioned whether more than 700,000 dwelt on the soil. Doubtless the wars which have successively agitated the country for more than half a century have greatly thinned the population. There has, however, been a constant immigration into Hayti from neighboring islands, and even from the continent of America. Of the total number of inhabitants just given, there were, in 1824, in the kingdom of Henry I. Christophe, 367,721; in the Republic under Pétion, 506,146; in the old Spanish district, 61,468; total, 935,335. The mass, viewed in regard to origin, was divided thus: negroes, 819,000. Men of mixed blood, 105,000. Red Indians, 1,500. Whites, 500. Foreigners, 10,000. Total, 936,000. The small number of whites was occasioned by the strict enforcement of the law which declared no white man, whatever be his nationality, shall be permitted to land on the Haytian territory with the title of master or proprietor, nor shall he be able, in future, to acquire there either real estate or the rights of a Haytian. The language prevalent in the West and North is the French. That generally used in the East is the Spanish. Neither is spoken in purity. Not only has the French the ordinary grammatical faults which belong to the uneducated, but out of the peculiar formation of the negro organs of speech, the peculiar relations in which they have stood in social and political life, as well as the nature of the climate and the products of the soil, a Haytian patois has been formed, which can scarcely be understood by Frenchmen exclusively accustomed to their pure mother tongue. And while the educated classes speak and write what in courtesy may be called classic French, the few authors whom the island has produced do not appear capable of imitating, if they are capable of appreciating, the purity, ease, point, and flow which characterize the best French prose writers. The religion of Hayti is the Roman Catholic. This form of religion is established by law. Under all governments, Protestantism has been protected. The religion of Rome exists among the people in a corrupt state, nor are the highest functionaries free from a gross superstition, which takes much of its force from old African traditions and observances, as well as from the peculiar susceptibilities of the negro temperament. As soon as the native chiefs began to obtain political power in their struggle for freedom, they practically recognized the importance of general education, well knowing that only by raising the slaves into men could they accomplish their task and perpetuate their power. Accordingly, educational institutions have, from time to time, been set up in different parts of the island. These establishments have received favor and encouragement according to the spirit of the government of the day. Footnote: The editor has made some changes, both of omission and commission, in the text of this chapter, as some remarks in its derogatory to the government applied with justice to Soulouque, but not to Geffrard. The paragraph on the language of Hayti is not quite just, but the subject is treated at some length in the guide, where specimens of the Haytian patois are given. End of Book 1, Chapter 1. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Book 1, Chapter 2 of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography, by John Relly Beard. Book 1, Chapter 2. Columbus discovers Hayti. Under his successors the Spanish colony extirpate the natives. The Buccaneers lay in the West the basis of the French colony. Its growth and prosperity. We owe the discovery of Hayti to Columbus. When, on his first voyage, he had left the Lucayon Islands, he, on the 5th of December, 1492, came in sight of Hayti, which at first he regarded as the continent. Having, under the shelter of a bay, cast anchor at the western extremity of the island, and named the spot Saint Nicholas, in honor of the saint of the day, he sent men to explore the country. These, on their return, made to Columbus a report which was the more attractive because they had found in the new country resemblances to their native land. A similar impression having been made on Columbus, especially by the songs which he heard in the air, and by fishes which had been caught on the coast, he named the island Hispañola, or Little Spain. Forthwith, on his arrival, Columbus began to inquire for gold. The answers which he received induced him to direct his course toward the south. On his way, he entered a port which he called Valparaiso, now Port de Paix, and in this and a second visit occupied and named other spots, taking possession of the country on behalf of his patrons, Ferdinand and Isabella, sovereigns of Spain. The return of Columbus to Europe, after his first voyage, was accompanied by triumphs and marvels which directed the attention of the civilized world to the newly discovered countries, and, exciting ambition and cupidity, originated the movement which precipitated Europeans on the American shores, and not only occasioned their oppression and cruelty, but introduced, with African blood worse than African slavery, big with evils, the most multiform and the most terrible. At the time of its discovery, Hayti was occupied by, if we may trust the reports, 1,000,000 of inhabitants of the Caribbean race. They were dark in color, short and small in person, and simple in their modes of life. Amid the abundance of nature, they easily gained a subsistence, and passed their many leisure hours either in unthinking repose, or in dances, enlivened by drums and varied with songs. Polygamy was not only practiced but sanctioned. A petty sovereign is said to have had a harem of 32 wives. Standing but a few degrees above barbarism, the natives were under the dominion of 5 petty kings or chiefs, called caciques, who possessed absolute power, and were subject to the yet more rigorous sway of priests or butios, to whom superstition lent an influence which was the greater because it included the resources of the physician as well as those of the enchanter. Under a repulsive exterior, the Haytians, however, acknowledged a supreme power, the author of all things, and entertained a dim idea of a future life involving rewards and punishments correspondent to their low moral condition and gross conceptions. On the arrival of Columbus, the natives, alarmed, withdrew into their dense forests. Gradually won back, they became familiarized with the newcomers, of whose ulterior designs they were utterly ignorant. With their assistance, Columbus erected, near Cap François, a small fortress, which he designated Navidad (Nativity), from the day of the Nativity, December 25th, on which it was completed. In this, the first edifice built by Europeans on the Western Hemisphere, he placed a garrison of 38 men. When, on the 27th of October, 1493, he returned, he found the settlement in ruins, and learned that his men, impelled by the thirst for gold, had made their way to the mountains of Cibao, reported to contain mineral treasures. He erected another stronghold on the east of Cape Monte Cristo. There, under the name of Isabella, arose the first city founded by the Spaniards, who thence went forth in quest of the much coveted precious ore. Meanwhile, the new colony had serious difficulties to struggle with. Barely were they saved from the devastations of a famine. Their acts of injustice drove the natives into open assault, which it required the skill and bravery of Columbus to overcome. His recall to Europe set all things in confusion. Restrained in some degree by his moderation and humanity, the natives, on his departure, rose against his brother and representative, Bartholomew; and, receiving support from another of his officers, namely Rolando Ximenes, they aspired to recover the dominion of the island. They failed in their undertaking, the rather that Bartholomew knew how to gain for himself the advantage of a judicious and benevolent course. The love of a young Spaniard named Diaz, for the daughter of a native chief, led Bartholomew to the mouth of the river Ozama. Finding the locality very superior, he built a citadel and founded a city there, which, under the name of Santo Domingo, he made his headquarters, intending it to be the capital of the country. Meanwhile, Ximenes, at Fort Isabella, carried on his opposition to the government. Columbus's return to the island in 1498 did not bring back the traitor to his duty. Meanwhile, in Spain, a storm had broken forth against Columbus, which occasioned his recall in 1499. The discoverer of the New World was put in chains and thrown into prison by his successor, Bovadillo. With the departure of Columbus, the spirit of the Spanish rule underwent a total change. The natives, whom he and his brother had treated as subjects, were by Bovadillo treated as slaves. Thousands of their best men were sent to extract gold from the mines, and when they rapidly perished in labors too severe for them, the loss was constantly made up by new supplies. In 1501, Bovadillo was recalled. His successor, Ovando, was equally unmerciful. On the death of Queen Isabella and Columbus, the Haytians lost the only persons who cared to mitigate their lot. Then all consideration toward them disappeared. They were employed in the most exhausting toil. They were misused in every manner. Torn from the bosom of their families, they were driven into the remotest parts of the island, unprovided with even the bare necessities of life. In 1506, a royal decree consigned the remainder as slaves to the adventurers, and Ovando failed not to carry the unchristian and inhuman ordinance into full effect, especially in regard to those who were at work in the mines, 4 of which were very productive. A rising, which took place in 1502, had no other result than to rivet the chains under which the natives groaned and perished. Another, in 1503, brought Anacoana, a native queen, to the scaffold. In 1507, the number of the Haytians had, by toil, hunger, and the sword, been reduced from 1,000,000 down to 60,000 persons. Of little service was it that, about this time, Pedro de Atenza introduced the sugar cane from the Canaries, or that Gonzales, having set up the first sugar mill, gave an impulse to agriculture. There were no hands to carry on the works, for the master labored not, and the slave was beneath the sod. Ovando made an effort to procure laborers from the Lucayan Isles. 40,000 of these victims were transported to Hayti. They also sank under the labor. In 1511, there were only 14,000 red men left on the island, and they disappeared more and more in spite of the exertions for their preservation made by the noble Las Casas. In 1519, a young cacique put himself at the head of the few remaining Haytians, and, after a bloody war of 13 years' duration, extorted for himself and followers a small territory on the northeast of Santo Domingo, where their descendants are said to remain to the present day. Greatly did the island suffer by the loss of its native population. The working of the gold mines ceased, or was carried on to a small extent and with inconsiderable results. Agriculture proceeded only here and there, and with tardy steps, the colony declined constantly more and more on every side. The metropolis alone withstood the prevalent causes of decay, for it had become a commercial entrepôt between the Old World and the New. Its prosperity, however, was, in 1586, seriously shaken by the English commander Francis Blake, who, having seized the city, laid one half in ruins. A still greater calamity impended. The reputed riches of the New World, and the wide spaces of open sea which its discovery made known, invited thither maritime adventurers from the coasts of Europe. Men of degraded character and boundless daring, finding it difficult to procure a subsistence by piracy and contraband trade in their old Eastern haunts, now, from the newly awakened spirit of maritime enterprise, frequented, if not scoured, by the vessels of England, Holland, and France, hurried away with fresh hopes into the Western Ocean, and swarmed wherever plunder seemed likely to reward their reckless hardihood. Of these, known in history as the Buccaneers, a party took possession (1630) of the Isle of Tortuga, which lies off the northwest of Hayti. With this as a centre of operation, they carried on ceaseless depredations against Hayti, the coasts of which they disturbed and plundered, putting an end to its trade and occupying its capital. The court of Madrid, being roused in self-defense, sent a fleet to Tortuga, who, taking possession of the island, destroyed whatever of the buccaneers they could find; but the success only made the pirates more wary and more enterprising. When the fleet had quitted Tortuga, They again, in 1638, made themselves masters there, and, after fortifying the island and establishing a sort of constitution, made it a centre of piratical resources and aggressions, whence they, at their pleasure, sallied forth to plunder and destroy ships of all nations, wreaking their vengeance chiefly on such as came from Spain. In time, however, these corsairs met with due punishment at the hands of civilized nations. A remnant of the buccaneers, of French extraction, effected a settlement on the southwestern shores of Hayti, the possession of which they successfully maintained against Spain, the then recognized mistress of the island. In their new possessions they applied to the tillage of the land, but, becoming aware of the difficulty of maintaining their hold without assistance, they applied to France. Their claim was heard. In 1661, D'Ageron was sent to Hayti with authority to take its government into his hands, and accordingly effected there, in 1665, a regularly constituted settlement. At this time the Spanish colony, which was scattered over the east of the island, consisted only of 14,000 freemen, white and black, with the same number of slaves. 2,000 maroons, moreover, prowled about the interior, and were in constant hostility with the colonists. As yet, the French colony in the west was very weak. Its chief centre was in Tortuga. It had other settlements at Port de Paix, Port Margot, and Léogane. When D'Ageron came to Hayti with the title of governor, the Spaniards became more attentive to what went on in the west of the island. They proceeded to attack the French settlements, but with results so unsatisfactory that the new French governor, Pouancey, drove them from all their positions in the west. His successor, Coucy, who took the helm in 1685, was less successful. The Spaniards made head against him, and the French power was nearly annihilated. In 1691, France made another effort. The new governor, Ducasse, restored her dominion, and in the peace of Ryswick, Spain found itself obliged to cede to France the western half of Hayti. With characteristic enterprise and application, the French soon caused their colony to surpass the Spanish portion in the elements of social well-being, and in the long peace which followed the wars of the Spanish succession, Saint-Dominique, so the French called their part of the island, became the most important colony which France possessed in the West Indies. It suffered, indeed, from laws, swindling operations, and from other causes, but on the whole, it made great and rapid progress until the outbreak of the first revolutionary troubles in the mother country. Side by side with the advance of agriculture, opulence spread on all sides, and poured untold treasures into France. In a similar proportion, the population expanded, so that in 1790 there were in the western half of the island 555,825 inhabitants, of whom only 27,717 were white men, and 21,800 free men of color, while the slaves amounted to 495,528. End of Book 1, Chapter 2. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Book 1, Chapter 3 of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography by John Relly Beard. Chapter 3. The diverse elements of the population of Hayti. The blacks, the whites, the mulattoes. Immorality and servitude. The large black population of Hayti was of African origin. Stolen from their native land, they were transplanted in the island to become beasts of burden. The slave trade was then at its height. Nations and individuals who stood at the head of the civilized world, and prided themselves in the name of Christian, were not ashamed to traffic in the bodies and souls of their fellow men. 300 vessels employed every year in that detestable traffic spread robbery, conflagration, and carnage over the coasts and the lands of Africa. 80,000 men, women, and children, torn from their homes, were loaded with chains and thrown into the holds of ships, a prey to desolation and despair. In vain had the laws and usages of Africa, less unjust than those of Christian countries, forbidden the sale of men born in slavery, permitting the outrage only in the case of persons taken in war, or such as had lost their liberty by death or crime. Cupidity created an ever-growing demand. The price of human flesh rose in the market. The required supply followed. The African princes, smitten with the love of lucre, disregarded the established limitations, and for their own bad purposes multiplied the causes which entailed the loss of liberty. Proceeding from a less to a greater wrong, they undertook wars expressly for the purpose of gaining captives for the slave mart, and when still the demand went on increasing, they became wholesale robbers of men, and seized a village or scoured a district. From the coasts the devastation spread into the interior. A regularly organized system came into operation, which constantly sent to the seashore thousands of innocent and unfortunate creatures to whom death would have been a happy lot. In the year 1778, not fewer than 100,000 of its black inhabitants were forcibly and cruelly carried away from Africa. Driven on board the ships which waited their arrival, these poor wretches, who had been accustomed to live in freedom and roam at large, were thrust into a space scarcely large enough to receive their coffin. If a storm arose, the ports were closed as a measure of safety. The precaution shut out light and air. Then who can say what torments the negroes underwent? Thousands perished by suffocation, happily, even at the cost of life, delivered from their frightful agonies. Death, however, brought loss to their masters, and therefore it was warded off, when possible, by inflictions, which, in stimulating the frame, kept the vital energy in action, and when it was found that grief and degradation proved almost as deadly as bad air, and no air at all, the victims were forced to dance, and were insulted with music. If, on the ceasing of the tempest and the temporary disappearance of the plague, things resumed their ordinary course, lust and brutality outraged mothers and daughters unscrupulously, preferring as victims the young and innocent. When any were overcome by incurable disease, they were thrown into the ocean while yet alive, as worthless and unsalable articles. In shipwreck, the living cargo of human beings was ruthlessly abandoned. 15,000, it has been calculated, 15,000 corpses every year scattered in the ocean, the greater part of which were thrown on the shores of the two hemispheres, marked the bloody and deadly track of the hateful slave trade. Hayti every year opened its markets to 20,000 slaves. A degradation awaited them on the threshold of servitude. With a burning iron they stamped on the breast of each slave, women as well as men, the name of their master, and that of the plantation where they were to toil. There the newcomer found everything strange, the skies, the country, the language, the labor, the mode of life, the visage of his master, all was strange. Taking their place among their companions in misfortune, they heard them speak only of what they endured, and saw the marks of the punishments they had received. Among the old hands, few had reached advanced years, and of the new ones, many died of grief. The high spirit of the men was bowed down. For the 2 first years, the women were not seldom struck with sterility. In earlier times the proprietors had not wanted humanity. But riches had corrupted their hearts now, and giving themselves up to ease and voluptuousness, they thought of their slaves only as sources of income, whence the utmost was to be drawn. The evils consequent on slavery are not lessened by the incoming of 1 or 2 stray rays of light. If the slave becomes conscious of his condition, and aware of the injustice under which he suffers, if he obtains but a faint idea of these things, and if the master learns that a desire for liberty has arisen in the slave's mind, or that free men are asserting anti slavery doctrines, then a new element of evil is added to those which before were only too powerful. Hope on one side and distrust and fear on the other create uneasiness and disturbance, which may end in commotion, convulsion, cruelty, and blood. In the agitation of the public mind of the world, which preceded the first French Revolution, such feelings could not be excluded from any community on earth. They entered the plantations of Hayti, and they aided in preparing the terrific struggle which, through alarm, agitation, and slaughter, issued in the independence of the island. The white population was made up of diverse and, in a measure, conflicting elements. There were first the colonists or planters. Of these, some lived in the colony, others lived in France. The former, either by themselves or by means of stewards, superintended the plantations and consumed the produce in sensual gratifications. The latter, deriving immense revenues directly or indirectly from their colonial estates, squandered their princely fortunes in the pleasures and vices of the less moral society of Paris. Possessed of opulence, these men generally were agitated with ambition, and sought office and titles as the only good things on earth left them to pursue. If debarred from entering the ranks of the French nobility, they could aspire to official distinction in Hayti, and in reality held the government of the colony very much in their own hands, partly in virtue of their property, partly in virtue of their influence with the French court. There were other men of European origin in the island. Some were servants of the government, others members of the army. Both lived estranged from the population which they combined to oppress. Below these were les petits blancs, the small whites, men of inferior station, who conducted various kinds of business in the towns, and who, despised by white men more elevated in station, repaid themselves by contemning the black population, on the sweat of whose brows they depended for a livelihood. Contempt is always most intense and baleful between classes that are nearest each other. From the mixture of black blood and white blood arose a new class, designated men of color. On the part of the planters, passion and lust were subject to no outward restraint, and rarely owned any strong inward control. From the blood sprung from this mixed and impure source came the chief cause of the troubles and ruin of the planters. Some of the men of color were proprietors of rich possessions, but neither their wealth nor the virtues by which they had acquired it could procure for them social estimation. Their prosperity excited the envy of the whites in the lower classes. Though emancipated by law from the domination of individuals, the free men of color were considered as a sort of public property, and, as such, were exposed to the caprices of all the whites. Even before the law they stood on unequal ground. At the age of 30, they were compelled to serve 3 years in a militia instituted against the maroon negroes. They were subject to a special impost for the reparation of the roads. They were expressly shut out from all public offices and from the more honorable professions and pursuits of private life. When they arrived at the gate of a city, they were required to alight from their horse. They were disqualified for sitting at a white man's table, for frequenting the same school, for occupying the same place at church, for having the same name, for being interred in the same cemetery, for receiving the succession of his property. Thus, the son was unable to take his food at his father's board, kneel beside his father in his devotions, bear his father's name, lie in his father's tomb, succeed to his father's property. To such an extent were the rights and affections of nature reversed and confounded. The disqualification pursued its victims until during 6 consecutive generations the white blood had become purified from its original stain. Among the men of color existed every various shade. Some had as fair a complexion as ordinary Europeans; with others the hue was nearly as sable as that of the pure negro blood. The mulatto, offspring of a white man and a negress, formed the first degree of color. The child of a white man by a mulatto woman was called a quarteroon, the second degree. From a white father and a quarteroon mother was born the male tierceroon, the third degree. The union of a white man and a female tierceroon produced the métif, the fourth degree of color. The remaining varieties, if named, are barely distinguishable. Lamentable is it to think that the troubles we are about to describe, and which might be designated the war of the skin, should have flowed from diversities so slight, variable, evanescent, and every way so inconsiderable. It would almost seem as if human passions only needed an excuse, and as if the slightest excuse would serve as a pretext and a cover for their riotous excesses. On their side, the men of color, laboring under the sense of their personal and social injuries, tolerated, if they did not encourage in themselves, low and vindictive passions. Their pride of blood was the more intense the less they possessed of the coveted and privileged color. Haughty and disdainful toward the blacks, whom they despised, they were scornful toward the petits blancs, whom they hated, and jealous and turbulent toward the planters, whom they feared. With blood white enough to make them hopeful and aspiring, they possessed riches and social influence enough to make them formidable. By their alliance with their fathers, they were tempted to seek for everything which was denied them in consequence of the hue and condition of their mothers. The mulattoes, therefore, were a hotbed of dissatisfaction and a furnace of turbulence. Aware by their education of the new ideas which were fermenting in Europe and in the United States, they were also ever on the watch to seize opportunities to avenge their wrongs, and to turn every incident to account for improving their social condition. Unable to endure the dominion of their white parents, they were indignant at the bare thought of the ascendency of the negroes; and while they plotted against the former, were the open, bitter, and irreconcilable foes of the latter. If the planters repelled the claims of the negroes' friends, least of all could emancipation be obtained by or with the aid of the mulattoes. Such in general was the condition of society in Hayti when the first movements of the great conflict began. On that land of servitude there were on all sides masters living in pleasure and luxury, women skilled in the arts of seduction, children abandoned by their fathers or becoming their cruelest enemies, slaves worn down by toil, sorrow, and regrets, or lacerated and mangled by punishments. Suicide, abortion, poisoning, revolts, and conflagration, all the vices and crimes which slavery engenders, became more and more frequent. 30 slaves freed themselves together from their wretchedness the same day and the same hour. Meanwhile, 30,000 whites (freemen) lived in the midst of 20,000 emancipated men of color and 500,000 slaves. Thus the advantage of numbers and of physical strength was on the side of the oppressed. End of Book 1, Chapter 3. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Book 1, Chapter 4 of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography, by John Relly Beard. Book 1, Chapter 4. Family, birth, and education of Toussaint L'Ouverture. His promotions in servitude. His marriage. Reads Raynal, and begins to think himself the providentially appointed liberator of his oppressed brethren. In the midst of these conflicting passions and threatening disorders, there was a character quietly forming, which was to do more than all others, first to gain the mastery of them, and then to conduct them to issues of a favorable nature. This superior mind gathered its strength and matured its purposes in a class of Haytian society where least of all ordinary men would have looked for it. Who could suppose that the liberator of the slaves of Hayti, and the great type and pattern of negro excellence, existed and toiled in one of the despised gangs that pined away on the plantations of the island. The appearance of a hero of negro blood was ardently to be wished, as affording the best proof of negro capability. By what other than a negro hand could it be expected that the blow would be struck which should show to the world that Africans could not only enjoy but gain personal and social freedom? To the more deep sighted, the progress of events and the inevitable tendencies of society had darkly indicated the coming of a negro liberator. The presentiment found expression in the works of the Abbé Raynal, who predicted that a vindicator of negro wrongs would ere long arise out of the bosom of the negro race. That prediction had its fulfilment in Toussaint L'Ouverture. Toussaint was a negro. We wish emphatically to mark the fact that he was wholly without white blood. Whatever he was, and whatever he did, he achieved all in virtue of qualities which in kind are common to the African race. Though of negro extraction, Toussaint, if we may believe family traditions, was not of common origin. His great-grandfather is reported to have been an African king of the Arradas tribe. The Arradas were a powerful tribe of negroes, eminent for mental resources, and of an indomitable will, who occupied a part of Western Africa. In a plundering expedition undertaken by a neighboring tribe, a son of the chief of the Arradas was made captive. His name was Gaou. Sold to slave dealers, he was conveyed to Hayti, and became the property of the Count de Breda, who owned a sugar manufactory some 2 miles from Cap François. More fortunate than most of his race in their servitude, he found among his fellow slaves countrymen by whom he was recognized, and from whom he received tokens of the respect which they judged due to his rank. The Count de Breda was a humane man, and entrusted his slaves to none but humane superintendents. At the time, the plantation of the Count de Breda was directed by M. Biot de Libertas, a Frenchman of mild character, who, contrary to the general practice, studied his employer's interests, without overloading his hands with immoderate labor. Under him, Gaou was less unhappy than his companions in misfortune. It is not known that his master was aware of his superior position in his native country, but facts stated by Isaac, one of Toussaint L'Ouverture's sons, make the supposition not improbable. His grandfather, he reports, enjoyed full liberty on the estates of his master. He was also allowed to employ 5 slaves to cultivate a portion of land which had been assigned to him. He became a member of the Catholic Church, the religion of the rulers of Western Hayti, and married a woman who was not only virtuous, but beautiful. The husband and the wife died at nearly the same time, leaving 5 male children and 3 female. The eldest of his sons was Toussaint L'Ouverture. These particulars, illustrative of the superiority of Toussaint's family, are neither without interest nor without importance. If, strictly speaking, virtues are not transmissible, virtuous tendencies, and certainly intellectual aptitudes, may pass from parents to children. And the facts now narrated may serve to show how it was that Toussaint was not sunk in that mental stagnation and moral depravity of which slavery is commonly the parent. The exact day and year of Toussaint's birth are not known. It is said to have been the 20th of May, 1743. Footnote: It is not improbable that Toussaint was born on All Saints' Day, and derived his name from that fact. Editor. End of footnote. What is of more importance is that he lived 50 years of his life in slavery before he became prominent as the vindicator of his brethren's rights. In that long space he had full time to become acquainted with their sufferings as well as their capabilities, and to form such deliberate resolutions as, when the time for action came, should not be likely to fail of effect. Yet does it seem a late period in a man's life for so great an undertaking, nor could any one endowed with inferior powers have approached to the accomplishment of the task. Throughout his arduous and perilous career, Toussaint L'Ouverture found great support himself, and exerted great influence over others, in virtue of his deep and pervading sense of religion. We might almost declare that from that source he derived more power than from all others. The foundation of his religious sentiments was laid in his childhood. There lived in the neighborhood of the Gaou family a black esteemed for the purity and probity of his character, and who was not devoid of knowledge. His name was Pierre Baptiste. He was acquainted with French, and had a smattering of Latin, as well as some notions of geometry. For his education he was indebted to the goodness of one of those missionaries who, in preaching the morality of a divine religion, enlighten and enlarge the minds of their disciples. Pierre Baptiste became the godfather of Toussaint, and therefore thought it his duty to communicate to him the instructions and impressions he had received from his own religious teacher. Continuing to speak his native African tongue, which was used in his family, Toussaint acquired from his godfather some acquaintance with the French, and, aided by the services of the Catholic Church, made a few steps in the knowledge of the Latin. With a love of country which ancestral recollections and domestic intimacies cherished, he took pleasure in reverting to the traditional histories of the land of his sires. From these Pierre Baptiste labored to direct his young mind and heart to loftier and purer examples consecrated in the records of the Christian Church. This course of instruction was of greater value than any skill in the outward processes which are too commonly identified with education. The young negro, however, seems to have made some progress in the arts of reading, writing, and drawing. A scholar, in the higher sense of the term, he never became, and at an advanced period of life, when his knowledge was great and various, he regarded the instruction which he received in boyhood as very inconsiderable. Undoubtedly, in the pure and noble inspirations of his moral nature, Toussaint had instructors far more rich in knowledge and impulse than any pedagogue could have been. Yet in his youth were the foundations laid in external learning of value to the man, the general, and the legislator. It is true that in the composition of his letters and addresses he enjoyed the assistance of a cultivated secretary. Nevertheless, if the form was another's, the thought was his own, nor would he allow a document to pass from his hands until, by repeated perusals and numerous corrections, he had brought the general tenor, and each particular expression, into conformity with his own thoughts and his own purpose. Nor is there required anything more than an attentive reading of his extant compositions, to be assured of the superior mental powers with which he was endowed. In his mature years, and in the days of his great conflict, Toussaint possessed an iron frame and a stout arm. Capable of almost any amount of labor and endurance, he was terrible in battle, and rarely struck without deadly effect. Yet in his childhood he was weak and infirm to such a degree that for a long time his parents doubted of being able to preserve his existence. So delicate was his constitution that he received the descriptive appellation of Fatras Bâton, which might be rendered in English by Little Lath. But with increase of years the stripling hardened, and strengthened his frame by the severest labors and the most violent exercises. At the age of 12 he surpassed all his equals in the plantation in bodily feats. The duty of the young slaves was definite and uniform. They were entrusted with the care of the flocks and herds. As a solitary and moral occupation, a shepherd's life gives time and opportunity for tranquil meditation. By nature, Fatras Bâton was given to thought. His reflective and taciturn disposition found appropriate nutriment on the rich uplands and under the brilliant skies of the land of his birth. Accustomed to think much more than he spoke, he acquired not only self-control, but also the power of concentrated reflection and concise speech, which, late in life, was one of his most marked and most serviceable characteristics. Pastoral occupations are favorable to an acquaintance with vegetable products. Toussaint's father, like other Africans, was familiar with the healing virtues of many plants. These the old man explained to his son, whose knowledge expanded in the monotonous routine of his daily task. Thus did he obtain a rude familiarity with simples, of which he afterward made a practical application. In this period, when the youth was passing into the man, and when, as with all thoughtful persons, the mind becomes sensitively alive to things to come as well as to things present, Toussaint may have formed the first dim conception of the misery of servitude, and the need of a liberator. At present he lived with his fellow sufferers in those narrow, low, and foul huts where regard to decency was impossible. He heard the twang of the driver's whip, and saw the blood streaming from the negro's body. He witnessed the separation of parents and children, and was made aware by too many proofs that in slavery neither home nor religion could accomplish its purposes. Not impossibly, then, it was at this time that he first discerned the image of a distant duty rising before his mind's eye; and as the future liberator unquestionably lay in his soul, the latent thought may at times have started forth, and for a moment occupied his consciousness. The means, indeed, do not exist by which we may certainly ascertain when he conceived the idea of becoming the avenger of his people's wrongs, but several intimations point to an early period in his life. His good conduct in his pastoral engagements procured for him an advancement. Bayou de Libertas, convinced of his diligence and fidelity, made him his coachman. This was an office of importance in the eyes of the slaves; certainly it was one which brought some comfort and some means of self-improvement. Though Toussaint became every day more and more aware that he was a slave, and experienced many of the evils of his condition, yet with the aid of religion he avoided a murmuring spirit, and wisely employed his opportunities to make the best of the position in which he had been born, without, however, yielding to the degrading notion that his hardships were irremediable. Sustained by a sense of duty, which was even stronger than his hope of improving his condition, he performed his daily task in a composed if not a contented spirit, and so constantly won the confidence of the overseer. The result was his promotion to a place of trust. He was made steward of the implements employed in sugar making. Arrived at adult age, Toussaint began to think of marriage. His race at large he saw living in concubinage. As a religious man, he was forbidden by his conscience to enter into such a relation. As a humane man, he shrunk from the numerous evils which he knew concubinage entailed. Whom should he choose? Already had he risen above the silly preferences of form and feature. Reality he wanted, and the only real good in a wife, he was assured, lay in good sense, good feeling, and good manners. These qualities he found in a widow well skilled in husbandry, a house slave in the plantation. The kind-hearted and industrious Suzanne became his lawful wife, according to God's holy ordinance and the law of the land. By a man of color, Suzanne had had a son named Placide. Obeying the generous impulses of his heart, Toussaint adopted the youth, who ever retained the most lively sense of gratitude toward his benefactor. Toussaint was now a happy man, considering his condition as a slave, the husband of a slave, a very happy man. His position gave him privileges, and he had a heart to enjoy them. His leisure hours he employed in cultivating a garden, which he was allowed to call his own. In those pleasing engagements he was not without a companion. We went, he said to a traveler, we went to labor in the fields, my wife and I, hand in hand. Scarcely were we conscious of the fatigues of the day. Heaven always blessed our toil. Not only we swam in abundance, but we had the pleasure of giving food to blacks who needed it. On the Sabbath and on festival days we went to church, my wife, my parents, and myself. Returning to our cottage after a pleasant meal, we passed the remainder of the day as a family, and we closed it by prayer, in which all took part. Thus can religion convert a desert into a garden, and make a slave's cabin the abode of the purest happiness on earth. Bent as Toussaint was on the improvement of his condition, he yet did not employ the personal property which ensued from his own and his wife's thrift in purchasing his liberty, and elevating himself and family into the higher class of men of color. His reasons for remaining a slave are not recorded. He may have felt no attractions toward a class whose superiority was more nominal than real. He may have resolved to remain in a class whose emancipation he hoped some day to achieve. The virtues of his character procured for Toussaint universal respect. He was esteemed and loved even by the free blacks. The great planters held him in consideration. His intellectual faculties ripened under the effects of his intercourse with free and white men. As he grew in mind and became large of heart, he was more and more puzzled and distressed with the institution of slavery. He could in no way understand how the hue of the skin should put so great a social and personal distance between men whom God, he saw, had made essentially the same, and whom he knew to be useful if not indispensable to each other. Naturally, he asked himself what others had thought and said of slavery. He had heard passages recited from Raynal. He procured the work. He read therein passages that eloquently told him of his rights, and with fiery zeal denounced his oppressor. He read and became the vindicator of negro freedom. Footnote: The editor has here omitted a long extract from Raynal, illustrative of his style, which, however, loses its interest when we read that some parts which breathe too much the spirit of revenge have been softened or omitted in the translation. This is the only passage in it that deserves to be retained. The last argument employed to justify slavery says that slavery is the only way of conducting the negroes to eternal blessedness by means of Christian baptism. Mild and loving Jesus, could you have foreseen that your benign maxims would be employed to justify so much horror? If the Christian religion thus authorized avarice in governments, it would be necessary forever to proscribe its dogmas. In order to overturn the edifice of slavery, to what tribunal shall we carry the cause of humanity? Kings, refuse the seal of your authority to the infamous traffic which converts men into beasts. But what do I say? Let us look somewhere else. If self-interest alone prevails with nations and their masters, there is another power. Nature speaks in louder tones than philosophy or self-interest. Already are there established 2 colonies of fugitive negroes, whom treaties and power protect from assault. Those lightnings announce the thunder. A courageous chief only is wanted. Where is he? That great man whom nature owes to her vexed, oppressed, and tormented children. Where is he? He will appear, doubt it not. He will come forth and raise the sacred standard of liberty. This venerable signal will gather around him the companions of his misfortune. More impetuous than the torrents, they will everywhere leave the indelible traces of their just resentment. Everywhere people will bless the name of the hero who shall have reestablished the rights of the human race. Everywhere will they raise trophies in his honor. These eloquent words, says Dr. Beard, must have produced a deep and pervading impression on a mind so susceptible as that of Toussaint. Here reason and feeling were harmonized into one awful appeal. Here philosophy joined with common sense and common justice to proclaim negro wrongs, and to call for a negro vindicator. That call Toussaint heard. He heard its voice in his inmost soul. He heard it there first in low reverberations. He heard it there at last in sounds of thunder. Dwelling on those principles, pondering those words, consulting his own heart, and reflecting on his own condition, he came in time to feel that he was the man here designated, and that in the designation there was a call from Providence which he dared not disregard. But the time was not yet. End of footnote. End of Book 1, Chapter 4. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Book 1, Chapter 5 of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography by John Relly Beard. Book 1, Chapter 5. Immediate Causes of the Rising of the Blacks. Dissensions of the Planters. Spread of anti-slavery opinions in Europe. The outbreak of the First French Revolution. Mulatto War. Negro Insurrection. Toussaint protects his master and mistress and their property. Footnote: Chapter 5 of the English edition, which treats of Toussaint's presumed scriptural studies, the Mosaic Code, the Epistle to Philemon, and kindred topics, is omitted as irrelevant. Every intelligent reader can presume Toussaint's scriptural interpretations, as well as the author. Editor. End of footnote. While Toussaint was pursuing a course of reading and meditation which was to conduct him in its issue to great achievements, the volcano of insurrection and mutual slaughter was preparing around him, the premonitions of which he was too sagacious not to discern. Hayti was prosperous. The masters daily grew more opulent on the produce of their plantations. The War of American Independence made Hayti into a great commercial entrepôt, and largely augmented its wealth. Could the actual condition of the colony have been maintained, its riches would have continued to increase, and with its riches its voluptuousness. But already that very wealth had sown the seeds of disorder. The larger planters were too opulent and too powerful to be at peace with each other. There existed a rivalry between the two chief cities, the Cape and Port-au-Prince. This rivalry was made more intense when, in 1787, the Superior Council of the Cape was suppressed, and its power transferred to the Council of Port-au-Prince under the general designation of the Superior Council of Santo Domingo. Dissensions ensued, in which the West and the South soon took part. Appeal was made to France. The government listened, but gave no remedy. Recourse was had to indirect influence. Deputies were sent to Paris. Their activity called forth opposition on the part of the colonial proprietors who habitually resided in that metropolis, and they, carried away by the fashion of the hour, formed, for the furtherance of their views, a club called the Club Massaic, from the name of the hotel where the members assembled. Thus organized, they proceeded to withstand the deputies from Hayti, and specially strove to prevent their obtaining a hearing before the States General. The progress of events, however, creating a common alarm, the club united with the deputies in seeking the establishment of a colonial assembly. In this question there was a new source of disagreement. What should be its constitution? Who should be its members? How should its members be elected? These debatable points occasioned long and disquieting discussions. The North and the West came again into collision, and the island was torn by discord. The great proprietors set the example of innovation. At no period could such an example have been more unseasonable. Throughout Europe there had spread and waxed strong a spirit of humanity which denounced slavery and sought its abolition. In England and in France that generous spirit acquired immense social power. Then those philanthropists who acquired for themselves perpetual fame in proclaiming the rights of the slave and procuring the abolition of the slave trade, Price, Priestley, Sharp, Clarkson, Wilberforce, began their generous and noble efforts. The society of the Friends of the Blacks, Les Amis des Noirs, was formed, and the stronghold of slavery was assailed in a manner which announced the certainty of its downfall. Could the desire of these eminent men have prevailed, the contest would have been left exclusively to mental and moral resources. But the fermentation of the public mind in France, moved in its very depths by centuries of civil and ecclesiastical misrule and profligacy, provoked an appeal to the most violent of human passions, and the most dreadful of human appliances. The oath of the tennis court and the taking of the Bastille, commenced the battle of liberty against despotism. The announcement of these events in Hayti produced the greatest agitation. The existing discontents received fresh impulse. The planters hailed the Revolution as a precursor of the independence of the colony. The officers of the government encouraged the dream of a counter revolution. The petits blancs, intoxicated with enthusiastic sympathy, cheered and sustained the Parisian mobs, and hoped to pursue a similar course in the island. While the several classes of the whites were thus distracted, the mulattoes experienced the general excitement the more because they were watching their opportunity for self-liberation. As to the negroes, they, in general, pursued their wonted round of toil, apparently, and for the most part really, indifferent to the social commotion. Certainly, among the agitated parties, no one thought of their emancipation. The factions were intent only on their several interests. The colonists wanted at least an increase of their power. The men of color sought to raise themselves to an equality with the colonists. If these selfish views required a covering, the veil was found in the claim of sameness of privileges for all free men. The black was too much despised to be thought of by the colonial combatants. The first marked effort was made by the mulattoes, and so the first contest was a contest for the attainment of mulatto interests. A deputation of men of color was sent to Paris. Eager to promote the views of their caste, they presented 6 millions of francs for the service of the state, and offered the fifth of their property in mortgage of the national debt. They asked in return that they should in all things be put on a footing of equality with the whites, whom they alleged they equaled in number, and with whom they partook all the territorial and commercial wealth of the colony. The President of the Assembly replied that no part of the French nation should in vain claim rights at the hands of the representatives of the French people. At the same time there took place in the Assembly a discussion respecting the servitude of the blacks. The entire nation seemed to have made the question its own, and a distinguished member of the Legislature uttered these bold and disinterested words: "I am one of the greatest proprietors of Santo Domingo, but I declare to you that, were I to lose all I possess there, I would make the sacrifice rather than disown the principles which justice and humanity have consecrated. I declare for both the admission into the administrative assemblies of the colony of men of color, and the liberation of the blacks." This famous declaration, made by Lamotte, produced an immense effect. It astounded the great planters, and filled them with distrust and hatred against the men of color. That adverse feeling manifested itself in the execution, at the Cape, of the mulatto Lacombe, whose only crime was the affixing of his signature to a petition in which he claimed the rights of man. The mulattoes of Petit Goâve had addressed to the electoral assembly of the west of Hayti a petition in which they humbly requested, not equality of rights, but merely some improvements in their condition. Those who had put their names to the entreaty were all apprehended, and the person who drew it up, Ferrand de Boudier, though reputed a just and wise man, and though he had been high in office, was, with only the forms of a trial, hurried into the hands of the executioner, in spite of the efforts made to save him by the colonial government. While these and other displays of hope on the one side and jealousy and fear on the other were taking place, a decree of the French legislature (8th of March, 1790) arrived in the colony, which, founded on broad principles of justice, gave the men of color the right to enter the colonial assemblies. The Haytian representatives, just constituted under the orders of Louis XVI., and assembled at Saint Mare with the title of General Assembly, before they proceeded to any other business, formally declared that all the whites would die rather than share political rights with a bastard and degenerate race. Moreover, they proclaimed themselves the sole legal and legitimate representatives of the colony, and disallowed the authority of the Governor General, whose power emanated from the French government, merely consenting to submit their decrees for the royal sanction. By these and similar steps, the tendency of which was to concentrate all power in the hands of a portion of the resident planters, two authorities were set in operation; for the usurpations of the General Assembly compelled the Governor and the Superior Council of Port au Prince, in union with the Provincial Assembly of the North, to take measures of self defence, and to maintain their position. A bitter contest ensued. During the progress of these collisions, a new element of confusion intervened. Vincent Ogé, a man of color, son of a wealthy butcher at the Cape, whom the mulattoes had sent to Paris as one of their deputies, landed at Cap François, October 17th, 1790, under the name of Puisac, with the title of lieutenant colonel, and the Order of the Lion, which he had purchased of the Prince of Limbourg; and, having visited his mother, who lived in handsome style at Dondon, marched in alliance with Chavannes, a man of his own caste, at the head of 200 men to La Grande Rivière, in the Department of the North. From the camp which he established there, he sent to the President of the Assembly of that department the following letter: Vincent Ogé, to the members composing the Provincial Assembly of the Cape. Gentlemen, a prejudice too long maintained is about to fall. I am charged with a commission doubtless very honorable to myself. I require you to promulgate throughout the colony the instructions of the National Assembly of the 8th of March, which gives without distinction to all free citizens the right of admission to all offices and functions. My pretensions are just, and I hope you will pay due regard to them. I shall not call the plantations to rise. That means would be unworthy of me. Learn to appreciate the merit of a man whose intention is pure. When I solicited from the National Assembly a decree which I obtained in favor of the American colonists, formerly known under the injurious epithet of "men of mixed blood," I did not include in my claims the condition of the negroes who live in servitude. You and our adversaries have misrepresented my steps in order to bring me into discredit with honorable men. No, no, gentlemen, we have put forth a claim only on behalf of a class of freemen, who for 2 centuries have been under the yoke of oppression. We require the execution of the decree of the 8th of March. We insist on its promulgation, and we shall not cease to repeat to our friends that our adversaries are unjust, and that they know not how to make their interests compatible with ours. Before employing my means, I make use of mildness; but if, contrary to my expectation, you do not satisfy my demand, I am not answerable for the disorder into which my just vengeance may carry me. Ogé was attacked by a force of 600 men. The attack he repelled. The colonies sent another body of 1,500 men against him. Ogé was defeated and fled. He took refuge in the Spanish territories. His surrender was demanded from the Spanish authorities. Being delivered up, he was put on his trial. That trial, famous in the annals of Hayti, lasted 2 months. At last Ogé and his lieutenant Chavannes were condemned to be broken alive on the wheel, and their goods to be confiscated to the king. The sentence was immediately put into execution. Nevertheless, the mulatto war was not brought to an end. On the contrary, the desire of ascendency and the thirst for revenge became every day more and more intense. Informed of the revolutionary proceedings of the Assembly of Saint Marc, the authorities in the mother country declared what it had done null and void, divested its members of their authority, required a new election of deputies in their place, and sent 2 regiments of the line to carry their ordinances into execution. The mulattoes were enthusiastic with joy; the colonists repelled with indignation the thought of receiving men of color as co-legislators with themselves. New risings took place, new conflicts ensued. The passions every day burned more fiercely, and while the mulattoes cherished boundless hopes, the whites, overflowing with indignation, put themselves in open revolt against the mother country, denying its prerogatives, and refusing the civic oath. In the midst of these thickening disorders, the planters resident in France were invited to return, and assist in vindicating the civil independence of the island. Then was it that the mulattoes appealed to the slaves. Terrible was the result. The slaves awoke as if from an ominous dream. Under one of their class, named Boukman, a man of Herculean strength, who knew not what danger was, the negroes, on the night of August 21st, 1791, arose in the terrific power of brute force. Gaining immediate success, they rapidly increased in numbers and grew hot with fury. They fell on the plantations, slaughtered their proprietors, and destroyed the property. Such progress did the insurrection make, that on the 26th the third of the habitations of the northern department were in ashes. In a week from its commencement the storm had swept over the whole plain of the North, from east to west, and from the mountains to the sea. Those rich houses, those superb factories, were in ruins. Conflagration raged everywhere. The mountains, covered with smoke and burning fragments, borne upwards by the wind, looked like volcanoes. The atmosphere, as if on fire, resembled a furnace. Everywhere were seen signs of devastation, demolished edifices, smouldering embers, scattered and broken furniture, plate, and other precious articles, overlooked by the marauders. The soil running with blood, dead bodies heaped the one on the other, mangled and mutilated, a prey to voracious birds and beasts. In proceedings so horrible, Toussaint could take no part. Faithful to his owner, he, during a whole month, protected the plantation, at the head of the negroes, whom he greatly contributed to keep in obedience, and prevented the insurgents from setting the fields of sugar cane on fire. While all the whites were flying for their lives and hurrying to find a shelter in the towns, Madame Bayou de Libertas, protected by Toussaint, remained in her own abode. The superintendent himself, who was in camp at Haut du Cap, not far from his plantation, safely ventured near every day, in order to keep up the vigilance of the slaves. His safety he owed to Toussaint, who, with inexpressible joy, saw Bayou among the negroes at a moment when a white skin insured instant death. Happy the slave owner who, in such a crisis, has in his gang one who, like Toussaint, is a man and a Christian indeed. Having exerted every power to protect his mistress, assist his master, and defend the property, and seeing the insurrection becoming constantly more formidable, exhausted also by fatigue, Toussaint at length induced Madame de Bayou, whose life he knew was in danger, to quit Breda and proceed to the Cape. In the absence of her husband, he got the carriage ready, loaded it with articles of value, placed his mistress therein, and confided her to the care of his younger brother Paul. Nor was this the only service rendered to the family by their noble slave. One of the first uses which he made of the influence he acquired was to enable them to emigrate. While every white man and all he possessed were devoted to destruction, Bayou, with his family and a rich cargo, left Hayti and settled at Baltimore, in the United States. End of Book 1, Chapter 5. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Book 1, Chapter 6 of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography, by John Relly Beard. Book 1, Chapter 6. Continued collision of the planters, the mulattoes, and the negroes. The planters willing to receive English aid. The negroes espouse the cause of Louis XVI. Arrival of commissioners from France. Negotiations. Resumption of hostilities. Toussaint gains influence. The direful efficiency with which the negroes had devastated the country indicated the presence among them of a skill superior to any they could possess. That skill was supplied by mulattoes, who organized the destroying bands and directed their movements. The bastard and degenerate race thus struck a deadly blow at their criminal parents. During the progress of these furious excesses, a new General Assembly of Planters opened its sessions under the title of Colonial Assembly. Its first act was an act of rebellion. Refusing to apply to France for aid, and having taken measures of self-defense, it sought protection from England. These were the terms it employed in a letter addressed to the Governor of Jamaica. At Cap François, August 24, 1791. The General Assembly of the French part of Santo Domingo, deeply affected by the calamities which desolate Santo Domingo, has resolved to send a deputation to your Excellency in order to place before you a picture of the misfortunes which have fallen on this beautiful island. Fire lays waste our possessions. The hands of our negroes in arms are already dyed with the blood of our brethren. Very prompt assistance is necessary to save the wreck of our fortunes, already half destroyed, and, confined within the towns, we look for your aid. Without awaiting a reply, the General Assembly adopted the round English hat as a uniform of its troops, and substituted the black cockade for the French national colors. The reply of the Governor, Lord Effingham, did not come up to the expectations of the planters. He merely sent 500 muskets, with some ammunition, and commanded a vessel of 50 guns to cruise off the western coast. Meanwhile, the black insurgents, after augmenting their numbers by force as well as persuasion, placed themselves under the standard of royalty. They gave themselves the name of the King's Own, and their leader, Jean François, assumed the title of High Admiral, while his second in command became Generalissimo of the conquered territories. Summoned to yield by Blancheland, Governor of French Haiti, they replied, "Sir, we have never thought of failing in the duty and respect which we owe to the representative of the person of the king, nor even to any of his servants whatever. We have proofs of the fact in our hands. But do you, who are a just man as well as a general, pay us a visit. Behold this land which we have watered with our sweat, or rather with our blood, those edifices which we have raised, and that in the hope of a just reward. Have we obtained it? The king, the whole world, has bewailed our lot and broken our chains, while, on our part, we, humble victims, were ready for anything, not wishing to abandon our masters. What do we say? We are mistaken. Those who, next to God, should have proved our fathers, have been tyrants, monsters, unworthy of the fruits of our labors. And do you, brave general, desire that as sheep we should throw ourselves into the jaws of the wolf? No, it is too late. God, who fights for the innocent, is our guide. He will never abandon us. Accordingly, this is our motto, death or victory. In order to prove to you, excellent sir, that we are not so cruel as you may think, we, with all our souls, wish for peace, but on condition that all the whites, whether of the plain or of the mountains, shall quit the Cape without a single exception. Let them carry with them their gold and their jewels. We seek only liberty, dear and precious object. This, General, is our profession of faith, and this profession we will maintain to the last drop of our blood. We do not lack powder and cannons. Therefore, liberty or death. God grant that we may obtain freedom without the effusion of blood. Then all our desires will be accomplished. And believe, it has cost our feelings very much to have taken this course. Victory or death for freedom." This assumption of the part of Louis XVI astounded and perplexed the planters. The fact, however, was only too plain. By means of the Spaniards of Hayti, the counter revolutionary party in France gave secret support to the insurgents, if they did not also call them forth, and, in order to impart feasibility and vigor to the movement, they gave out that the king's life had been put in danger by the whites, because he had resolved to emancipate the blacks. Strange reversals! While the colonists hoisted English colors, their slaves exhibited the white flag, with the words on one side, "Long live the king," and on the other, "The ancient system of government." The insurrection proceeded. The negroes carried their arms from place to place, and, subduing all the open country, reduced the colonists to the defensive. As the contest went on, horrors multiplied. The planters hung on trees and hedges the dead bodies of their black prisoners. The insurgents formed around their camp an enclosure marked by the bleeding heads of those who fell under their hands. The fury of the negroes was stimulated by unworthy priests, but even religion was powerless when it endeavored to place a barrier against tumultuous passion. A priest was hung on the spot for the crime of trying to protect innocent women from brutal violation. The superior discipline at the command of the colonists, however, began to prevail. The negroes were checked and driven back. Their bands were directed by three chiefs, Jean François, Biassou, and Jeannot. Jean François belonged to a colonist of the name of Papillon. A young Creole of good exterior, he had not been able to bear the yoke of slavery. Though he had no special cause of complaint against his master, he had, long before the Revolution, obtained his liberty. Flying from the plantation, he joined the maroons, or black fugitives, who wandered at large in the refuge of the mountains. He was naturally of a mild disposition, and inclined to clemency. If his career was stained by cruelties, the crime must be imputed to perfidious counsels. Of no great courage and little enterprise, he owed his command to his intellectual superiority. Biassou belonged to the religious body designated the Fathers of Charity. A contrast in every respect to Jean François, he was fiery, rash, wrathful, and vindictive. Always in action, always on horseback, very suspicious and very aspiring, he usurped the lead which the apathy of his principal almost let fall into his hands. Jean François loved luxury, fine clothes, and grand equipages. Biassou was given to women and drink. Jeannot, a slave of the plantation of M. Boulet, was small and slender in person, and of boundless activity. Perfidious of soul, his aspect was frightful and revolting. Capable of the greatest crimes, he was inaccessible to regret and remorse. Having sworn implacable hatred against the whites, he thrilled with rage when he saw them, and his greatest pleasure was to bathe his hands in their blood. On his master's estate, the chief theatre of his crimes, he was sure, after committing a massacre, to gather up in his hands the blood which flowed on all sides, and, carrying it to his mouth, was heard to exclaim, "Oh, my friends, how sweet, how good this white blood! Let us take full draughts. Let us swear irreconcilable revenge against our oppressors. Peace with them never. So help me God." Like cruel men in general, Jeannot was as cowardly as he was faithless. Yet was he daring in attack, and when danger pressed, his fear or his fury drove his troops to a resistance proof against attack, or compelled them to snatch a victory by cutting off every way of retreat. Such were the men under whom Toussaint now found himself. No longer able to choose the moment for commencing his benevolent enterprise, he was hurried into the eddying torrent by the swelling streams of popular fanaticism. His fidelity to his proprietors making him an object of suspicion and a butt for negro attack, he was, even in self-defense, obliged to fall into the ranks of the raging insurgents. Generally known as much for his intelligence as his moderation, he was the less likely to be spared, but dragged into the rebellion against his better feelings and his judgment, he was regarded with distrust. Withheld in consequence from the military post for which his talents fitted him, he was commanded to employ his medical skill in taking care of the wounded. Quietly and usefully employed in an office which was agreeable to his feelings, he, at a distance from the conflict, turned his naturally reflective mind to the study of the personal qualities of his chiefs, and so acquired an acquaintance with their weaknesses, which greatly aided him in at length attaining supreme command. That post he reached without disgracing himself by blood or pillage, in a contest in which examples of both crowded on his sight. He was by nature retiring and given to seclusion, but in François Lafitte, whom he had long known, and whom he now found among the insurgents, he had one companion with whom similarity of ideas and feelings made intercourse both pleasant and profitable. It may well be supposed that these two men, united in the bonds of goodness and philanthropy, often deplored together the horrible excesses which they witnessed, or of which they heard. As, however, the insurrection passed on, and specially when defeat made its conduct difficult, the leaders found it imperative to bring forward all men of superior talent. No longer, therefore, was Toussaint permitted to pursue his medical occupations. Taken out of comparative privacy, he was made aide de camp to Biassou. A grotesque spectacle did that negro army, or rather those negro bands, present. The slaves were ridiculously attired in the spoils of their masters. The cavalry were mounted on lumbering horses and mules, worn down by labor and fatigue. The horseman was armed with a musket almost as dangerous to himself as to his foe. The infantry were all but naked, and destitute of experience. Their weapons were sticks pointed with iron, broken or blunted swords, pieces of iron hoop, and some wretched guns and pistols. Notwithstanding the alarm they inspired, the troops were almost without ammunition. Jean François, decorated with ribbons and orders which he had plundered in the sack of the abodes of the proprietors, gave himself out for a chevalier of the order of Saint Louis, besides taking to himself the titles of admiral and generalissimo. Biassou and Jeannot were brigadiers, a title which was fixed on Toussaint. The rest were marshals, commanders, generals, colonels, and some condescended to be captains. At a later period, Biassou, on having a disagreement with Jean François, assumed the pompous title of viceroy of the conquered countries. Only an iron discipline could maintain any order in such a body of men. The soldiers had sought liberty, and for the moment found the severest bondage. Disobedience was punished with severity, in the more flagrant instances with decapitation. Yet some regard was shown to the rights of property, for the stealer of cattle was hanged. The leaders of the insurrection feared each other. Jeannot's cruelties were held in abomination by Toussaint. Jean François, by whom Jeannot was dreaded, resolved to disembarrass himself of the monster. Seizing his opportunity, he caused him to be apprehended. Tried by a summary process, Jeannot was sentenced to be shot. In this moment of peril, the wretch who had shed so much blood, and who had gloated over the sufferings of his victims, proved how cowardly a soul he had. He threw himself on his knees before Jean François, supplicated pardon, offered to purchase life by becoming his slave, and when the priest came up to offer him spiritual aid, he took him into his arms, pressing body to body, and was only by violence torn from him, to be dragged to execution. The whites, although they had gained advantages in the war, were scarcely less than the blacks agitated with mutual dissensions. While they lost time and energy in discord, the men of color assumed a formidable position under one of their caste, named Beauvais. The movement had an excuse in the cruelties which the colonists perpetrated at the Cape, where 17 mulattoes had been put to death without even the forms of a trial, and where daily fugitive slaves, even the most faithful, were, on seeking an asylum in the city, forthwith hanged, after having escaped the dangers of being massacred on their road by some of the white scouts who scoured the neighborhood. On every side the grossest injustice prevailed. Crime was repaid with crime. Vengeance followed vengeance. The civilized master degraded himself no less than the neglected slave. Between the two stood the mulatto, the enemy of both, and prepared to sacrifice either for his own aggrandizement. The ease with which the mulatto betrayed the rights of the negro may be exemplified in the case of a number of men denominated the Swiss. In the ranks of the men of color were 300 slaves, who received the title of the Swiss, from the resemblance which their service bore to that of the Swiss under the French monarchy. Used by the men of color in their warfare against the whites, they were surrendered by the former at the demand of the latter the moment fortune began to frown on the mulatto cause. Consisting of men of color as well as negroes, they were thrown on the coast of Jamaica. Driven thence, they either perished in the ocean or on the inhospitable shores of their birth, presenting in their sufferings and destruction a proof of the inhumanity of the whites and the perfidy of the mulattoes. Disorder continued to increase. It would be a tedious as well as painful task to recount the misdeeds that were done on all sides, at the Cape by the colonists, at La Grande Rivière by the negroes, and in the West by the mulattoes. The leaders of the blacks began to feel that they had in hand a hopeless cause. The liberation of the negro population was not possible in the presence of two powerful enemies, the planters and their descendants. Consequently, they were not disinclined to negotiate. At this juncture, there arrived in Hayti 3 commissioners sent by the mother country on a mission of peace. These were Roume, Mirbeck, and Saint Léger. Roume, a Creole of Grenada, had been a councilor in that island and afterwards a commissioner at Tobago. Under a simple and modest exterior, he possessed much knowledge. Of a phlegmatic disposition, he would have been inaccessible to the attacks of the factious, had not his ordinary fickleness called forth their efforts. Mirbeck, a celebrated advocate in the Council of State, where he had pleaded many causes for the colonists, was haughty and inflexible. Saint Léger had long lived as a physician in Tobago, where he possessed slaves. The first object of these 3 men was to appease the civil war which wasted the West, and to stop the hurricane which covered the North with ruins. They wisely began by causing the gallows of the planters at the Cape to be demolished. The news of their arrival induced the masters of slaves to open a negotiation. Raynal and Duplessis, the first a free mulatto, the second a free negro, being admitted to an audience by the colonial assembly, received for answer, "Emissaries of the revolted negroes, the assembly established on the law and by the law cannot correspond with people armed against the law, against all laws. The assembly might extend grace to guilty men if, being repentant, they had returned to their duty. Nothing would please its members better than to be in a condition to recognize those who, contrary to their will, have been hurried into guilt. We know how to measure out favors as well as justice. Withdraw. Withdraw to men who came with the olive branch in their hands." The deputies did withdraw, indignation burning in their hearts, and curses murmured from their lips. They made their way through the spectators with a haughty brow, and when that crowd tried to hoot them down, they hastened to register a new outrage in the book of vengeance. On the arrival of the deputies at La Grande Rivière, the army of the population came together. Every one had fondly dreamt of union. What was the disappointment? When Raynal and Duplessis related the disdainful manner in which they had been treated, cries of vexation and rage rent the air. Biassou, unable to restrain his passion, ordered all the whites detained in the camp to be put to death. The necessary preparations were made, when Toussaint, always humane, intervened, calmed his chief, and saved the lives of the intended victims. Such is the ascendency of goodness. Such is the power of that rapid, animated, and picturesque eloquence which Toussaint possessed, and which, on very many other occasions, he employed for merciful results of a similar kind. We subjoin an instance. Biassou one day received from the Cape a proclamation intended to win back the slaves. The insurgent chief determined to publish it. Causing his soldiers to take their arms, he ordered the proclamation to be read aloud. Instantly there arose the awful cry of "Death to the whites!" Toussaint shuddered, rushed forward, again read the proclamation, with a commentary of his own. The result was that the desire for vengeance sank in those rude breasts, tears stole down their cheeks, and the prisoners were saved. Such a conquest is one of the highest achievements of humanity. A conference took place. There were present the commissioners, and Bouillet, a representative of the colonial assembly. Jean François, leaving Biassou at La Grande Rivière, hastened to La Petite Anse, in the vicinity of the Cape, to take part in the conference. He was followed by a considerable troop of cavalry. Full of confidence in the representatives of the king, he proceeded to alight from his horse, when Bouillet, seizing the bridle, struck him with his riding whip. Jean François might have taken instant revenge. He simply withdrew to his soldiers. Who was the greater? Saint Léger saw the evil effects this brutal act might occasion, and, unattended, advanced toward Jean François. This act of confidence restored a friendly feeling. A peaceful arrangement was entered into, involving the emancipation of 50 persons, an exchange of prisoners, and the return of the slaves to their labors. Jean François required the liberation of his wife, who lay in the prisons of the Cape. There is no reason to believe that the request was complied with. But the insurgent, faithful to his word, the next day dismissed his prisoners, employing in the benevolent office the mild Toussaint and his equally mild friend Lafitte. Peace seemed at hand. Alas, it was very distant. The colonists, displeased with the pacific tendencies of the commissioners, endeavored to set aside their powers, and required their obedience. The mulattoes suffered disadvantages, but could not be put down. The negroes resumed their devastations. On every side was disorder, slaughter, and ruin. The pride and obstinacy of the planters rendered accommodation impossible. Their weakness exposed the colony to carnage the most frightful, and depredations the most extensive. Meanwhile, Jean François and Biassou were each too powerful and too ambitious to act cordially together. They came to an open quarrel, and drew off their several forces into 2 camps. Toussaint, now the principal aide de camp of Biassou, brought on himself the enmity of his rival Jean François, though hitherto he had succeeded in keeping on good terms with both. The hostile feeling seems to have been called forth by Toussaint's intellectual preeminence. However, Toussaint, disregarding the dissensions of the generals, quietly and efficiently discharged his duties, and gradually gaining the esteem of the army, laid the foundations of the great influence which he was one day to exert on behalf of negro independence. He alone wept when he saw the hope of peace vanish. He alone remained unsullied by crime. While Jean François and Biassou not only committed ravages and massacre, but even sold into slavery to the Spaniards many of the very men for whose liberty they pretended to be fighting, and who were their companions in arms. End of Book 1, Chapter 6. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Book 1, Chapter 7 of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography, by John Relly Beard. Book 1, Chapter 7. France makes the mulattoes and negroes equal to the whites. The decapitation of Louis XVI throws the slaves into the arms of Spain. They are afraid of the revolutionary republicans. Strife of French political parties in Haiti. Conflagration of the Cape. Proclamation of liberty for the negroes produces little effect. Toussaint captures Dondon. Commemoration of the fall of the Bastille. Displeasure of the planters. Rigaud. Such was the condition of affairs when there was brought to Hayti a decree of the Legislative Assembly, which, among other things, declared that the men of color and free negroes should be admitted to vote in all the parochial assemblies to be convened in order to elect a new General Assembly and municipal corporations. The decree was supported by commissioners, of whom Sonthonax was at the head. It was, however, impossible to give it immediate effect. The contest proceeded. The mulattoes, overcome, joined the colonists against the blacks. The blacks, defeated, took shelter in the mountains, and constantly renewed their predatory warfare. A fresh cause of complication added to the troubles of the island. Louis XVI. Had been beheaded. Then the slaves gave up all thoughts of peace. Naturally inclined to a monarchy, they renounced the revolutionary government, and passed over into the service of Charles IV., King of Spain. Jean François received the title of lieutenant general in that monarch's army. Biassou became one of his brigadiers, and Toussaint was honored with the same mark of confidence. A medal bearing the effigy of Charles was decreed to them. Under this powerful protection the insurgents became more formidable than ever. France, in the midst of her own troubles, did not cease to cast an eye, from time to time, on her distracted colony. She dispatched General Galbaud to take the command in Hayti. Disembarking at the Cape, May 6, 1793, he proceeded to assume the executive power. But the French commission, already in the island, triumphant in the West and in the South, had everywhere established mulatto in place of white commanders. Returning on the 7th of June to the Cape with a detachment of freedmen, commanded by Chonlat, the commissioners directed Galbaud to re-embark. Unwillingly he obeyed. His brother, a man of ability, remained in the city, and agitated the minds of the people against the commissioners. The vessels in the harbor were loaded with prisoners sent thither by the government. Breaking their chains, they, to the number of 1,200, effected a landing. Their bands increasing as they proceeded, they directed their course to the Government House, inhabited by the commissioners. The approaches to it were defended by men of color. The National Guards and mounted volunteers joined the partisans of Galbaud. The troops of the line remained in their quarters, not knowing, in the strife of authorities, which was legitimate. Fighting took place in the streets, the fury of which was stopped only by night. The next day hostilities were resumed. At length the troops of the line declared for the commissioners. Nevertheless, their party seemed to lose ground. Then the prisons were thrown open, and the chains of the blacks were broken. Spreading themselves abroad, these captives showed themselves worthy of the liberty they had just received. Pierrot and Macaya, two black chiefs of the insurgent negroes on the hills of the Cape, being invited, came with their fierce associates to take part in the carnage. Galbaud was defeated. With a few of his followers he regained his ships. His brother remained in the hands of the commissioners. He himself, with more than 10,000 refugees of all hues, set sail for the United States. The city, the Paris of the Antilles, as the colonists enthusiastically termed Cap François, was in flames, and on every side presented the shocking tokens of pillage, slaughter, and conflagration. Truly did the flames of the French Revolution set on fire the world. The strifes of political partisanship which raged in Paris were transplanted to Hayti, where they raged with all the heat of a tropical climate and all the animosity of a civil war. As if to aid in wearing down the forces of the planters, white men, who should have healed grievances and restored tranquillity, came from the mother country only to call forth new enmities and add new brands to the burning. These collisions among men of white blood went far to remove and destroy the veil of prestige and fear with which, under centuries of domination, they were regarded by the blacks. It was now found that the planters were no more than men, very ordinary men, men of low passions, intensely selfish men, men who fell beneath the black man's sword, nay, men who could not keep their hands from each other, men who themselves destroyed the property which the negroes produced. These were pregnant and dangerous lessons. Yes, the blacks are on the road to freedom, and the whites are their guides and helpers. The Commission retired from the burning city into the neighboring highlands, where a camp was formed to protect the Cape from the irruption of the insurgents. Having no longer any confidence in the whites, all of whom they suspected of anti-revolutionary sympathies, and seeking new defenders of the cause of republicanism, they, on the 22d of June, proclaimed the freedom of all slaves who should enroll themselves for the sacred cause of the Republic. Pierrot, who commanded for Biassou at Port François, not far from the Cape, was the first to respond to the proclamation. He, with his band, came to place himself at the disposal of the Commission. While yet the conflagration was not extinguished, pestilence and famine fell on the miserable inhabitants of Cap François. A yet more dreadful enemy impended. The ferocity and ravages of the blacks alarmed the Commissioners themselves. Perplexed as to the means of staying the fury of these dangerous allies, they put forth a proclamation in which they said, that those who had recently been set free could not be good citizens unless they were closely bound to their country by the touching ties of husband and father, and that, consequently, they were each invested with the right of bestowing liberty on their wives and their children. Admirable resolution, but has it come soon enough? Why will men delay justice until justice itself is of little or no avail? The blacks, degraded by lifelong bondage, saw in these words only a recognition of their entire freedom, in other terms, only an authority to do what they pleased. But a small number of them responded to these efforts for their social improvement. The blame lay chiefly with white men, who caballed and plotted among the blacks in order to make them effective in maintaining the cause of royalty. Thus did the black chiefs, Jean François and Biassou, reply to the offer of the Commission. We cannot conform to the will of the nation, because from the beginning of the world we have executed only the will of a king. We have lost the King of France, but we are esteemed by the King of Spain, who bestows on us rewards and ceases not to give us succor. Consequently, we are unable to acknowledge you, the Commissioners, before you have found a king. To this declaration of their intentions the negroes remained true. The expedient had failed. Hostilities became more bitter than ever. In this refusal of the privileges tendered by the Republican Commissioners, Toussaint took his share of responsibility. Doubtless, he partook of the monarchical prepossessions of his associates. Royalty he considered as the sole sufficient pledge of liberty. He both feared and distrusted republicans, of whose excesses in Europe he had read so much. He may have regarded the tardy concession of freedom as a subterfuge, and not unreasonably may he have suspected the danger that the negroes would be sacrificed in the collisions of the white factions. It was uncertain, too, whether the Commissioners would be able to maintain themselves in power, and should the planters gain the upper hand, they would easily deal with their slaves, then no longer enrolled and under discipline, but scattered over the land, indulging in the intoxication of recent freedom. Besides, he had taken a part. He was a soldier of the King of Spain, and had more to hope for from his interest in that quarter than could be gained by rushing into the arms of the feeble Commissioners. Toussaint had already made his apprenticeship in warfare. With his superior knowledge and ability, and with his resolute yet silent will, he had readily fought his way into a foremost position, and won both confidence and distinction. The insurgents held strong places in the mountains which rise to the south of the Cape, in the neighborhood of La Grande Rivière, Dondon, Marmelade, etc. Thither the Commissioners directed their hostilities. The whole district was subject to the insurrection except Marmelade. Thither Brandicourt, the government's commander, determined to retire. But there was in his councils a traitor, Pacot, who was in correspondence with the enemy. Under his influence it had been resolved that the retreat should take place during the daytime. Informed of the arrangement, Toussaint laid his ambuscades. Next morning the army began its march. Planel, lieutenant of grenadiers, commanded the advanced guard. As he proceeded, he was encountered with the cry, "Who goes there?" "France," was his reply. "Then let your general come and speak to ours. No harm shall befall him," answered one of Toussaint's officers, who, with a company of men, was posted there. Brandicourt, who was in the centre of his forces, on learning the confusion that had arisen, hastened to the spot, leaving the command to Pacot. Having reconnoitred the enemy, he ordered an attack. Forthwith, he was on all sides entreated to have an interview with Toussaint, whose humanity, it was urged, was well known. Besides, he had left behind 100 invalids. How much better to recommend them to Toussaint's care! Brandicourt yielded to the representations, went forward, and was immediately seized. He and his officers were disarmed, bound, and conducted to Toussaint's camp. The blacks are beginning to show that under an able leader they know how to make themselves respected. But the French general's soldiers yet stood in their ranks, armed and ready for battle. "Write," said Toussaint to Brandicourt, "and command your forces to yield." Taking the pen, Brandicourt in tears wrote that, being a prisoner, he left Pacot to follow the course which prudence might seem to dictate. "No," added Toussaint, tearing the paper, "I must have from you an express order to Pacot to lay down his arms." The order was sent. On receiving it, Pacot read the command to his officers, and added, "Do what you like. For myself, I surrender." The column yielded without delay. Brandicourt, being sent to Porto Rico, died there of grief and vexation. It is with difficulty that I bring myself to the utterance of commendation on merely warlike deeds. Having a deep aversion to war, I shrink from any approach to a eulogy of anything connected therewith. But if war is ever respectable, it is surely when it is employed as a means of liberating thousands of oppressed men from hopeless bondage. In the hands of Toussaint, arms were the instruments of freedom, the only instruments that could have been made use of. Nor was it an unimportant lesson which he had to teach, and did well teach, in proving to white men and to the world that negro blood did not exclude its possessors from the highest renown which can attend military skill and achievements. In the victory which Toussaint had so easily gained over a French general of no mean repute, there appears great ability in military combinations, as well as extraordinary promptitude and determination. These are qualities which make a great soldier, and these qualities were in an eminent degree possessed by Toussaint. By this achievement, Dondon fell into the hands of the insurgents. Dondon was the centre of the country. Possessed of it, Toussaint had almost free passage into the Western Department, while already the negro forces were triumphant in the North. At this position of affairs, the commissioners at the Cape not unnaturally grew alarmed. Revolving the means at their disposal, they determined to celebrate the 4th anniversary of the capture of the Bastille, in order to revive the republican enthusiasm, and thereby gain power for renewed efforts against the insurgents. Is the reader struck with the inconsistency of their conduct? Yes, these friends of liberty are seeking arms against liberty. Believing that the fall of the Bastille was the fall of tyranny in France, they deliberately turned the event to account, in order to buttress up oppression in Hayti. Amid the festivities which were designed to aid in the subjugation of the revolted negroes, these words were spoken by the Commissioner Polverel: "The oppressed were Africans whom kings and their satellites sent to purchase, at their own hearths, of kings who had not the right to sell them into perpetual slavery in America. The oppressed were descendants of the Africans who, even when they had recovered their liberty, were accounted unworthy of the rights of man. The oppressors are all the kings who traffic in the life and liberty of men of all countries and all colors. The oppressors are all the traitors and brigands who wish to restore royalty and slavery." This effusion of indignation against kings and their satellites lacked one word. If republicans had been added, the description would have been more correct. The statement is illustrated by the fact that Sonthonax, another of the commissioners, in a speech delivered on the occasion, characterized the insurgents as a mass of vagabonds and idlers who will neither cultivate the land nor defend the cultivators, and whom it was a primary duty to reduce and compel to resume their toils. The treacherous favors offered to the blacks by the Commission had offended and alienated the colonists. At the town of Jérémie, in the extreme northwest of the southern department, the planters had even formed an encampment hostile to the civil authority. They had, moreover, driven from the towns of the district the men of color who had taken refuge in L'Icaille, on the southern side of the same tongue of land. Sonthonax, having proclaimed liberty for all the slaves, sent Andrew Rigaud to carry his orders into execution, and to restore the mulattoes to their homes. Advancing from Petit Trou, June 17, on reaching the plantation of Derivoux, near Jérémie, Rigaud found himself stopped by an entrenchment defended by 500 men and 5 pieces of cannon. Consulting only his ardor and the object of his mission, he hastened to attack the fortification. At the head of 3 columns, he 3 times mounted to the assault. 3 times was he driven back. After fighting for 4 hours and losing several brave officers, he retreated, and at the head of 50 men protected himself in the midst of the greatest perils. Retiring to Petit Trou, he received reinforcements and enrolled slaves. The last act made him a special object of hatred to the planters, who, disregarding the means, determined to effect his destruction. Having crossed the country to L'Icaille, he took part in a repetition of the festivities which had been celebrated at the Cape. Whites, blacks, and mulattoes exchanged tokens of friendship and manifested a common joy. In the midst of scenes which promised lasting amity, he was fallen upon by Bandolet, commander of the white National Guard, and barely escaped through a shower of bullets by extraordinary courage and activity. This disgraceful attempt at assassination excited general abhorrence and added impulse and vigor to the negro cause. Rigaud, who, next to Toussaint, was destined to play the chief part in this internecine conflict, was a mulatto, the son of a white man and a black woman. Educated at Bordeaux, where he had gone through a pretty good course of instruction and learned the trade of a goldsmith, and having served in Savannah and Guadeloupe, he entered the militia in L'Icaille, his native place. While pursuing his business, which colonial prejudices regarded as too good for a mulatto, he was called into active service by the insurrection. Rigaud had in his soul the elements of a great man. In Hindostan he would have founded an empire. In Hayti he scarcely rose above a banditti chief, yet did he know how to make himself formidable. Of a martial aspect, his countenance was terrible in combat, yet, after the excitement was over, it was mild and engaging. In the progress of the War of Liberation, he raised, organized, and commanded a legion called the Southern Legion of Equality, which proved the finest and most effective of the troops formed in Hayti. Aware in his own experience of the value of knowledge, he took pains to have his soldiers instructed. If, to cite the words of a native of Hayti, if in the south of the isle the traveler meets even now (1850) with aged Africans who possess the elements of classical instruction, he may salute them. They are Rigaud's legionnaires. Admirable for good sense, they have a lofty spirit, above the prejudices of color. With them the white man, the mulatto, and the black man are sons of the same Father. I thank Heaven that the epoch of my visit to the district allowed me to shake hands with these relics of the glory of my country. Those old negroes whose excellence of heart and aptitude of mind Europe is ignorant of, and whose descendants lie under the obligation of justifying the hopes of the friends of equality. Vie de Toussaint L'Ouverture, par Saint-Rémy, Paris, 1850, page 83. End of Book 1, Chapter 7. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Book 1, Chapter 8 of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography, by John Relly Beard. Book 1, Chapter 8. Toussaint becomes master of a central post, is not seduced by offers of negro emancipation nor of bribes to himself, repels the English who invade the island, adds L'Ouverture to his name, abandons the Spaniards, and seeks freedom through French alliance. After the conquest of Dondon, Toussaint rushed on Marmelade, which was commanded by Vernet, a mulatto of a feeble and distrustful mind. Having under his orders a legion composed of negroes recently liberated, as well disciplined as the battalions of Toussaint, he, in his timidity, importuned the Commission to send him succors. On the 20th of July, 1795, Polverel wrote him these lines: "We do not think you a traitor, but you show not the courage of a republican. If you do not feel strength enough to die rather than yield, say so frankly. We can easily find citizens who make no account of death when the honor of their country is at stake." On the morning of the 27th, Toussaint, having formed connections in the place, made an attack on Marmelade. By the evening, opposition was overcome. Vernet joined his fortunes with those of Toussaint, whose niece he afterwards married, and, rising to the rank of general, died under the reign of the Haytian king Christophe. Meanwhile, the Lieutenant Colonel Desfourneaux was advancing from Port au Prince against Saint Michel, in the hope of effecting a division in favor of the French civil authority. The Republican troops suffered a complete defeat. Desfourneaux himself received several wounds. Encouraged by the victory, Toussaint advanced and captured Ennery. Thence he wrote to the inhabitants of Gonaïves, lying on the western shore, to induce them to surrender. A rising en masse was attempted, and failed. The heads of the population hastened to take flight by sea. But Toussaint had not been able sufficiently to protect his rear. Hearing that Chanlat was advancing from Plaisance against him, he judged it prudent to retreat. Driven back to Marmelade, he employed himself in efforts to abate the evils of the war. Recalling the planters who had taken refuge in the Spanish territories, he restored to them the possession of their estates, and so prevented the destitution which the conflict threatened to produce. These varieties of success brought no settlement. If the Commissioners gained an advantage here, a defeat there countervailed its effect. Once more would they try and appeal to the love of liberty. Accordingly, Sonthonax proclaimed at the Cape universal freedom. Polverel repeated the proclamation at Port au Prince. Symbolic ceremonies were celebrated on these occasions, which were repeated in various places in which the authority of the Commission still prevailed. The consequent enthusiasm was not without some effect. But Toussaint was not easy to be deceived. The destinies of the Republic were, he knew, uncertain. The faith of its representatives in Hayti was worse than doubtful. The colonists would be neither gained nor overcome by an understanding with the civil commissioners. He had, therefore, no course before him but to continue faithful to the King of Spain. His actual position was the only position he could hold consistently with his hope of ever achieving the independence of his caste. For the complications of the contest he was not answerable. If, therefore, he now had to defend the cause of the blacks against blacks themselves, he had no option but to submit to the painful necessity. Never, perhaps, did a conflict present more heterogeneous combinations, or more regrettable collisions. The white Republicans of France were arrayed against the white colonists of Hayti, whom they were sent to succor. The black man's hand was raised against his brother. The mulatto, enemy and friend of both, was by both distrusted and destroyed. Constituted authorities were in hostility. Bands of injured men seeking redress assailed each other. Spanish royalty fostered colonial insurrection. The forces of the country were exhausted in the mutual and ever recurring strife. Without unity and without result, the war raged on every side, uniform only in the universal ravages which it inflicted. This ruinous complication was to be yet more complicated. Discord threw on the wasted shores of Hayti another brand. We have already seen the planters make overtures to England. In their dissatisfaction with France, they renewed their application. The Court of St. James instructed Williamson, Governor of Jamaica, to lend the required assistance. In this appeal, the proprietors of La Grande Anse sent to the Governor a treaty, which was accepted. Among the points agreed on was that the island should pass into the hands of Britain, and that its representative should have full power to regulate and govern the island with a view to its restoration to tranquillity. From the tenor of this article, and from the express words of others, the object of the colonists was to turn the power of Great Britain to account, in order to effect that in which they themselves had failed, the humiliation of the mulattoes and the subjugation of the blacks. With a view to the occupation of Hayti, Governor Williams, in September, 1793, sent an armed force under Colonel Whitelock, which disembarked at Jérémie on the 9th of the month, and on the 22d the harbor of Saint Nicholas was put into the possession of the English, who, in consequence, held two important positions in Hayti, the latter at the extremity of the northern, the other near the extremity of the southern tongue of its western end. While the military chiefs of the mulattoes stood aloof, many of the men of color, not being soldiers, threw themselves into the arms of the British, and Saint Marc, Léogane, Le Grand Goave, and many towns of the South adopted the conditions of La Grande Anse. While little more than the Cape and Port au Prince remained in the power of the Commissioners, an English fleet anchored in the harbor of the last mentioned city, and demanded its surrender. This armament received an increase shortly afterward. As usual, dissension and treason were at work among the forces of the authorities. With their aid, the English effected a landing and took up a position. The Commissioners fled to Jacmel. There they learned that a decree had been passed against them by the National Convention in Paris. They submitted, and were received as prisoners on board L'Espérance. During the interval, Port au Prince became the scene of new horrors. The emigrant Béranger, at the head of a legion, took possession of the town, and seizing Fort Joseph, where the whites had taken refuge who could not find room on board the vessels in the harbor, he caused them to come forth one by one, and, as they appeared, he threw them headlong from the rampart into the fosse, saying, "Republican, leap down the Tarpeian rock." Thus perished 32 persons, and but for the orders of the English general not one would have been spared. England had not invaded the French part of Hayti without having an understanding with Spain. By the convention between the two parties, it was agreed on that England should establish its protection over the West and the South, and that Spain should extend its dominion from the East to the extremity of the North. Accordingly, while the English invaded the West and the South, the Spanish invited the Creoles of the North, who had left the colony, to return and take possession of their properties. On the faith of the promises made to them, 200 colonists quitted the United States and entered their homes at Fort Dauphin. Shortly after, Jean François, at the head of a body of negroes, encamped under the walls of that place. Resistance was not offered, in the persuasion that they came only to second the operations of the Spaniards. The next day, after the celebration of mass, those blacks, mingled with Spaniards, having formed themselves into bands, traversed the streets, and slaughtered every Frenchman they met with, as enemies of the saints and of kings, to use the words by which they were encouraged to the butchery by the priests. The massacre was general. Only 14 persons escaped. Meanwhile, Rigaud, aided by Pétion and other mulatto chiefs, attacked the English, and, taking from them Léogane and Tiburon, blockaded them in La Grande Anse. Finding the enemy formidable, Whitelock endeavored to bribe Rigaud and Laveaux, then provisional governor of the colony, into acquiescence, if not submission. The former simply rejected the offer. The latter replied, Your being my enemy does not give you the right to put on me a personal insult. As an individual, I demand satisfaction for the injury you have done me." Laveaux, believing the Cape indefensible, took up his position at Port de Paix, which he fortified, and under its walls braved all the efforts of the English, while they, on their side, occupying the harbor of Saint Nicholas, commanded all the approaches to the city by sea. The Spaniards, masters of nearly all the North, pressed Port de Paix by land, and cut off the supplies of provisions, so that the place underwent the privations of a siege. "For more than 6 months," wrote Laveaux under the date May 24th, "we have been reduced to 6 ounces of bread a day, officers as well as men, but from the 13th of this month we have none whatever, the sick only excepted. If we had powder, we should have been consoled. Our misery is truly great. Officers and soldiers experience the greatest privations. We have in our magazines neither shoes nor shirts, nor clothes, nor soap, nor tobacco. The majority of the soldiers mount guard barefooted, like the Africans. We have not even a flint to give the men. Notwithstanding, be assured that we will never surrender, if indeed we shall ever capitulate. Be assured, too, that after us the enemy will not find the slightest trace of Port de Paix. Sooner than be made prisoners, when the balls shall have destroyed everything here, and we have no longer anything to defend, we will retire, and, flying from mountain to mountain, we will fight incessantly until aid comes from France." Bravery and determination worthy of a better cause. The hope of aid from France proved chimerical, yet the notion helped to keep the soldiers in the line of duty. Relief, indeed, came to them, but it was from an unexpected quarter. Miserably was this unfortunate island torn asunder by Spaniards, French, English, mulattoes, and the blacks; by monarchists, by republicans, by skeptics, by Romanists, by false friends and true friends of negro emancipation. A lamentable illustration of the diversity of these rival interests was presented at Saint Marc. The same day, 3 flags balanced and negatived each other under the influence of political breezes. 4 cockades symbolized 4 different sets of opinions. Here were whites who wore the black cockade; there other whites who wore the white cockade, while the mulattoes wore the red cockade, and some soldiers wore the tricolored cockade. About this time may be dated the final change which the name of Toussaint underwent by receiving the addition of L'Ouverture. L'Ouverture is a French word, which signifies the opening. The surname is said to have been given as indicative of the opening which Toussaint had made for himself in the ranks and the possessions of the enemy. If this was its origin, the name is appropriate. Though not always successful, he rushed on his foes with an impetus which mowed down opposition. With poetic license, Lamartine, in his drama, makes the designation, derived according to him from l'aurore, daybreak, to have been given to Toussaint by a monk, who thus intimated to him that he was to be the morning star of a new era in Hayti. Un jour, en qu'épissant, en de si pouvoir père, colpoiture de les fois, dont les noix sont les fois, en vino visitu l'atelier du Jacmel. Sorreta devant moi commun entre Samuel. Quel est ton nom? Toussaint, pauvre manior d'igname. Si le nom de ton corps, mais le nom de ton âme. Si t'aurore, dit-il, ou mon père, es-tu quoi? Du jour que Dieu prépare, et qui s'élève en toi, il y noise ignorant, depuis cette aventure. Encore on pense un homme, mon peine l'ouverture. Footnote: literally translated, one day a Capuchin, one of those poor fathers, colporteurs of the faith, of whom the blacks are the brothers, in coming to visit the workshop of Jacmel, stood still before me like another Samuel. What is thy name? Toussaint. Poor victim of infamy, it is the name of thy body, but the name of thy soul is the auroral dawn, said he. O Father, and of what? Of the day which God hath prepared and rises in thee. And the ignorant blacks, since that adventure, in corrupting my name, have called me L'Ouverture. Toussaint L'Ouverture, Poème dramatique, par A. de Lamartine, Act 2, Scene 2. End of footnote. A third explanation has been given. According to Pamphile de la Croix, Toussaint assumed the epithet in order to announce to his people that he was about to open the door to them of a better future. Footnote: Memoirs de Saint-Dominique, Volume 1, page 303. End of footnote. In this view, his name became a token of his object. That object he was too prudent to make known in the early period of his efforts. Now, however, might he make the announcement without serious risk. The event justified his conduct. That event would be aided forward by the name. The opening was before the negroes. Whenever they saw Toussaint, they were reminded of the opening. Whenever they pronounced his name, they were encouraged to advance toward the opening. There was the door. They had only to be bold and enter into the desired temple of freedom. Toussaint L'Ouverture had returned to his mountain stronghold, Marmelade, where he fixed his headquarters. From that place as a centre he surveyed the whole island, which to a great extent he now held under his domination. Already the shepherd boy had become a potentate. It was a time not only for repose, but for the endearments of home. From the time of his entering the service of Spain, he had removed his wife from the theatre of war. He himself conducted her to the mountain fastness of Saint Miguel, and for 7 months he had not been able to pay her a visit. Kind-hearted as he was, how must he have been moved, when now, after unexpected triumphs, he found his wife and children in safety. His entrance into the place was an ovation. The commander, in a truly Spanish fashion, ordered, among other tokens of rejoicing, bull-fights in honor of the victor. Toussaint L'Ouverture had gained the esteem as well as the confidence of his Spanish masters. Impressed with his respect for religion as well as the general probity of his character, the Marquise Hermona, under whose orders he was, exclaimed, on seeing him take the communion, "No, God cannot, in this lower world, visit a purer soul." Thus esteemed by the Spaniards, feared by the English, dreaded by the French, hated by the planters, and reverenced by the negroes, Toussaint L'Ouverture felt that a crisis had come in his public life which required the calmest consideration and the soundest judgment. His achievements, his personal influence, and the condition of the conflicting parties combined to show him the opening door, if only he had wisdom and strength to take the right path. What was that path? The colonists were all but deprived of power for harm. The mulattoes had no organization. The English held only a point or two of the country. From the colonists and the men of color little, very little, was to be feared or hoped. The negroes had learnt the secret of their power. This result, if no other satisfactory result, had ensued from the conflict. On them might Toussaint L'Ouverture now place great reliance. If they were not already good soldiers, they had performed great things, and gave promise of soon being able both to deserve and achieve independence. But was their emancipation to be gained through Spain? Spain was powerful in Hayti. Was its power likely to conduce to the opening? On the contrary, Spain was opposed to emancipation. Her power, then, was power adverse to the great object of Toussaint L'Ouverture's life. What did fidelity to that object demand? Before the question could be answered, another element of thought had to be weighed. France in Hayti was in a miserable condition. Should she be crushed? If she was crushed, the alternative lay between the slave dominion of England and the slave dominion of Spain. But though France was depressed, could she be crushed? Her arms were triumphant in Europe, and a strong effort to rescue her favorite colony might reasonably be expected. The present depression was such as to call for gratitude toward any effectual helper. The possible continuance of the depression gave assurance of the probability that, even in opposition to France, still more in conjunction with France, the independence of the negroes, if not the independence of the island, might be achieved. Why, then, not seek the opening in union with France? The disposition implied in the question was confirmed by a recent decree of the French legislature, February 4, 1794, which, declaring Hayti an integral part of France, confirmed and proclaimed the freedom of all the slaves. This was a very grave act, an act of the mother country, not a mere device of a local commissioner. This was a deliberate and solemn recognition of the very object of Toussaint's life, not a trick in war for the very purpose of frustrating that object. And this step was taken when, to some extent, the days of French republican weakness had given place to days of strength, and when the name of republican France had begun to become a terror in the world. Hence many things pointed to a coalition with France, her weakness, her power, her liberality. Alliance, too, with her seemed the natural course. Independence by her, with her, and eventually, if it might be, without her, involved the introduction of no foreign element into the Haytian world, no new language, no strange customs and unacceptable manners. A French colony would still remain essentially French. Old usages would remain in honor. Old observances would not be trampled on. Old associations would not be disregarded or broken up. Especially would religion remain uninjured and unchanged. Hayti was a Catholic island, and France was a Catholic country. Toussaint L'Ouverture, too, was a sincere Catholic. Religious considerations, always powerful with him, seemed to have received special attention and had special weight in this juncture. The Abbé de la Haye was his adviser. The same clergyman went between him and Laveaux. At length a distinct offer was made by the French commander. Toussaint L'Ouverture accepted the opening. In this important step he was, doubtless, influenced by a consideration derived from his actual position. He was surrounded by violent men. He was, in some sort, under the control of violent men. Certainly he was intimately allied with men of color by whom, or with whom, negro emancipation could not be wrought out. Of these facts he, about this time, was made painfully aware. His superior in command, Jean François, quarreled with Biassou. Over the latter, Toussaint, as the former knew, possessed great influence. Choosing to implicate Toussaint in the quarrel, Jean François committed him to prison. By Biassou he was delivered. The hazard had been great. He who could incarcerate might slay. A second peril of the kind was not to be thought of. Therefore the great, the final step must be taken. Having adopted precautions for the safety of his family, he made his military arrangements with skill, and carried them into effect with success. He then proclaimed universal liberty in all the districts under his influence. On the 4th of May he pulled down the Spanish and hoisted the French flag wherever he was in power. Fright and confusion prevailed among the Spaniards. Joy agitated the bosoms of the negroes. Nearly all the North returned to their allegiance to France. End of Book 1, Chapter 8. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Book 1, Chapter 9 of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography by John Relly Beard. Book 1, Chapter 9. Toussaint defeats the Spanish partisans. By extraordinary exertions, raises and disciplines troops, forms armies, lays out campaigns, executes the most daring exploits, and defeats the English, who evacuate the island. Toussaint is Commander-in-Chief. Toussaint L'Ouverture's accession to the cause of France was followed by brilliant exploits. Rigaud suddenly fell on Léogane, which had been surrendered to the English, and, with a very inconsiderable loss, carried the place, though it had been strongly fortified. Among the booty were 20,000 pounds of powder, 8 of which he sent to Laveaux, who, with his fellow combatants in Port de Paix, hailed the capture of Léogane with shouts of delight. Toussaint now came into collision with Jean François, his former commander. He took from that Spanish ally all his posts, and drove him westward into La Montagne Noire. Hastening into the valley of the Artibonite, Toussaint attacked the English, and, capturing several towns, fell on Saint Marc, the seat of the English power. Sitting down to besiege the city, he got possession of two important posts. In one of these, Morne-Diamant, he raised a battery which riddled the place. Then, while aiding the men to mount a gun, he crushed his left hand. He was compelled to resign the conduct of the attack to others. The consequence was injurious. Besides, his forces were insufficiently provided with ammunition. He was forced to retire. This partial failure occasioned perfidy in some of his forces, to which he himself nearly fell a victim. Thus, while he had to maintain an open warfare against Spain and England, he had also to guard against the treachery which those powers did not disdain to set in motion among his own adherents. Retiring, as was his custom, to the mountain fastnesses of which Marmelade may be considered as the centre, he collected forces, and on the 9th of October, 1794, quitted that place at the head of nearly 5,000 men, and, after some minor successes, carried Saint Miguel by storm. This exploit raised him high in the estimation of the French commanders. Laveaux and Rigaud united in their eulogies of the skill and prowess he had manifested. An interview took place between Laveaux and Toussaint at Dondon. This was the first time they had seen each other. Toussaint presented to the General in Chief his principal officers, Dessalines, commander of Saint Miguel, Duménil, commander of Plaisance, Desrouleaux, Clervaux, Maurepas, etc., commanders of battalions. Toussaint L'Ouverture had already become a great power. Very considerable influence did he exert in this conference of French authorities. Raised to this eminence, and now seeing the opening in clear outline before him, Toussaint was indefatigable. Such was the rapidity of his movements, and at so many different places was he seen near the same moment, that he seemed, especially in the eyes of the ignorant negroes, as if he was superior to time and space. Specially was he found at every post of imminent danger. His energy and his prowess made him the idol of his troops. They also caused him to be dreaded by his enemies. He was no longer a leader of insurgents, but a commander of an army. He gave over marauding expeditions to lay out and conduct a campaign. His immediate aim was to drive the English out of the island, and for that purpose to make himself master of the Port Saint Marc. Coming down from the mountains with this view, he found that the English commander Brisbane had advanced into the interior of the valley of the Artibonite, and, taking Liverette, had compelled his troops to retire. One small position alone held out against Brisbane. Toussaint determined to make one of those efforts which he so well knew how to direct, and by which he sometimes effected at a blow very great results. Starting forward in the night, early in December, with a band of 300 cavalry, he, by ambuscade and sudden attack, drove the enemy back in disgrace. As yet, however, he had not strength enough to hold the valley of the Artibonite, especially as Jean François, with his Spanish sympathies, was impending over it in order to assist the English. He withdrew toward the north. Before he left La Petite Rivière for Gonaïves, which is in that direction, he gave a proof of the humanity by which he was actuated. In the village of La Petite Rivière there were children and women of different colors, who were destitute of the means of subsistence. Two sisters of charity, who had come hither from the quarters occupied by the English, ministered to others even in their own need. At the command of L'Ouverture, bread was day by day supplied to these sufferers, and to the most wretched of them money also was distributed. Returning with almost the speed of lightning to Marmelade, he set about organizing a sufficient force to clear the district of La Grande Rivière and its heights, which lie above Saint Marc, of the bands of Jean François. Setting in movement 4 columns, he quitted Dondon in the centre of the forces on the 31st of December. In 4 days he took and destroyed 28 positions. That of Barmby, situated on a frightful precipice, and defended by 3 pieces of cannon, besides firearms, was carried by the mere force of resolute bravery. Had his plan been carried into effect in all points, the insurrection would have been suppressed. It failed in one point, and so gave a passage to Jean François, who, passing through it with superior forces, surrounded Toussaint L'Ouverture. Disappointed, that brave man cut a way through his enemies, and, after establishing a cordon of great extent, returned to his stronghold, Dondon, on the 7th of January, 1795. The cordon of the West, which L'Ouverture commanded, had for its eastern extremity La Grande Rivière, in the centre of the Department of the North, and for its western limit of La Saline, in the plain of the Artibonite, in the Department of the West, and, extending above 90 leagues, comprised the following important posts: Saint Raphaël, Saint Miguel, Dondon, Marmelade, and Gonaïves. This vast space of country Toussaint L'Ouverture defended for a long time against the English, the Spanish, and against French emigrants, with troops badly armed, badly disciplined, and little accustomed to military manoeuvres. This single fact is evidence of his prodigious activity and surpassing talent. He had, indeed, under him, officers of activity. But genius was demanded in his difficult and perilous position, and genius Toussaint himself alone possessed. Not only had he to survey and sustain the whole, but each particular part required his presence as well as his thoughts. At every threatened point must Toussaint himself be, and at every threatened point Toussaint was. Constantly in motion, he and his horse seemed almost one compound being. In the midst of active movements, he had to satisfy the daily demands of a voluminous correspondence which he always dictated with his own lips. Very needful, too, was it that he should do his utmost to encourage the cultivation of the lands, lest provisions should fail his troops, or famine try the fidelity of the people. Nor was the maintenance of discipline in hands such as his an easy office or a slight labor. He accomplished the task, however, by a general course of consideration and mildness, as well as by stern severity toward the disobedient. Meanwhile, the King of Spain ceded to France all his possessions and rights in Hayti. The cession inflamed the hopes of the English government, who, resolving to try a last effort, sent, under General Howe, an army of 3,000 men, together with a fleet under Admiral Parker. Laveaux had fallen into peril. Instigated by jealousy, Rigaud and Villat, another man of color, arrested General Laveaux and threw him into prison. This attempt to set up a mulatto domination was overcome by Toussaint. Grateful for the service, Laveaux appointed Toussaint his second in the government of the island of Hayti, and, in the proclamation which he thereupon issued, declared him to be that Spartacus foretold by Raynal, whose destiny it was to avenge the outrages inflicted on all his race, and whom he set forth as the vindicator of the constituted authorities, adding that in future nothing should be attempted except in concert with him and by his counsels. This association of Toussaint in the government sensibly amended the disposition of the blacks, who now began to have some confidence in their white superiors, and, in consequence, were, in large numbers, prepared to obey. Sonthonax, having overcome his enemies in France, returned to Hayti at the head of a commission of which Roume was the other important member. The commissioners found the colony in a condition approaching to prosperity. Instead of profiting by the favorable dispositions that prevailed, and the special good feeling with which he was received, Sonthonax preferred stirring men's passions afresh. He had formed the project of bringing the men of color under subjection by the power of the law. In order to effect his purpose, he ostensibly, to reward Toussaint L'Ouverture for the conduct he had pursued in the recent troubles, appointed that distinguished man general of division. These measures irritated Rigaud, the champion of the mulattoes, who saw, with extreme jealousy, the black chief elevated to a rank superior to his own. Obeyed over almost all the South, Rigaud was deaf to overtures made to him on the part of the commissioners, and, in discontent, withdrew to Tiburon. Toussaint L'Ouverture was not a man to lose time. Aware of the reinforcements the English had received, he hastened to the seat of war in the West, and, having driven back Colonel Brisbane, who had invaded La Petite Rivière, he pushed forward to Saline, near Gonaïves, which the English had set on fire, and on the shore near which they had effected a landing. The English were on the point of advancing when Toussaint appeared. Putting himself at the head of the cavalry, he fell on the English at Guildive, and, directing the charge in his own person, he compelled them to re-embark in confusion, with the loss of their standards, their baggage, and their cannon. Toussaint received injuries in the conflict, but Brisbane was mortally wounded. The victorious soldiers, having their muskets crowned with laurels, were received in Gonaïves in the midst of the acclamations of the people. The influence of Toussaint L'Ouverture grew every day. Almost at will, he drew the negroes round his banners, and reduced them into discipline. He also detached from the English colors bands which they had taken into their pay. Applying himself to matters connected with the general administration of the colony, he put on a firm footing the prosperity which had begun to appear. He applied his power specially to the restoration of the culture of the soil, wisely declaring that the liberty of the blacks could be consolidated only by the prosperity of agriculture. This important averment, spreading among the black chiefs, awoke in them the desire to acquire and to conserve property. While the English had great difficulty to struggle against the French arms in the West, they were vigorously pressed by Desfourneaux in the North. 4 columns surrounded the heights of Vallière, where the enemy, with the aid of some detachments, kept up what they called "Le Vendée of Saint Domingo." Henry Christophe, afterwards King of Haiti, powerfully contributed to the success of this expedition. In the South, Rigaud assumed the offensive. Having strongly fortified Les Cayes, he marched to attack Port au Prince. He met with a resistance so vigorous, so brave, and so well conducted, that any but a very superior man must have perished. In a sally made by Colonel Markham, at the head of 1,000 men, his outposts were carried and his headquarters plundered. The rout was becoming general, when Rigaud, though urged to save his life by flight, leaped on his horse, and, rallying 50 men, threw himself on the English occupied in pillage, and put many of them to the sword. The plunder was recovered, and Markham, forced to beat a retreat, fell pierced with balls. L'Ouverture, not slow in sustaining the efforts of Rigaud, sat down before Saint Marc with 10,000 men. Thrice did he assail the town in vain. After prodigies of valor, he was compelled to retire. Unwilling to derive no advantage from his exertions, Toussaint determined to rescue Mirebalais out of the hands of the Spaniards, by whom it was held. At his voice, the population rose in a mass, and, with his assistance, made him master of the district. Mirebalais was a most important post. Lying in the mountains on the northeast corner of the Western Department, the district, so called, consisted of gorges, steeps, and narrow passes, which made almost every part of it a Thermopylæ. The village of Saint Louis, also called by the name of the district, commands an immense extent of level country. Favorable to animal life in general, the country abounds in superior horses. A skillful commander, possessed of Mirebalais, therefore, might almost defy attack, and, at his pleasure, sally forth to wage war in almost any part of the island. The English, aware of the importance of this position, resolved to get it into their hands. They succeeded in the bold undertaking. The loss was too heavy to be endured. L'Ouverture, as soon as other duties permitted, made arrangements for the recovery of Mirebalais. He was not in time, however, to prevent the occupants from covering it with fortifications. The command of the district had been entrusted to a French emigrant, the Comte de Bruges, whose forces amounted to 2,000 English troops of the line, besides a numerous militia. On the 24th of March, 1797, Toussaint L'Ouverture, by means of his lieutenant Mornay, intercepted the high road leading into the country, and, encamping at Blockhouse du Gros Figuier, repelled Montalembert, who was advancing into Mirebalais with 700 men and 2 pieces of artillery. The next day Toussaint drove the English from all their possessions, and, completing the investment of the village, ordered, on the south, the attack of the forts. With such unity of operation and such impetuosity of assault was the attack made, that the whole was carried. Conflagration completed what the firearms left unsubdued. Toussaint L'Ouverture passed from eminence to eminence, and surveyed his troops victorious on all sides. A yet more pleasing sight to him was that which he had when he set at liberty 200 prisoners of all hues, who were suffering under a degrading punishment, and who every moment expected a horrible death from the flames which were approaching the place of their detention. Pursuing his advantages, L'Ouverture, in a campaign of 14 days, totally defeated the English, and brought under obedience the entire province. Among his spoils were 11 pieces of cannon, with their ammunition, and 200 prisoners. As his recompense, Toussaint L'Ouverture received from Sonthonax the appointment of Commander-in-Chief of the army of Saint Domingo, vacant by the departure of Laveaux. The conquering hero was installed at the Cape, in the presence of the garrison, composed of black troops and the remains of the white troops. These are the words which he employed on the occasion: "Citizen Commissioners, I accept the eminent rank to which you have just raised me, only in the hope of more surely succeeding in entirely extirpating the enemies of Saint Domingo, of contributing to its speedy restoration to prosperity, and of securing the happiness of its inhabitants. If, to fulfill the difficult task which it imposes, it suffice to wish the good of the island and to effect it in all that depends on me, I hope that, with the aid of the Divine Being, I shall succeed. The tyrants are cast down on the earth. They will no more defile the places where the standard of liberty and equality ought to float alone, and where the sacred rights of man ought to be recognized. Officers and soldiers, if there is a compensation in the severe labors which I am about to enter on, I shall find it in the satisfaction of commanding brave soldiers. Let the sacred fire of liberty animate us, and let us never take repose until we have prostrated the foe." Lofty now was the position of Toussaint L'Ouverture. Glad was his heart. His joy did not arise from his own personal elevation. It is true that he had created an army which could beat European troops, and expel them from even the strongholds of Hayti. It is true that in his deeds and warlike achievements he had equalled the great captains of ancient and modern times. But he had not fought for his own aggrandizement. He had done all with a view to an ultimate object. And now that object seemed within his reach. The emancipation of his race was accomplished, therefore did Toussaint rejoice. The opening was made. What remained to be done was detail. Alas! such were the appearances, but the appearances proved delusions. The achievement just set forth gave the final blow to the war. No longer could the English do more than maintain a desultory conflict with scarcely any hope of final success, whatever temporary advantages they might gain. When all but relieved from a foreign enemy, the French authorities began to disagree among themselves. The particulars are too tedious to be repeated. From the colony, appeals were made to the legislature in Paris. The Commissioner Sonthonax, fearing impeachment, requested to be sent home as a deputy from the colony. If at first sincere, he seems afterwards to have vacillated. Toussaint, however, convinced that his absence would be conducive to the restoration of harmony and the effective prosecution of hostilities, took measures that his request should not fail of effect. But Toussaint, victorious and powerful in the colony, had reason to fear the result of intrigues and plots against himself in the mother country. As a pledge of his honor and a token of confidence, he sent his 2 sons to France for their education. On their part, the English, suffering greatly from the climate and making no progress toward the subjugation of the island, employed the utmost of their power to seduce the hostile leaders. Having with little satisfaction to themselves attempted to secure the mulatto interest, they made the bold attempt of seducing Toussaint L'Ouverture himself. Little knowing the character of the man with whom they dealt, They offered, as the price of his subserviency, the title of King of Hayti. The incorruption of Toussaint on the occasion was the more remarkable and worthy, as General Hédouville, sent after the departure of Sonthonax as the representative of France, treated him with less consideration than was deserved by the man to whom that country owed the restoration of its colony. Toussaint had, indeed, become too powerful perhaps for France, certainly for its deputy, Hédouville. In his anxiety to disembarrass himself of the black chief, that general, by means of his creatures, tried to induce him to embark for the mother country, in order to plead his cause and maintain his interests. Pointing with his hand to a sapling which grew near, "I will go," he said, "when that branch shall form a vessel of sufficient size to carry me thither." During these unhappy divisions the English had been losing ground. Worn down and dispirited, they at length began to take decided steps for the evacuation of the island. In the negotiations and measures which this involved, the polemics and distrusts of the French authorities displayed but too strongly their evil effects. Port au Prince, however, was surrendered by the English, who shortly afterward found it prudent to place the Môle Saint Nicholas in the hands of the French. Dissatisfied with the stipulations made by Hédouville, Toussaint repaired to Saint Marc, and took into his own hands the settlement of the terms of capitulation. Not yet wholly without hope of winning over to English views their most formidable opponent, the English, by their representative, General Maitland, rendered the highest honors to Toussaint L'Ouverture. The attempt met with deserved failure. Toussaint could see through the covered designs of his old foes. He had no faith that the freedom of his race would ensue from English domination, and he knew that their equality before the law had been recognized by France. Faithful to his great idea and final design, he remained superior to the blandishments of English wealth and adulation. After enduring so many fatigues and acquiring so much glory, L'Ouverture retired into the interior of the Artibonite, and took up his abode on the estate called Joux, which was situated in the mountains. There he flattered himself with the hope of some repose, and there, keeping an eye over the great centres of social movement, he could, at any moment, like the eagle, descend to any part where his presence was required. End of Book 1, Chapter 9. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Book 1, Chapter 10 of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography, by John Relly Beard. Book 1, Chapter 10. Toussaint L'Ouverture composes agitation and brings back prosperity. Is opposed by the Commissioner Hédouville, who flies to France. Appeals, in self-justification, to the Directory in Paris. Having reached the commanding position which he held, Toussaint L'Ouverture, with a true patriotism and a wise benevolence, applied himself to the difficult task of healing the wounds of his country. The first task was to induce the planters to resume possession of their estates and recommence the tillage of the soil. This he effected in part by persuasion, in part by gentle compulsion. Numerous detachments of infantry traversing the cities collected together the scattered owners and conducted them to the plantations. The conduct of the troops employed in the service was as worthy of notice as the obedience of the agriculturalists. For, observing the strictest discipline, they showed the greatest respect to property, and conducted themselves toward all with becoming moderation and mildness. The control over these rude natures which this temperance implied was the result of the discipline instituted by Toussaint, and of the love and the fear which his name inspired. Among his signal triumphs this was, perhaps, the most signal. Not by blacks only, but by whites was this extraordinary man obeyed. Obedience secured Toussaint's protection. Regardless of the color of the skin, he received with favor, and treated with confidence, and promoted with readiness all whom he had valid reasons for believing sincerely bent on advancing the public good. Disdaining to govern by the rivalry of classes, he aimed to serve the whole, by the means and with the aid of each. Immigrant or Creole, black or white, men were treated by him as men, being placed in the posts for which they were fitted, whether military or civil. If there was a difference in his conduct toward dependents, that difference was not in favor of white men. The injured, he rightly judged, had the first claim to his attention. Generally, however, his administration was impartial, severely impartial. It scarcely need be added that he grew in universal estimation. Respected by men in general, his influence became immense, and even the fear or distrust which was secretly nourished against him by some was an acknowledgment of his power. Under Toussaint's benign sway, parties began to melt away and heart burnings to cease. An unqualified amnesty which he proclaimed tranquillized men's minds and reconciled them to the existing state of things. Nor did the victorious general forget the all-powerful arm to which he knew that he owed his triumph, and by whose aid only he was equally assured he could finish the work he had begun and so far accomplished. But the governor disapproved of L'Ouverture's policy. Whether of a difference of view or from suspecting Toussaint of ambitious designs, Hédouville, though a professed Republican, characterized his administration as too mild and too full of results. Never having behaved toward the negro captain with cordiality, he now conveyed to Toussaint's ears words of open complaint and covert blame. Toussaint was not to be turned from a course which he had deliberately adopted and found to be most beneficial. Afraid lest Hédouville's power would interrupt that course or abate its good, he issued proclamations to his troops, his chief basis of reliance, in order to confirm them in their obedience by the strongest of ties, namely, the religious ties to which their susceptible and impulsive natures made them peculiarly sensible. "This," said he, "is the path which we must all follow, in order to draw down upon us the blessing of the Lord. I hope you will never depart from it, and that you will punctually execute what follows. The heads of regiments are required to see that the troops join in prayer morning and evening, as far as the service will permit. At the earliest review, the generals commanding in chief will cause high mass to be celebrated, and a Te Deum to be sung, in all the places of their several districts, as an expression of gratitude to Heaven for having vouchsafed to direct our last campaigns, for having caused the evacuation of the enemy to take place without effusion of blood, for having protected the return amongst us of many thousand men of every color, who till then had been lost, and, finally, for having restored to the labors of agriculture more than 20,000 hands. The Te Deum will be announced by a salvo of 22 pieces of cannon." Under the effects of words so religious and so just, the credit of Hédouville was greatly lessened. In proportion as L'Ouverture gained ascendency, he sank, until he retained among his supporters only those who were immediately around him, such as his officials, Frenchmen who were foreigners in the colony, and others who, from personal connections with the mother country, desired to maintain its power in the hands of its agents. The contrast was made greater by the diverse course pursued by the two in regard to the cultivators of the soil. While Hédouville unconditionally declared all the blacks free, Toussaint wisely prefixed to their actual freedom a kind of apprenticeship for 5 years, on condition of their receiving 1/4 of the produce, out of which the masters were to defray the cost of their subsistence. The plan of the governor, speciously designed to catch the popular breeze, would have issued in universal disorder. Instead of immediate emancipation, always pregnant with present and future disasters, Toussaint interposed a period of preparation, and in so doing saved the property of the masters, as well as promoted the interests of the servants. Footnote: where the author writes always in this sentence, the concurrent voice of history writes never. It is always safe to do right. Editor. End of footnote. So wise and moderate a use of his triumph and his power probably saved Hayti from the terrors of a universal convulsion, and certainly raised him to a high position in the respect of all impartial and judicious men. Hédouville, aware to what an extent he had lost the public confidence, took measures of provoking a movement contrary to Toussaint among the men of color. Rigaud he accordingly invited to the seat of government. As a cover, he invited Toussaint also to take part in the conference, but the negro chief was as wary as he was bold, and he may have heard that some time previously officers of Hédouville's staff had offered to seize his person if only their master would put 4 brave soldiers at their disposal. Remaining at Port au Prince, Toussaint was informed that Rigaud was on his way to the Cape. The commander of that place and several black officers advised Toussaint to intercept and apprehend Rigaud. "I could," he replied, "easily do so, but God forbid I have need of Rigaud. He is violent. I want him for carrying on war, and that war is necessary to me. The mulatto caste is superior to my own. If I take Rigaud from them, they will, perhaps, find another superior to him. I know Rigaud. He gives up the bridle when he gallops. He shows his arm when he strikes. For me, I gallop also, but I know where to stop, and when I strike, I am felt, not seen. Monsieur Rigaud can conduct insurrections only by blood and massacres. I know how to put the people in movement, but when I appear, all must be tranquil." A general feeling of uneasiness spread abroad. Fear began to prevail. A counter revolution seemed at hand. The blacks were uneasy, especially those who had compromised themselves in taking part with the English. The mulattoes were regarded with alarm. In Fort Saint Dauphin, a regiment ran to arms, declaring that the whites wished to restore slavery. A combat took place between the black troops and the white troops. The former, being beaten, spread over the open country which they razed on all sides. Then, once more, conflagration committed its ravages. Many unfortunate whites, taken by surprise on their estates, were slaughtered. The insurgents marched to the Cape. Toussaint hastened to the seat of the insurrection. The blacks were raging as in former days. Suddenly their chief appeared, and all was peaceful. Undertaking to be the exponent of their griefs, he led them to the Cape. The moment he arrived there, the alarm was given by the authorities, who seem to have desired a rencontre. The troops were assembled, but the effort proved nugatory. By little and little the soldiers deserted their posts when they knew that Toussaint was at hand. Hédouville, failing in his coup d'état, embarked to return to France. From on board the ship he published a proclamation in which, being no longer able to profit by the prejudices of color, he sought his account by appealing to national jealousies, and declared that Toussaint L'Ouverture was sold to the English. The movement was at an end. The plotter was on his way back to France, and the regenerator of his country found himself in a freer field, and possessed of augmented resources. No less single than pure in his aims, Toussaint L'Ouverture rose in general regard and public confidence, even by the contrarieties which the governor had thrown in his way. By the failure of the recent plot, too, the mulatto interest, considered as hostile to the interest of other classes, received a heavy blow. As soon as General Hédouville had set sail, the blacks were not only tranquil, but obedient to the eye and the finger of their chief. Every one silently resumed his habitudes. The most perfect calm succeeded the most raging tempest. A Te Deum was chanted, and the name of Toussaint L'Ouverture was mingled with the hallowed name in the uttered gratitude of thousands. Toussaint was not insensible to the homage, and he desired the complete accomplishment of his mission. but he had seen the edifice he had so carefully and painfully raised put in danger with only too much facility. The mulatto party, though weakened, were still powerful. At their head was Rigaud, who had not shown himself averse to the designs of his caste. Toussaint dreaded a collision. Possibly he himself was a hindrance to a peaceful and permanent settlement. Entertaining no merely personal objects, he gave utterance to a desire to be relieved of his weighty responsibilities. At a moment when, by a bold stroke, he might have set up a throne, and perhaps established a dynasty, he asked for his dismissal. The word called forth a universal remonstrance. The civil and the military authorities, the white, black, and brown inhabitants, the proprietors and the laborers, all combined in laying before him formal addresses, in which they entreated him to remain, to use their own terms, their father and their benefactor. But there was a court of appeal. Before that tribunal, Hédouville would appear with singular advantage. Toussaint knew the disparity of his means for obtaining a fair hearing, but he resolved to employ such as were at his command. Accordingly, he sent Colonel Vincent, one of his secretaries, to explain and justify his conduct before the French government, then in the hands of the Directory. Colonel Vincent was the bearer of a letter, of which the following contains the principal passages: Toussaint L'Ouverture, General in Chief of the Army of Saint Domingo, to the Directory of the Republic. Citizen Directors, when, in my last dispatches, I determined to request my dismissal, I did so because, after having collected all the instances of opposition to the principles which the Constitution has established, which your wisdom has maintained, which your energy has defended, all the instances of opposition, I say, manifested in conduct held by the Agent Hédouville during the short space of time which he governed this colony, I foresaw the unhappy event which for an instant disturbed the public tranquillity I had had so much trouble to establish. And I did so after having calculated the consequences of the distance at which he held himself from me, and of which he gave public proofs on several occasions, fearing that my deposition, which he meditated, would be the reward of my long services, of my fidelity, and of my devotedness. The incident at Fort Dauphin realized my apprehensions as to the convulsion for which preparations were made, and the proclamation which the Agent put forth at the moment of his departure has justified my fears regarding the fate he intended for me. The most outrageous injury which can be done to a man of honor crowns the vexations which he has made me undergo. By this perfidious act he causes a vast number of Frenchmen to quit these lands, who had congratulated themselves on their happiness here, and who, faithful to their country, were compelled to sacrifice their interests rather than become accomplices in the crime of independence of which I was regarded as guilty. He carries with him, especially the principal authorities, that, as he said on leaving, they may be the irrefragable proof of my duplicity, of my perfidy. Doubtless the first feeling of the Directory, whom I respect, on seeing them unanimously bear witness against me, will be to invoke vengeance on my head, that of the French people whom I love to devote me to execration, and that of the enemies of the blacks, whom I despise, to cry out for slavery. But when it shall be known that at the time which I was accused of wishing to sunder this island from France, my benefactress, I repeated the oath of fidelity to her, I take pleasure in believing that the government I own, and my fellow citizens, will render me the justice I merit, and that the enemies of my brethren will be reduced to silence. The Agent, in reality, surrounded himself only with persons in the colony sunk in public opinion, ambitious and intriguing, who caress all the factions which have torn this unfortunate country. A band of young men, of no character and no principles, who came with him, then threw away the mask and manifested a spirit both anti-national and insulting to me. The laborers who began to taste the sweets of repose in the midst of security were surprised at the impure sounds which struck their ear and wounded their heart. I became the depositary of their griefs, and I composed their minds by assuring them of the good intentions of the agent of a benevolent government; but they soon accused me myself of partiality, having become certain that even at the table of the general agent they were denounced as unworthy the liberty they enjoy, and which they have derived from the equity of France. Often did the Agent reproach me with having received emigrants, with violating the Constitution, and breaking the law. Whatever may have been the reasons of the continual blame which I received from him in regard to conduct in which I found nothing to reproach myself with, I could not ascertain them, and, persuaded that from the moment I lost his confidence I could expect no more good, I asked of you my dismissal. Happy would it have been if it had reached me prior to his departure. He would then have learnt that ambition never was my master, and especially he would not have done me the injury to publish that I desired to terminate my services to France by a crime toward which I was drawn by the men around me who were sold to the English. Whoever those may have been of whom I was obliged to make use to assist me in my important occupations, and without whom, even with all the means given by education which I have not received, I could not have performed my functions, I will one day prove that no one less than myself merits the reproach laid at my door by my adversaries, namely, that I allowed myself to be governed. Could it be laid to my charge that I directed toward the public interests, that I employed for the advantage of the public, activity, talents, and genius? And when my secretaries, whom bonds too sacred unite to their mother country to allow a moment's doubt of their attachment to her, are the sole depositaries of my secrets, the sole confidants of the projects which I could not confine within my own breast, why cast on men who will never influence me the blame of the ridiculous intentions imputed to me, and which, never having entered my heart, again prove that I do not allow myself to be governed by the passions of others? If those passions had directed my steps, I should not have foreseen the event which has just taken place, and, walking like a blind man on my political course, I should have asked you for my dismissal. But that step which prudence forced me to take, the only one which could dissipate the storm with which I was threatened, was very far from restoring confidence in the minds of the people of Saint Domingo. The discontent of the laborers had increased by the compulsion of an engagement for 3 years. That seemed to them a step back to slavery. They called to mind the means proposed by Vaublanc to establish his system in this colony, and they were surprised that when the Directory had punished that conspirator, its agent should propose the same measures, should prescribe them, should exact their prompt and full execution. This dissatisfaction which was fostered was soon shared by the soldiers. By the discharge of more than 3,000 men, effected after the evacuation of the West by the English, I had proved how necessary I thought it to cut down the armaments of the military. I was blamed in that operation, and I received the order not to cut down any troop. Nevertheless, on the departure of the English, it was declared that all the black forces ought to be disbanded in order to be sent back to agriculture, and that European soldiers only should be employed in the defence of the coasts. Then distrust entered the soldiers' hearts, and, while previously a part of them had taken the hoe without a murmur, they showed aversion toward a measure which they regarded as an attack on liberty. Whatever were the grounds of distrust with which I was surrounded, however faithful the counsels I received on all parts, from the most sincere friends, of the prosperity of Saint Domingo, whatever fears were infused into my mind by the crimes contemplated against my person, I did not hesitate to set out for the Cape, and even endeavored to give a proof of my confidence in the highest authorities by going unattended except by an aide de camp and a cavalry officer. But having arrived on the Héricourt plantation, I was met by alarming rumors. I learned that at Fort Dauphin, the 5th colonial regiment, which contributed so much to the restoration of order, to the purification of La Grande Rivière, the Vendée of Saint Domingo, to the expulsion of the English, had become the victim of the European troops who formerly had delivered up to foreign powers the points of the colony which had been confided to their defence. Convinced, then, of the bad intentions of the government in whose names all those horrors were committed, no longer seeing any security for any one who had acquired well grounded claims to the national gratitude, fearing, with good reason, for my own life, I turned back and prepared to go and wait at Gonaïves official news of an event, the consequences of which I dreaded. I received a letter from the General Agent which confirmed my fears, and in which he ordered me to repair to Fort Dauphin to aid the citizen Manigat, which he had invested with all civil and military power in the reëstablishment of order and public tranquillity. I then pressed on to Gonaïves in order to take the escort of which I had need. The crimes committed by Frenchmen against my brethren forced me to this prudential measure. I left Gonaïves with the 4th regiment, but what was my grief when, on arriving at the Héricourt plantation, I learned that the rising of the laborers had become general, that all the plain was in arms, and threatened the Cape with an immediate irruption. Those who with that design had assembled on the Héricourt estate surrounded me as soon as I arrived, reproaching me with having deceived them in answering for the good intentions of General Hédouville, and attributed to me the slaughter of their brethren at Fort Dauphin, the arrest of some of them, and the dismissal of General Moïse. And then it was that I received information of all the details of that unfortunate event. Soon I learned that the evil was intruding into all the parishes, and that the people required that General Hédouville should be sent away, the restoration of General Moïse to his rights, and the liberation of the officers of the 5th regiment made prisoners in the affair at Fort Dauphin, etc. Whatever pain I felt at the excesses committed against a corps respectable for its services, and against officers whom I knew always attached to their duties, against a chief who never failed in his attachment to France and to the principles of liberty, my own nephew, I regarded in so alarming an event only the imminent dangers to which the public interests were exposed. I sent on all sides faithful emissaries to calm the agitated minds of men, to announce to them my arrival, and to require of them to do nothing without my orders. I hastened to set myself in opposition to the enterprises of the more senseless, who had already taken possession of the heights of the Cape and of Fort Belleair, which commands the city. With difficulty could I make my way through the crowds. An immense influx of people, whom the blind desire for revenge had armed, covered all the roads which led to the Cape, and threatened that city with the greatest calamities. Frightened at the abyss, on the brink of which the city stood, I ran to draw it back. In my course I learned that the General Agent had gone on board the fleet. Surprised at the news, I hastened to the Cape, which I reached with difficulty, after having, sometimes by prayers, sometimes by menaces, stopped the torrent with which it was threatened to be inundated. The astonishment caused by the departure of General Hédouville was changed into grief when I learned that that agent, alarmed, doubtless, at the dangers to which he had exposed the public weal, and despairing of any longer being able to conserve it, had resolved to go away, and that, to color his pusillanimous flight, he had proclaimed that I was aiming at independence. The terror having augmented, more than 1,800 persons followed the agent in his flight. He ordered the cannons to be spiked. The command was being executed when there arose a cry, "To arms!" The troops drawn out in battle array were moved by the cry. They were pacified by their leaders. Had a single musket been fired, the city would have perished. Strong in my conscience, I shall not remind you, Citizen Directors, of all I have done for the triumph of liberty, the prosperity of Saint Domingo, the glory of the French Republic. Nor will I protest to you my attachment to our mother country, to my duties, my respect to the Constitution, to the laws of the Republic, and my submission to the Government. I swear to you I am faithful, and my future conduct, more than all oaths, will prove to you that I shall always be faithful. If the defense of my cause, that of the freedom of my brethren, needed cunning and intrigue and manly eloquence in order to triumph over my enemies, I would give it up and weep over France. But, As I am persuaded that it is sufficient to present the truth for it to be apprehended by the republican government, I am satisfied with setting before you an exposition of my conduct and of that of General Hédouville, and repose on your justice for the verdict which is to result. As soon as I had reestablished the public tranquillity, I sent to the Commissioner Roume, your delegate in what was formerly the Spanish part of this island, to entreat him, in the name of the public safety, to come and take the reins of government thrown up by General Hédouville. Persuaded that his determination will be conformed to the wishes of all good Frenchmen, I impatiently await his arrival, in order to aid him with all my power in the important functions of his new position. The appeal of justice and rectitude prevailed. The Directory were satisfied with Toussaint's self-justification. More might have been expected, more ought to have been given. But suspicions began to prevail in France to the disadvantage of the negro emancipator. The purer his conduct, the more heroic his life, the greater was his crime. For his real crime was his power, and that power was the natural and inevitable consequence of his virtuous and high-minded career. End of Book 1, Chapter 10. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Book 1, Chapter 11 of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography by John Relly Beard. Book 1, Chapter 11. Civil War in the South between Toussaint L'Ouverture and Rigaud. Siege and capture of Jacmel. In quitting the shores of Haiti, Hédouville threw a torch of discord amidst the excitable population. Not only did he cause alarm by declaring that Toussaint was preparing to betray the colony to the English, but he called forth the slumbering passions of the men of color, by intimating that with them lay the power and the duty of traversing his treacherous designs. He even addressed a letter to their leader, Rigaud, in which he formally set that mulatto general free from his obligations to Toussaint as Commander-in-Chief, and requested him to assume the command of the Southern Department. This was nothing less than an invitation to civil strife. A correspondence took place between L'Ouverture and Rigaud. According to what he believed to be his duty, the former acquainted the latter with the departure of Hédouville, and exhorted him to pursue such a course as would promote the general weal. Rigaud, evading the real point at issue, brought into prominence the alleged partiality of Toussaint toward the immigrants, whom he requested him to drive away. The request, of course, remained without effect, but it served as a pretext to the jealousies of Rigaud. Again did trouble take possession of the popular mind. The fear became the greater because Rigaud urged on Toussaint's severity toward the proprietors, whereas the latter had determined to pursue his course of administering equal justice to men of all colors, so long as they proved themselves good citizens. In this state of excitement, Toussaint L'Ouverture invited the Commissioner Roume to repair to the seat of government in order to fill the post vacated by Hédouville. In this step he gave effect to a decree of the Directory. Roume appeared at the Cape on the 12th of January, 1799. Toussaint, though suffering from sickness, repaired thither to confer with him a few days afterward. The two chief authorities in the island came to an amicable understanding after mutual explanations. Entering into the large and philanthropic views of L'Ouverture, Roume pronounced him a philosopher, a legislator, a general, and a good citizen. Anxious to scatter the clouds which overhung the horizon, Roume called together the chief captains of the island. In order to excite attention to the conference and commemorate the event, public festivities were celebrated. At the foot of the tree of liberty, planted in the great square, and surrounded by generals, Roume delivered a speech, in which he recommended peace, union, love of the Republic, and self sacrifice.
He pronounced eulogies on the army, extolling the success of its arms against the enemies of France, and declared that the most perfect union existed between the generals Toussaint L'Ouverture, Rigaud, Biassou, Laplume, and the other military chiefs. The following day, business was entered into in earnest. The representative of the French government requested Rigaud to cede certain portions of the territory which was under his control. The request looked like a concession to Toussaint L'Ouverture. Jealousy sprang into activity in Rigaud's mind. After a warm discussion and some time for reflection, the mulatto chief gave in his resignation. Roume replied, urging its withdrawal. The request prevailed, and Rigaud set out for the South. On his way, he evacuated Grand Goave and Petit Goave, a portion only of what had been required, which L'Ouverture caused his troops to occupy. The storm had receded. By no means had it passed away. The colonists rallied around L'Ouverture, for they had not forgotten that it was from the efforts of the freemen of color to gain equality of political rights that the Revolution had proceeded, which had changed the face of the island. They stirred up divisions among the blacks and the men of mingled blood. On their part, the men of color were displeased at seeing the supreme command settled in the hands of an African of pure blood, and flocked around the standard of Rigaud. The blacks, under the protection of the government and Toussaint, beheld the gathering clouds not without excitement, yet in confidence; nor were they unwilling, after so many victories, to try a last fall with their special foe. The contest began with extremes. Free white men fought with black slaves. Its intervals have disappeared. The circle has narrowed. Those who are nearest each other are about to join in conflict. The black will fight with those who are a little less black than himself; therefore, this will be the deadliest combat of all. The two parties stand and look at each other like inflamed beasts of prey. Which will make the first spring? The mulatto, to the qualities of pride and meanness, adds singular strength of muscle and impulse of passion. Conscious of power, he also feels within him boiling emotions. If victory depended on a dash, he would be master wherever he dwells. But the very exuberance of his nature precludes caution and banishes prudence, and in the impetuosity of his rush he incurs as much peril as he occasions. Impatient of delay, he pays for momentary advantages by speedy and irretrievable defeat. Yet the same unbridled will which brings disaster nourishes vindictiveness. He is, therefore, ever prepared, if not panting for revenge. The fight, consequently, is renewed, but without a change of result. And so life passes away in extravagant and disappointed efforts. The mulattoes of Hayti could not restrain their wounded feelings. The opposition to the government broke out at Corail, a small village in the Southern Department. The men of color, gaining the upper hand, threw into prison at Jérémie 30 of their prisoners, consisting of 1 colonist and 29 blacks. Then was reenacted the tragedy of the Black Hole in Calcutta. The prisoners perished from bad air. Premeditation was imputed to the mulattoes. Of culpable inconsideration and blind passion they were guilty. In all movements, remarked L'Ouverture, the blacks are the victims. This dark event rendered the continuance of peace impossible. Both sides prepared for war. Toussaint, with a foresight becoming his position, looked calmly at the probable wants of the island in general. Hayti was indebted for the food of its inhabitants chiefly to importation. The condition of France gave small hope of sufficient supplies. War, too, would suspend the operations of agriculture in the island. He therefore negotiated a commercial treaty with the United States. The conflict began with an attack by Rigaud's troops on Petit Goave, the surrender of which had been obtained in the conference at the Cape. The place fell, and the colonists were all ruthlessly massacred. Profiting by the success, Rigaud advanced and took up a position against Grand Goave. Hastening to Port au Prince, Toussaint justly accused Rigaud with having first drawn the sword, and made preparations for the campaign. Having called the mulattoes together into the church, he ascended the pulpit, and laid bare their bosoms, foretelling his own success and the ruin of their cause. "I see," he said to them, "I see to the bottom of your souls. You are ready to rise against me, but although all the troops are quitting the West, I leave behind my eye and my arm, my eye which will watch you, my arm which, if necessary, will fall upon you." A mulatto plot, which extended even to the North, had put the keys of Port au Prince into the hands of a traitor. L'Ouverture was a prisoner in a town which he thought his own. But his decision and courage were equal to all crises. He discovered the snare, punished the criminals, and then, with the fleetness and the force of the eagle, flew back over his own territories, and, forcing strongholds and capturing towns, went as far to the northwest as Saint Nicholas, which he brought back to its duty. The men of color were smitten with consternation, and many of them, having been captured in the several collisions, suffered indignities the most humiliating. Suddenly Toussaint returned to the Cape. The guilty thought the hour of their doom was come. The high-minded victor invited the inhabitants to meet him at the church, and there, besides a concourse of people, all the civil and military authorities assembled. The garrison, which consisted of black troops, surrounded the place, and under the guard of a picket of soldiers in the church were the men of color, almost naked, and in extreme dejection. Toussaint L'Ouverture ascended an elevation, pronounced a eulogium on the forgiveness of injuries as the duty of every Christian, and then, proclaiming the pardon and the freedom of all the mulattoes, he distributed clothes and money to them severally, and gave strict instructions that, on their way to join their families, they should be protected and treated as brothers. This unexpected generosity produced the most lively enthusiasm. As he left the church, benedictions were showered on his head. While at the Cape, admiration at Toussaint's clemency was universal. The mulatto insurgents in the South only fought the more strenuously in order to make up by military advantage that which L'Ouverture had gained by wise moderation. No wars are so bitter or so bloody as those of class, caste, and color. The fact was illustrated in this terrible conflict. With such bitterness and ferocity did it range, that Toussaint was compelled to employ all his influence to recruit his ranks. To the blacks he might look with confidence, as the war was specially for their benefit; but the blacks began to grow alarmed as the sanguinary struggle proceeded. The whites in the North and the West, who had hitherto been exempt from the service, were marshalled at the Cape, and sent into the South to take part in a contest in which they had only a remote interest. A mute consternation prevailed. Scarcely was the conflict spoken of in the intercourse of private life, and the periodical press transcribed the reports of the several chiefs without permitting themselves to add any comments or reflections. Every one not actually engaged in the warfare feared to compromise himself, lest he should bring on his head the vengeance of the conqueror. Yet prudence did not prevent complications of all kinds, nor could Toussaint's mercy preclude horrors the most distressing. Rigaud, boundless in resources as he was brave and daring, put forth all his energy, and maintained his position at every cost. Toussaint, with a prowess not inferior to Rigaud's, was equally vigilant and equally bold. Yet was he unable to guard against all stratagems. In the recesses of the mountains near Port de Paix, as he made his way with few attendants, he found that he had fallen into an ambuscade. A discharge of musketry rattled around his head. His physician fell dead at his feet. The plume of feathers which he wore was shot away, and he himself escaped as if by miracle. Saved from one, he shortly after was exposed to another ambuscade. The shots were directed at his carriage. The coachman was killed. He himself rode tranquilly on horseback a few paces distant. In the midst of perils, Toussaint L'Ouverture persevered. Yet he obtained only partial success. The troops of Rigaud, if fewer in number, were individually superior to the hasty levies of Toussaint, and collectively better disciplined. Many of them had long fought under their chief, and were conversant with all the resources and requirements of the war in which they were engaged. With the country in which the conflict was waged they were intimately acquainted, and of the character of their leader they knew enough to be aware that only defeat would bring discredit or occasion displeasure. Having to overcome such an enemy, Toussaint L'Ouverture found it necessary to put forth his utmost power, the rather as he had to hold possession of a wide extent of country, and that with troops of whom the bulk were of an inferior caste. Painful is it to read the alternations of defeat and victory in this terrible contest, especially as on both sides they were accompanied by acts of cruelty. The only relief that the mind can obtain in going through the now tedious, now revolting details, arises from the reflection that had such amount of effort and such patience of suffering as these events show man to possess been employed, as happily one day they may be employed, in some cause of high benevolence, some undertaking to save and not to destroy men's lives, the results would have been no less satisfactory than glorious indeed. The terror inspired by Rigaud's successes and ferocity drove the laborers from the fields into the forts. From the forts they were driven into the towns. When one town was taken, they escaped into another. Then they assembled together to concert and make attacks. Thus the country was a desert, the cities overflowed. While agriculture was at a standstill, provisions were often destroyed, and while no supplies came from the country, the dense masses aggregated in the towns experienced want. The want arose to famine in Jacmel, lying on the southern side of the tongue of land which forms the southern department. Jacmel, on the seashore, formed the key of the district. It was under the power of Rigaud, commanded by Biron. Resolved to capture the place, which was capable of affording an obstinate resistance, Toussaint himself sat down before it. With the utmost difficulty were the preparations for the siege made. Women and children were employed to convey ammunition. Bands, amounting to 6,000 laborers, drew huge pieces of cannon along frightful precipices and down roads, the most rugged, broken, and dangerous. At length the troops were collected, and Jacmel was invested so far as the sea would permit. Soon the harbor also was blockaded. Then the terrors of famine began to be experienced. So intense and various were the sufferings that the officers at length determined to capitulate. The determination was opposed by the soldiers, who declared resistance still possible. The commander, with 2 of his staff, embarked in the night and escaped to Cayes. His post was assumed by Gautier. The siege was pressed with vigor. Post after post was taken. Meanwhile, Rigaud neither came up to aid nor operated a diversion. Then Pétion, apprised of the critical position of the town, determined to assume the perilous command, and, with 3 vessels and some provisions, succeeded in making his way into the port, under the discharges of firearms from the enemy's posts. Entering into the duties he had voluntarily undertaken, he employed all his ability in the defence. But an enemy was at work over whom he had no power. The famine reached such a height that the inhabitants were compelled to eat the horses belonging to the cavalry. Every green thing was torn up and devoured. Those thought themselves happy who, in their search for food, met with a rat or a lizard. In the public highways, famished men scarcely recognized each other. Frenzy and wailing filled every place. Mothers, worn down by want, fatigue, and woe, lay in the streets with their dead infants on their exhausted breasts. At length, Pétion, seeing that further resistance was impossible, resolved to cut his way through the besiegers. In order to inspire his soldiers with his own courage, he tore the flags from the staffs, and commanded his men to bind strips of them round their bodies, so that, if they perished, they might still be faithful to their colors. Jacmel fell, and its fall was a heavy blow to Rigaud. Having taken possession of Jacmel, Toussaint L'Ouverture addressed to the inhabitants of the southern department the following proclamation: Citizens, by what fatality is it that hitherto deaf to my voice, which invites you to order, you have listened only to the counsels of Rigaud? How is it possible that the pride of a single person should be the source of your evils, and that to flatter his ambition you are willing to destroy your families, ruin your property, and bring yourselves into disgrace in the eyes of the whole world? I repeat to you for the 3rd and last time, that my quarrel is not with the citizens of the South, but solely with Rigaud, inasmuch as he is disobedient and insubordinate. whom I wish to bring back to his duties, that he may submit to the authority of a chief whom he can no longer disown. You ought not to have supported in his misdeeds a proud soldier who evidently raised the standard of revolt. You ought to have left me free to act, since I had a right to reprimand and even to punish him. This Rigaud knew well, but, too haughty to bow before the organs of the law, he has employed every means to seduce you and to retain you as accomplices. Consult your conscience, put away all prejudices. You will then easily know that Rigaud has desired to drive into revolt all men of color, in order to make them his partisans and co operators. I need not remind you of the means he has taken for the purpose, and the resources he has employed to deceive you all. You know as well as I, perhaps better than I, his destructive projects, and all he has attempted to put them into execution. He pretended to command blacks and whites without being willing to be commanded by them, yet the law is equal for all. Painful experience ought to have torn from your eyes the veil which hides the brink of the precipice. Give, then, close attention to what you are about to do, and the danger which you still run. Reflect on the perils and the calamities which threaten you, and hasten to prevent them. I am kind, I am humane, I open to you my fatherly arms. Come, all of you, I will receive you all, no less those of the South than those of the West and of the North, who, gained over by Rigaud, have deserted your firesides, your wives, your children, to place yourselves at his side. And Rigaud himself, that ambitious man, if he had followed the advice which I gave him, to submit to his lawful superiors, would he not now be tranquil and peaceful in the bosom of his family? Would he not be firm and untroubled in the command which was entrusted to him? But, mastered by deadly passions, Rigaud has dug a gulf at your feet. He has laid snares which you could not avoid. He wished to have you as partisans in his revolt, and to succeed in his object he has employed falsehood and seduction. If you carefully examine this artful but very impolitic conduct, you cannot but declare that Rigaud does not love his color, and that he had rather sacrifice it to his pride and ambition than labor for its happiness by good example and wise counsels. And in truth, citizens, the greater number of those whom he has misled have perished, either in battle or on the scaffold. Must not the others who persist in this revolt expect a similar fate if they abjure not their culpable error? You may be well assured that if humanity did not direct the actions of a chief attached to his country as well as to his fellow citizens, and more disposed to pardon than to punish, the calamity would be still greater. It belongs to you to prevent its augmentation. In consequence, I invite you, citizens, to open your eyes and to give serious attention to the future. Reflect on the disasters which may ensue from longer obstinacy. Submit to lawful authority if you wish to preserve the South untouched. Save your families and your property. But if, contrary to my expectation, you continue to support the revolt raised and propagated by Rigaud, in vain will you reckon on the fortifications he has constructed. The army of Toussaint L'Ouverture, led by generals whose bravery you know, will assail you, and you will be conquered. Then, not without grief, and in spite of my efforts, shall I see that you have been the unhappy victims of the pride and ambition of a single man. I will say more. Desiring to put an end to the evils which have already too long afflicted this unfortunate colony, and wishing to prove to the French nation that I have done everything for the safety and happiness of my fellow citizens, if Rigaud, though the author of these troubles, presents himself in good faith and without stratagem, and acknowledges his fault, I will still receive him. But if Rigaud persists, and if he refuses to profit by my offer, do you, fathers, mothers, families, do you, all come. I will receive you with open arms. The father of the prodigal son received his child after he had repented. This merciful invitation was not without effect on the population of the South. Rigaud himself, however, had gone too far to return. He was committed to the rebellion, and felt both compelled and disposed to abide the result. In order to counteract the loss of Jacmel and the appeal of Toussaint, he made extraordinary exertions to raise in mass the population under his sway. On his side, L'Ouverture prepared to prosecute his advantages and terminate the disastrous war. End of Book 1, Chapter 11. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Book 1, Chapter 12 of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography by John Relly Beard. Book 1, Chapter 12. Toussaint endeavors to suppress the slave trade in Santo Domingo, and thereby incurs the displeasure of Roume, the representative of France. He overcomes Rigaud. Bonaparte, now First Consul, sends commissioners to the island. End of the war in the South. But Toussaint L'Ouverture found troubles and hindrances in an unexpected quarter. During the fratricidal war which deluged the South with blood, the horrible traffic of the slave trade was revived on the east of the island. This commerce, originated by Jean François and Biassou, continued after their disappearance from the political scene, and went on constantly increasing. Young blacks stolen in the North were conveyed to the city of San Domingo, where they were shipped for Puerto Rico and Havana, there to bear the yoke of slavery. Many of the old officers of Jean François pursued this as their only means of subsistence. Aware that representations had in vain been made against these barbarities at the court of Madrid, and indignant that slavery, when nearly extinguished in its old form, should be revived in a new and even worse one, Toussaint wrote, December 25, 1800, from the walls of Jacmel to the agent Roume, urging him, as the only effectual means of putting a stop to the evil, to take possession of the Spanish part of the island, conformably to treaty. Under the pretext that it was necessary to await the arrival of some European troops, Roume postponed the execution of the request. Toussaint was too versed in politics not to be aware that the ostensible postponement was in reality a refusal. He also became aware that Roume's adviser was one who owed no good will to himself. That person, being invited to give an account of his conduct, emigrated to Puerto Rico, justifying the suspicion that he had interested motives for promoting the continuance of the infamous traffic. This event, in which L'Ouverture appears to fresh advantage, and acted in agreement with the general tenor of his public life, occasioned an estrangement between him and Roume. The agent had conceived the plan of conquering the English possessions in the West Indies. On an enterprise of such a nature and magnitude, he ought to have consulted, and, if he were willing, employed the Commander-in-Chief. But, either to show his independence of Toussaint L'Ouverture, or to put a public insult on him, he passed by that general, and confided to Marshal Bèze the command of an expedition against Jamaica. In order to pave the way, he sent into the island 2 men of determined character, a white and a mulatto. Those emissaries were denounced, taken, and hanged. The event interfered with Toussaint's operations, for the English captured a flotilla which he intended for the blockade of Jacmel. From this time there existed a rupture between Roume and Toussaint. Criminations were exchanged. Each threw impediments in the way of the other. Toussaint could not regard Roume as a sincere friend of his race. Roume affected to believe that Toussaint had sympathies in favor of the English, with whom France was at war. At last, Roume demanded a vessel to convey him to France. As soon as Toussaint had become master of Jacmel, he proceeded to the Cape, and, in an interview with the agent, reproached him, in the presence of his staff, with being an enemy to the colony and to the liberty of the blacks. He further required him to give an order for the occupation of the East, resolved to put down the slave trade, of which that was the centre. Roume refused compliance. The consequence was that he apprehended the agent and sent him to prison. The expedient prevailed. The order was given. Toussaint dispatched General Agé to Santo Domingo, and returned to finish the war in the South. A regular campaign was begun. The rebels were defeated, and abandoned several posts, the retention of which was indispensable to their safety. Rigaud saw his star grow pale. Most of his superior officers abandoned him. Desertion spread through the ranks. On the other side, Toussaint appeared amid his troops, radiant with victory. He brought with him pecuniary resources. With these he distributed pay among the soldiers, and so, while supplying their wants, gained their confidence and excited their enthusiasm. The two armies sat down opposite each other. Skirmishing began. Then serious rencontres took place. At last issue was joined, and the revolters suffered a signal defeat. After this trial of strength, Rigaud might be troublesome, but he could not be formidable. Driven to desperation by his failures, he ordered his men to lay waste the country, and, to use his own words, to take such steps that the trees should have their roots in the air. His old hands, thinned by war, sickness, and age, became Rigaud's sole reliance. On every side his cause was abandoned by the citizens and the civic authorities. Thus was he reduced to a leader of banditti. He saw his position, and issued this proclamation. It was his last word to the public: "Considering the crisis in which the Department is, owing to the unjust and inhuman war carried on against it by the traitor Toussaint L'Ouverture, from whom no one must expect either safety or honor, I am obliged, in the position I hold, to take the only measures that remain to save the Department. Considering, moreover, that proposals for peace or for suspension of arms directly concern the executive power, and that, in all cases, it is to the chief of the armed force of the Department that the right belongs of proposing peace or suspending arms, because he ought to seize the moment favorable for proposals of the kind, which, if made in critical junctures, and by those who have not the means of putting a stop to the evil, may embolden the enemy, and cause calamities he would have avoided. For now a year this war has been going on. The popular bodies and the pretended friends of peace have taken no step to stop its course. At the present, when the enemy has had some success, and when terror has taken possession of feeble and timid minds, they fancy that a monster thirsting for human blood, an ungrateful wretch, a traitor toward the Republic, his benefactor, the devastator of Saint Domingo, the executioner of the parish of Jacmel, the persecutor of all the French agents, finally the slave of the English, that he only can grant a peace or a suspension of arms. Citizens of the Southern Department, undeceive yourselves, if you think that anything else than arms can save you, while you wait for the intervention of the French Government, to whom those differences between the South and the other departments have been referred. Be well assured, my fellow citizens, that I have your tranquillity and your happiness too much at heart not to seize all opportunities to procure for you peace or a suspension of arms. And if the enemy adhere not to the proposals which, in proper time and place, I shall think it my duty to make to him, I shall know how, with the aid of my brave comrades, to make war on him even to extinction. Resume your courage. If he is powerful in numbers and resources, your fellow citizens, composing the Southern army, possess courage and honor, and will find means to secure your safety. Under these circumstances, and employing the powers confided to me, I make these provisional arrangements, which are to be punctually executed, and accordingly ordain: Article 1. The municipal government of the South shall for the future restrict themselves to the simple but useful functions of verifying births, marriages, and deaths; but all municipal deliberations, all assemblies, as well as deputations to the enemy, are interdicted. The municipalities shall only lay before me the wishes of their fellow citizens, to which I will give replies. Article 2. Parochial assemblies may take place after permission has been obtained from the commander of the Southern Department. Article 3. Before legal permission is given, if there are meetings, whether of individuals or of parishes, in the cities, or in the country, martial law shall be forthwith proclaimed, and the chief of the armed force of the district is authorized to put his troops in movement to put down the said meetings. He shall begin with mild measures, and then employ severity if he is forced to it. Article 4. The greatest vigilance shall be observed toward the disturbers of the public peace, and against secret disorganizers. The proprietors shall be protected, and their property shall be respected. The national armed police shall be in permanent activity in the interior, and those who shall be denounced for any crime against order and safety shall be apprehended and tried by a council of war, and punished according to the laws. This manifesto, the spirit of which is even worse than its logic and its grammar, served only to show how undone Rigaud was, and how necessary that all who had any regard for themselves or the public good should abandon the desperate gladiator. His bands, however, were unwilling to yield. Blood, therefore, flowed in streams. The old men of the South are said still to shudder when they think of that conflict which they designate the war of the knife, thus showing to what extreme means the combatants resorted in their deadly hatred and murderous strife. The proclamation was scarcely anything more than the half articulate words of a man who was staggering to his fall. Two more serious conflicts tried and lost, and Rigaud's star went down below the horizon. While during the weeks and months of a long year these frightful scenes of mutual carnage had been covering one of the finest parts of Hayti with corpses and ruins, the Directory in the mother country, too much occupied with its own divisions and party interests, gave no attention to the distracted colony. A change was at hand. Bonaparte, hastening from Egypt, overturned the Directory, and snatched the reins of power. Having taken his seat, he called around him (December 2, 1799) those who were thought to be conversant with the condition of the colony, in order to discuss the means of restoring peace within its borders. The representatives of Toussaint and of Rigaud were alike heard. Shortly after, a decree was issued, by which Vincent, Raymond, and Michel were deputed to Hayti in order to carry thither the consular constitution and a proclamation addressed to the inhabitants. Rigaud was recalled to France. Toussaint L'Ouverture was confirmed in his post as General in Chief. The proclamation was far from inspiring confidence or promoting tranquillity among the blacks, since it postponed and deferred to another legislative act the promulgation of the laws which were to govern Hayti. Michel, dissatisfied with the bravery of Toussaint L'Ouverture, returned into France. Raymond, whose mulatto's skin made him an object of suspicion, was ordered to remain at the Cape. Vincent alone was received with confidence. He presented to the Commander-in-Chief the new Constitution, a letter written from the Minister of Marine, and the proclamation of the Consuls. In the proclamation were these words: "Brave blacks, remember that the French Republic has given you liberty, and that it only can cause that liberty to be respected." These words, it was ordered, should be inscribed in letters of gold on all the flags of the colonial National Guard. Toussaint manifested no haste either to publish the proclamation or embroider the sentence on the colors. How could he promulgate a known falsehood? The Republic had not given freedom to the blacks. The blacks, under their able leader, had extorted freedom from the hands of their masters. Toussaint, who was well informed of the views and intrigues regarding the colony which were nourished in Paris, knew that his ruin had been resolved on before the self-elevation of Bonaparte to the consulship. Had the ill feeling passed away? Why, then, had not the First Consul written to him under his own signature? Distrust and disquietude prevailed in the relations of L'Ouverture and the representatives of the new government in France. It is true that Rigaud was disowned, but Toussaint was not cordially embraced, nor were the rights of the blacks frankly recognized and legally settled. As soon as he had given audience to Vincent, Toussaint L'Ouverture set off for the seat of the not yet wholly terminated war. After a few days, he sent for Vincent, in order that the chief civil and military powers should be on the spot. In the hope of bringing the business to an amicable termination, the general induced Vincent, accompanied by a black man and a man of color, to go on a deputation to the revolters who yet stood out. He put into the hands of the deputies an act of amnesty in favor of all who had taken part in the war, not even Rigaud excepted. The deputies reached Cayes, where Rigaud held his headquarters. The city, exhausted by so long and so disastrous a conflict, heard with pleasure of the object of their mission. Rigaud was quickly informed of the arrival of the deputies. On reading the dispatch, he flew into the most violent passion. The outburst was so violent as to endanger Vincent's life. That agent, however, was the bearer of a letter from Rigaud's son, to whom he had shown the kindest attentions, and who declared to his father the gratitude he felt in return. The mulatto chief eagerly threw his eyes over the lines. All at once his wrath ceased, but the warrior soon overcame the father. Vexation took the place of vengeance. He would not live, he could not endure to live. Again and again he tried to kill himself. At length he was calmed down, and ere many days he quitted Saint Domingo for the shores of France. Thither he was accompanied by Pétion and some of his principal officers. The other mulatto chiefs emigrated to various parts of the archipelago of the Antilles. Thus terminated the war in the South. With that war every obstacle to the freedom of the blacks disappeared. One after the other had hindrances and opposition been swept out of the way by the strong hand of Toussaint L'Ouverture, the negro champion of the negro race. Against the colonists, against the Spaniards, against the English, against the mulattoes, against the French representatives, and in a measure against blacks themselves, had he, by prudence, perseverance, and prowess, by singleness of aim, by unity of purpose, by personal efforts the most astounding, and a union of skill, caution, and daring rarely equaled, vindicated the freedom of the Africans in Hayti. There was yet a stronger power. Religion, in its relation to the grand work he had undertaken, rose in his breast to enthusiasm. In some sense he was, he believed, God's envoy and God's agent in the fierce and sanguinary struggle. In that conviction he found light and strength which had to him the vividness and the authority of what, in a qualified sense, may be called inspiration. Here was the grand secret of his success. He has himself given an outline of his career, which may appropriately find insertion in this place. At the beginning of the troubles of Saint Domingo, I felt that I was destined to great things. When I received this divine intimation, I was 54 years of age. I could neither read nor write. I had some Portuguese coins. I gave them to a subaltern of the regiment of the Cape, and, thanks to him, in a few months I could sign my name and read with ease. The revolution of Saint Domingo was taking its course. I saw that the whites could not endure, because they were divided and because they were overpowered by numbers. I congratulated myself that I was a black man. A necessity was laid on me to commence my career. I went over to the Spanish side, where the first troops of my color had found an asylum and protection. That asylum and protection ended in nothing. I was delighted to see Jean François make himself a Spaniard when the powerful French Republic proclaimed the general freedom of the blacks. A secret voice said to me, "Since the blacks are free, they need a chief, and it is I who must be that chief," foretold by the Abbé Raynal. Under this feeling I joyously returned to the service of France. France and the voice of God have not deceived me. These words are reported from memory. As depending on the ear and the tongue, they must be received only in their general tenor. Our narrative, which rests on satisfactory vouchers, shows that, long prior to the age of 54, Toussaint could at least read. If taken as indicating the defectiveness of his scholarship even at the time when he began his task, they are, doubtless, substantially correct; and their testimony goes to confirm the unquestionable fact that not by ordinary human appliances and aids did this extraordinary genius accomplish his meritorious and noble work. The instruction which Toussaint received in boyhood is testified by his son Isaac. In his interesting notes to the Memoirs, he wrote, "Sur l'expédition des Français sous le consulat de Bonaparte." Appended to Métra's Histoire de l'expédition des Français à Saint-Dominique, Paris, 1825. According to Isaac's testimony, Toussaint, when a boy, learnt something of Latin and geometry, page 326. While yet he was in the service of Spain, Isaac says of him, "Without having topographical maps of those countries, after the example of captains of the ancient world, Lucullus, Pompey, Caesar, Toussaint made one. He laid down on paper, according to information given him by people who knew the districts, their extent, their respective distances, the direction of the mountains and of the rivers, and everything remarkable, such as defiles, etc., etc., page 329. The skill to form such a map, besides involving reading and writing, gives countenance to the intimation of Isaac Toussaint that his father had some acquaintance with geometry as well as drawing. Doubtless the father's scholarship was always quite rudimental." End of Book 1, Chapter 12. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Book 1, Chapter 13 of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography, by John Relly Beard. Book 1, Chapter 13. Toussaint L'Ouverture inaugurates a better future, publishes a general amnesty, declares his task accomplished in putting an end to civil strife and establishing peace on a sound basis, takes possession of Spanish Haiti, and stops the slave trade, welcomes back the old colonists, restores agriculture, recalls prosperity, studies personal appearance on public occasions, simplicity of his life and manners, his audiences and receptions, is held in general respect. On the 1st of August, 1800, L'Ouverture made his triumphal entrance into Cayes. All official honors were rendered to him. Hearts on every side beat with enthusiastic gratitude toward the general benefactor. He ascended the pulpit and proclaimed the oblivion of wrongs. He complained only of the absence of the mulattoes. The sense of their discomfiture was too recent. Two of their chiefs, however, went to meet him afterward, and he received them in a cordial manner. His aim was to direct men's minds from the dark past to the bright future. On the 17th of the month he put forth his proclamation. Citizens, all the events which have taken place at Saint Domingo during the civil war occasioned by Rigaud are of a nature to merit public attention. Now that they are no longer likely to be renewed, it is of importance to the prosperity of the colony and to the happiness of the inhabitants to draw the curtain on the past, in order that we may be occupied exclusively in repairing the evils which, of necessity, have resulted from the intestine war brought forth by the pride and ambition of an individual. A part of the citizens of Saint Domingo have been deceived because, too credulous, they did not sufficiently suspect the snares which had been laid to draw them into their criminal designs. Others have acted in these circumstances according to the impulsion of their hearts. Moved by the same principles as the chief of the revolt, they considered it beneath them to be commanded by a black man. Him they judged it necessary to get rid of, at whatever cost, and they spared nothing to succeed in their object. The ambition of their chief led him to make the country his own. His satellites had at heart nothing so much as to give him aid. For their reward he assigned to them aforehand the offices they were to occupy. They are disappointed in their expectation, and in my quality as the victor, wishing and very ardently desiring to promote the happiness of my native land, penetrated by what is set forth in the Lord's Prayer, "Forgive us our transgressions as we forgive those who transgress against us," I have published a proclamation by which I grant a general amnesty. That proclamation is known to you. It has produced the happy result which I promised myself. The Southern Department has returned to its obedience to the laws.
Let us forget that bad men had led it away from duty to gratify their criminal passions, and let us now consider only as brothers those who, through their easy faith, dared to turn their arms against the flag of the Republic and against their lawful chief. I have ordered all citizens to return to their several parishes to enjoy the benefits of this amnesty. Citizens, not less generous than myself, let your most precious moments be employed in causing the past to be forgotten. Let all my fellow citizens swear never to recall the past. Let them receive their misled brethren with open arms, and let them in future be on their guard against the traps of bad men. Civil and military authorities, my task is accomplished. It now belongs to you to see that harmony is no more troubled. Do not allow the least reproach on the part of any one against those who went astray but have returned to their duty. Notwithstanding my proclamation, keep an eye on the bad and do not spare them. The man is unjust, he is inclined to evil rather than good. Firmly put down his perverse designs, and never close your eyes on his conduct and his proceedings. Honor should guide you all. The interests of our country require it. Its prosperity needs peace, true and confiding peace. Such a peace must be your work. On you solely now depends public tranquillity in Saint Domingo. Take no rest until you have secured it. I expect this from your courage and from your devotion to the French Republic. The spirit of moderation, the spirit of mercy itself, dictated these words. Reference to the late troubles was prescribed by a rigid sense of duty. The reference made in no way exceeds what the occasion demanded, and falls very short of what the evil inflicted by the revolt would have justified. It was of absolute necessity to characterize Rigaud, but how different the tone of Toussaint L'Ouverture compared with the injurious epithets lavished in his proclamation by that mulatto leader against his lawful chief. But even for the bad, L'Ouverture had forgiveness. How terrible a punishment might he now have inflicted on the men of color! Had he been open to the prejudices of caste and skin, he would have let loose on them the desire of retribution and the thirst for revenge. One word of his, and the race would have been nearly extirpated. Not by their forbearance was he kept from uttering that word, nor by their softened feelings toward the negroes, nor by a confidence that they would no more attempt disturbance, but solely by a regard to his religious duty and a manly confidence in the right and the merciful. My task is accomplished. And yet he had obtained nothing for himself. The military position he held, as it was won by the sword, so was it necessary to the work he had performed. It was a burden rather than a recompense, a duty and an obligation instead of an honor. Not for himself, but for his country, did he hold the command of the armies of Saint Domingo. My task is accomplished. It is, noble black, it is accomplished, and accomplished well, if only thou lookest to the weal of Hayti. But hast thou no object of thine own? Opposition can no longer hold up its head. Thy foes are prostrate. Every eye is turned to thee. Every heart is fixed on thee. Hast thou nothing to ask for thyself, the crown and the sceptre of Hayti? Nay, frown not. Other successful warriors have taken regal titles as their due. Nor need thou fear opposition. The agent is weak and disesteemed. Bonaparte is reaping laurels in Italy. England will be prompt to aid thee. Then consider how much thy race needs elevation. What could so much raise them from the dust? Yes, thou must, as thou canst, be king of Hayti, and thy name, glorious for its military deeds, will be more glorious still, as the first of a long line of illustrious sovereigns of negro blood. Instead of troubling himself and others in arrangements for placing on his head the bauble of a crown, Toussaint L'Ouverture turned his attention to the condition of the country. Hayti was not yet wholly in the power of France. Though formerly ceded to the French, the eastern part of the isle remained under Spanish rule. Not sincere in his wishes to take possession of Spanish Hayti, Roume had sent forces so inconsiderable that they were easily defeated. On their return, he revoked his order for its occupation. On learning the fact, L'Ouverture was indignant. Was slavery, then, in its worst form, to be established and acknowledged in Hayti? Was the government to be an assenting, if not a concurring party? And were all his own labors and sacrifices to be thus frustrated? Frustrated by low self-interest and base intrigues? Could he, who had conquered freedom for the negroes, allow their children to be kidnapped and transported to strange countries and foreign lands, there to be degraded and ruined? Impossible. Yet such was the alternative if Roume retained possession of the civil government, for he had tried what could be done in this matter with Roume by argument and moral influence. The effort had failed, and now Roume had availed himself of his absence and his absorption in military duties to reverse a policy in which they had in council come to an understanding. Besides, he had proved himself unfaithful to France by virtually surrendering a portion of his rightful possessions. In such hands, power could not be safely trusted, and doubtless the home government would thank him if Toussaint vindicated his rights and secured its territory. Actuated by those considerations, Toussaint L'Ouverture arrested Roume and sent him to Dondon. On the occasion he issued this address: Toussaint L'Ouverture, General-in-Chief of his fellow citizens. The duties of the office held by Citizen Roume were, in his quality of representative of the French government, to consecrate his moral and physical faculties to the happiness of Saint Domingo and to its prosperity. Very far from doing so, he took counsel only of the intriguers by whom he was surrounded, to sow discord amongst us, and to foment the troubles which have not ceased to agitate society. However, in spite of the calumnies which he has continually thrown out against myself in his letters to France and Santo Domingo, he shall be protected from every penalty. But my respect for his character must not prevent me from taking the proper steps in order to deprive him of the power of again plotting against the tranquillity which, after so many revolutionary concussions, I have just had the happiness to establish. In consequence, and in order to isolate him from the intriguers who have kept him in their shackles, and to respond to the complaints made in respect to him by all the parishes, the Brigadier General Moïse will supply the said Citizen Roume with 2 carriages and a sure escort, which, with all respect due to his character, will conduct him to the village of Dondon, where he will remain until the French government shall recall him to render an account of his administration. At Cap François, 5 Frimaire, 26 November, the 9th year, 1800, of the French Republic, one and indivisible, the General-in-Chief, Toussaint L'Ouverture. Roume remained a prisoner at Dondon for several months, and then was permitted by L'Ouverture to return to France by way of the United States. As soon as he had removed the impediment, Toussaint L'Ouverture took effectual steps for putting down the slave trade and occupying the east of the island. After a few shots, he entered Santo Domingo on the 2d of January, 1801, at the head of 10,000 men, and hoisted the flag of the French Republic on its ramparts, to the salvo of 22 cannon. He was received at the Mansion House by the chief authorities, who wished him to take, in the name of the Holy Trinity, an oath to govern with wisdom. Such a course would be proper, he replied, in an officer appointed by the Court of Madrid, but I am the servant of the Republic. Therefore I am unable to do what you ask, but I swear solemnly before God, who hears the oath, that I forget the past, and that my watchings and my cares shall have no other object than to render the Spaniards, now become Frenchmen, contented and happy. On the utterance of these words, Don Garcia, the governor, handed him the keys of the city. "I accept them," said Toussaint, "in the name of the French Republic." And then turning toward the assembly, he added with an humble voice, "Let us go and thank the Author of all things for having crowned with the greatest success our enterprise, prescribed by treaties and the laws of the Republic." Followed by the governor and all the Spanish authorities, he went to the cathedral, where a Te Deum was chanted in token of gratitude to God. Thus, from Cape Samana in the east to Cape Tiburon in the west, the power of Toussaint L'Ouverture was everywhere established and acknowledged. Knowing the favorable effects produced on the popular mind by the progress of distinguished personages in the parts under their administration, Toussaint L'Ouverture traversed the Spanish territory and visited the principal places. He was everywhere received with the acclamations of the people, the merry peal of bells, and the thunders of cannon. The clergy, barefooted, came on all sides to give him welcome. He treated them with profound respect. Within a few days he was master of the obedience of the Spaniards as much of the confidence of the blacks. The union of the Spanish to the French part of Hayti procured reciprocal advantages, the effects of which soon became apparent. The French gained facility in acquiring horses and mules for the cultivation of the soil, and the Spaniards found enormous gain in the exportation of its animals, flocks, and horned cattle. The black regiments, restrained by Toussaint's powerful hand, had done but little damage in the invasion, and those who were left in garrison put large sums of money in circulation. The elements of French administration which followed the troops bestowed on the country new principles and sources of industry and wealth. Magnificent roads were formed. Carriages were then for the first time introduced. Even the horses, under the influence of Toussaint's example, improved their pace. Distances were abridged, time was saved, the minds of the people were awakened from torpor. Activity universally prevailed, and commerce and riches began to abound. Amid the general excitement, prosperity, and hope, the enthusiasm toward its cause became greater every day, and Toussaint's name was pronounced with blessings by all tongues. Having given the command of Santo Domingo to his brother Paul, who had risen by merit to the rank of brigadier general, Toussaint L'Ouverture returned to the French part of Hayti, and forthwith applied his mind to the condition and wants of the island. He was thoroughly acquainted with the theatre on which he had to act, and the character of the people subject to his power. He took the wisest measures to develop the powers of the former and to gain the confidence of the latter. Aware that he had a mass of prejudices to overcome, and the most tangled web of interests to set in order, he mingled discretion with zeal, and, while aiming at the general weal, forgot not the deference that might conciliate, nor failed in the bland and courteous manners that might win. The old colonists he welcomed to his presence without familiarity, and showed respect even to their prejudices, so far as the public good would permit. The steward of the plantation on which he had himself been a slave vegetated in the United States. L'Ouverture, being informed of the fact, wrote him an invitation to return to Hayti to put himself at the head of the interests of their good old masters. The letter, conceived in a friendly and urgent tone, brought back the steward. Toussaint gave him an interview, and among other things said to him, "Return to the plantation, be just and inflexible, see that the blacks do their duty in order to add by your prosperity to the prosperity of the land." The discontinuance of the war led to the resumption of agriculture. The change from the musket to the hoe was of course gradual, but such was the influence and such the determination of the great black, that ere long the rich cultivable districts began to put on a smiling aspect, promising riches as well as abundance. Had the peace continued, the promise would have been realized in the fullest degree. Forthwith, however, did the culture of the soil, besides providing for the wants of the inhabitants, furnish the public treasury with sufficient resources. Intelligence of the returning prosperity reached foreign lands. The colonists who were scattered up and down in those lands saw a ray of hope, and, notwithstanding what they had undergone in Saint Domingo, notwithstanding their dislike of the predominance of the blacks, they invited and gladly accepted permission to return home and resume possession of their estates. Their letters, coming from various countries and unanimously expressing confidence in the integrity and the power of the General in Chief, as well as in the justice and excellence of his administration, greatly contributed to strengthen his hands and confirm his authority. Scarcely could a more satisfactory or a more striking proof be given of the claim of Toussaint to our respect and admiration than is found in the readiness with which this class of men, embarked their all in the vessel which he commanded. The political evils and civil wars that had afflicted Saint Domingo, in causing the expatriation of proprietors, had in many cases occasioned the loss of traces to the succession. Under Toussaint's orders, the property so circumstanced was secured to military chiefs, and was thus restored to cultivation and productiveness. At the same time, regulations were issued by which the laborers on the estates became a sort of co-proprietors. He had aforetime thrown his protection over immigrants, and thereby had brought on himself difficulty and suspicion. He now took into his service subaltern officers of immigrant regiments, and offered protection to those who were unwilling to join his forces. Disregarding color and position in his appointments, he sought in his servants and fellow laborers for those who were most fitted for the duties of the several offices. If his favor was less marked toward any, it was toward those of his own blood, not because he loved them less, but because, having their confidence, he could employ in relation to them a freedom of word and action which might have been misunderstood by others. With his strong and vivid religious sentiments, he was naturally prompted to pay special regard to the priests, and to the interests of religion in general. Nor, environed as he was by men whose senses were the avenues to their affections, did he neglect personal appearance. Studious in his attire, he surrounded himself with a numerous guard, in which were names distinguished in the olden time. When he went forth in public, he was accompanied by a splendid retinue, which fixed and dazzled all eyes. Surrounded by a guard of from 15 to 1800 men, brilliantly clad, and having for his own personal use a stud containing hundreds of horses, he appeared before the eyes of the people in the exterior of a prince. But beneath this imposing show, he himself studied the utmost simplicity. Always temperate, he often carried moderation to abstinence. His iron frame received strength chiefly from the deep and full resources of his vigorous mind. Master of his soul, he had no difficulty in mastering his body. While partaking of none but the most frugal diet, with water for his drink and vegetable preparations for his meat, he rarely slept more than 2 hours. The whole energy of his life was absorbed and consumed in the great task which he had undertaken, and which, in truth, demanded more vital power than even he had to bestow. Though advanced in life, he was incessantly in movement, and traveled with a rapidity which defied calculation and excited amazement. Seeing everything with his own eyes, he had little need to rely on the reports of others, and he at once promoted his independence and augmented his power by deriving his policy and his plans from his own knowledge and his own meditations. Little should we expect to see such a person addicted to the labors of the cabinet. Yet in replying, by means of several secretaries, to 200 or 300 letters daily, he seemed to experience a pleasure as lively as that enjoyed by other men in the satisfaction of the senses. As the governor of the land, Toussaint L'Ouverture felt it necessary to keep up some kind of state. Like other chief magistrates, he had his receptions of ceremony, as well as his less formal audiences. The union of French vanity and negro love of parade in the foremost people made him feel the importance of requiring due attention to appearances and etiquette. Hence he instituted what bears the name of circles, at which all who were invited were expected to be present. These circles were of 2 kinds, the greater and the less. To the greater, formal invitations were given. Toussaint himself appeared in the assemblies in the undress uniform of a general officer. His simple attire, in the midst of surrounding brilliancy, contrasted favorably with the dignified tone which he knew how to maintain. When he presented himself, all the company, females as well as males, arose from their seats. Attentive even to the proprieties, he showed his disapproval of any exposure of the person in female dress. On one occasion he was seen to throw his handkerchief over the bare bosom of a lady, saying, "Modesty is the best charm of the sex." After having made the tour of the hall and spoken to everybody, he withdrew by the door at which he entered, bowing right and left to the company. The less circles were public audiences, which took place every evening. At these, Toussaint L'Ouverture appeared clad like the ancient proprietors when on their plantations. All the citizens entered the grand saloon, and were, irrespectively of rank and position, addressed by the Governor as convenience served. After having gone round the room, he retired, and took with him into a small apartment in front of his bedchamber, which he used as a study, the persons with whom he wished to converse more freely and more at length. The greater number of these were the chief whites of the colony. There, seating himself, he requested all others to be seated. Then he proceeded to talk with them of France, of his children, of religion, of his old masters, and of God's grace in giving him liberty, and granting him means for discharging the duties of the post in which he had been placed by the mother country. He also conversed of the progress of agriculture, of commerce, and never of political concerns. He questioned each respecting his own private affairs and of his family, and appeared to take an interest in the several matters. With mothers he spoke of their children, and inquired whether they attended to their religious education, and the young he would sometimes briefly examine in their catechism. When he wished to put an end to the audience, he arose and bowed. The company then retired, being attended by him to the door. As they left, he appointed times for special interviews with those who made the request. Then he shut himself up with his private secretaries, and commonly continued his labors far into the night. In this practical regard to show and parade, L'Ouverture may have been influenced by his own personal defects. Small in person, he was of a repulsive aspect, and, having a difficult utterance, he spoke with as little elegance as grammar. Yet his were words of power, for they came from a strong soul, and were the heralds of a resolute will. A man of few words and powerful imagination, he sometimes uttered his ideas in parables, the rather that in such a form he could the more effectually imprint them on the minds of the rude natures with which he had to deal. On more occasions than one, he took a glass vase, and, having filled it with grains of black maize, he put therein some grains of white maize, and said, "You are the black maize, the whites who would enslave you are the white maize." He then shook the glass, and, placing it before their eyes, he cried, as if inspired, "See the white ones only here and there." The army Toussaint L'Ouverture kept under the most vigorous discipline. Every breach of duty was severely punished. Even during the civil wars, plunder was restricted as much as possible. He was, however, adored by his soldiers. Scarcely less was the veneration paid him by other members of Haytian life. He won and enjoyed the esteem of the colonists. He was valued highly by the ministers of religion. By the blacks he was regarded as a messenger of God. Even the mulattoes began to look to him with hope and respect. The confidence which Toussaint inspired soon produced good effects in the colony. The lands once more cultivated, and cultivated under judicious regulations, became productive, and, as of old, poured forth abundance and wealth. With the spread of industry and the increase of riches, population which had been greatly diminished in the wars recovered its impulse and augmented its numbers. A large and prosperous people restored the churches which had been burnt or allowed to become dilapidated, decorated the cities with fine buildings, enriched the public treasury, cultivated the arts, and ere long indulged in luxury. The general intelligence was raised, and manners were refined. Human nature vindicated itself against his calumniators, for in a short time, after a period of frightful wasting, the black state of Hayti could endure a comparison with the higher forms of white and European civilization. There was at the Cape, under the name of the Hôtel de la République, an inn, the exterior and interior splendor of which scarcely yielded to the richest establishments of the kind in any part of the world. It was frequented by the principal blacks and by the Americans of the continent. There mere etiquette was unknown. The most perfect equality prevailed. At the same table sat private individuals and the heads of the state, officers of every rank, men of all conditions. It was frequently visited by L'Ouverture, who took his place, without preference, in any vacant seat, for he often said that distinction of rank ought to exist only in the moment of public service. Travelers who visited the island at the beginning of the present century Warriors who played a part in the events of that epoch agree in declaring that in the society of Saint Domingo the men were polite and the women easy and elegant; that the relations between the sexes lacked neither attraction nor dignity, and that the prejudices of color seemed to have lost their former power. The theater came into vogue. The greater number of the new actors were blacks, and some of them gave proof of talent in comedy and in pantomime. A taste for music became general. The guitar was specially cultivated. Men of negro and mulatto blood not only formed the bulk of the population, but occupied the higher positions. Even the most important duties of the administration were in their hands. Yet life went forward with ease and efficiency. Religion was honored. Morals were at least not inferior to what they are in white society. The arts were cultivated. The elegancies of life were not unknown. Among men and women who had but recently quitted the brutalizing condition of servitude, an ability and a refinement were observed, which you sometimes look for in vain among men who have the reputation of being highly cultivated. End of Book 1, Chapter 13. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Book 1, Chapter 14 of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography by John Relly Beard. Book 1, Chapter 14. Toussaint L'Ouverture takes measures for the perpetuation of the happy condition of Haiti, specially by publishing the draft of a constitution in which he is named governor for life, and the great doctrine of free trade is explicitly proclaimed. This happy condition had no guarantee of permanence. True, all was tranquil within the borders of Haiti. One after another had Toussaint L'Ouverture removed hindrances out of the way, until he had succeeded in establishing a universal accord. But would the harmony endure? Its continuance was essential to the full development of the resources of the colony, and, to all appearance, that continuance was the sole prerequisite. As yet, however, there had been no general recognition of the established order. If all were to work for the general good, all must concur in the formation and acknowledgment of a constitution by which the established order might be perpetuated. In bringing that constitution into existence, and giving it the force of law, three powers must concur. These three powers were the inhabitants of Haiti, France, and Toussaint himself. Self-government was a recognized right of the colony. The concurrence of France was equally an admitted fact in the colonial government, and L'Ouverture held, under the authority of the mother country, the highest functions in the island. When the question of a constitution assumed a practical shape, it became important to determine with which of these three authorities the initiative should lie. Was the colony to look to France? That question involved another. Was France sincere in her acknowledgment of negro freedom? France appeared unworthy of trust. The last dispatches on the matter of a code of laws for Haiti wore a suspicious aspect, and were generally disliked. And if France wished to give the colony a good code of laws, had she the power? How could the requisite knowledge be possessed by a legislature which sat thousands of miles distant from those who were to obey the laws? Metropolitan government for colonial dependencies is full of evils, arising not only from ignorance and incompetence, but intrigue and corruption. Besides, Bonaparte was now the sole legislative and the sole ruling power in France. The position which Louis XIV. Had fancied himself to possess, when he declared himself to be the state, l'état c'est moi, the Corsican adventurer had fully realized. The ruling passion of Bonaparte was ambition; his means, resort to force. What had the colony to expect but a coup d'état, similar to that which had just suppressed the Directory and concentrated all power in the hands of the First Consul?
The thought is said to have disturbed the short hours of Toussaint's repose. The probability was that the conqueror of Italy only waited the moment of necessary leisure, and that moment, as the event afterward showed, might shortly arrive. Undesirable was it, therefore, to leave the initiative with France. The colony itself must act; indeed, the colony only could act with wisdom and effect. But in so doing, the colony was setting up for independence. To take the first step in drawing up a constitution cannot be justly so characterized. A draft of a constitution was only a species of petition. Until sanctioned by legislation, it amounted to nothing more than a Bill of Rights. It did no more than say, "Here is a formal statement of what will suit us, what will consolidate and augment our existing weal, what we entreat you to send back with the seal of your solemn sanction." And were such a step toward independence, who can blame it? If the colony had acquired strength enough to run alone, why should it remain in leading strings? Nay, the desire for independence, if cherished, was a worthy feeling. Such a desire showed that black men could appreciate liberty, and well deserved the degree of freedom they had already gained. The rather was a cautious approach to independence praiseworthy, because tokens were not wanting that Bonaparte, in his ambitious passions, had grown impatient of the ascendency of the great negro Haytian. Resolved to be master of the world, he could not endure a rival power, and watched his opportunity to establish his supremacy in the island. The rather was he desirous of establishing the exclusive rule of France there, because Hayti, he felt, could be made a bulwark for hostile operations against the English power in the West Indies. Yet was the colony passively and quietly to await the blow? What was this but to invite the blow? Whereas to propound a constitution, while it ought to give no offence, would prove that the Haytians were sensible alike of their rights and of their power. In the great issue, Toussaint had himself a problem to solve. If, as he had reason to fear, Bonaparte intended his overthrow, was he to submit without an effort? Was he not, as a prudent man and a wise legislator, to enter on such a course as seemed most likely to ward off the blow and strengthen his own position? As to the necessity of his continuing to hold that position, he could not for a moment doubt. The retention of the position was indispensable to the continuance of the peace in the island. As all mountains had become plains before his energy and determination, so would all be undone if he were removed from the head of affairs. Once more the smouldering fires of passion and prejudice would burst into a flame, and a war arise not less bloody and terrific than that which he had so recently brought to a happy conclusion. Yes, there at the helm had he been placed by the resistless stream of events, or what to him, nor without reason, seemed the hand of Providence, and there duty, in the clearest and loudest tones, called upon him to remain. This is, in substance, the feeling to which at this time he gave utterance in these terms: "I have taken my flight in the region of eagles. I must be prudent in alighting on the earth. I can be placed only on a rock, and that rock must be a constitutional government, which will secure me power so long as I shall be among men." Yes, if in any case, certainly in Toussaint L'Ouverture's, was a constitutional dictatorship of indispensable necessity. Rightly did he interpret his position, and well did he understand his duties. This new Moses had brought his people out of Egyptian bondage, and must now give them a code of laws, over the execution of which, for the few remaining years of his life, it is his most solemn duty to watch. Such conduct asks no defense and admits no excuse. It is positively and highly virtuous, and any other course would have been a betrayal of a sacred duty, a breach of a momentous trust. Again the hour of temptation has come. The victorious general, who commands universal obedience and enjoys universal respect, may become a president or a sovereign. The good principle conquers. Satan is dismissed with a rebuke. The crown is refused. The presidency is deliberately chosen. Does the reader think of Washington, who, when he might possibly have become a king, became a private citizen?
We are not sure that Washington's means for establishing a throne in the midst of the high-minded republicans of the Anglo-Saxon race were equal to those which Toussaint possessed among the uncultured and recently liberated Haytians, whom nature made fond of parade and custom had habituated to royalty. The greater the opportunity, the greater the temptation. Nor can he be accounted the inferior man who overcame in the severer trial. Nor must it be forgotten that while Washington could, with confidence and safety, leave his associates to their own well-tried and well-matured powers of self-government, L'Ouverture had, in comparison, but children to deal with and provide for. Would it have been either prudent or benevolent to retire from the oversight of those children at the very moment when they had ceased to do evil and were learning to do well? Clearly, duty in the most solemn and emphatic tones demanded the continuance of that fatherly care which had rescued those babes in intellect from impending ruin, and so far led them toward the attainment of individual strength and social excellence. Yes, Toussaint L'Ouverture, an eagle thou hast proved thyself to be. An eagle's eye shows thee distant but coming realities. May thine eagle's pinion bear thee above danger, and place thee where thou longest to be, on a rock, the rock of a wisely constituted and well-governed commonwealth. Then, like thy Hebrew prototype, when at last thou descriest the promised land, and while thou contemplatest its fertility and loveliness, thou mayest depart from among men, falling to sleep in thy lofty eyrie, and buried on the mountain, which shall be at once thy sepulchre and thy monument. We do not possess the materials to determine whether the idea of drawing up a constitution for Hayti originated with Toussaint L'Ouverture himself, or was presented to him as the proper course by his colonial advisers. The determination of the question is of the less consequence, since, beyond a doubt, unanimity prevailed to a very great extent between the General in Chief and the principal authorities and persons in the island. One party, and but one, evinced repugnance to the measure. The small number who represented the views of Bonaparte in the colony were naturally adverse to the Constitution. At their head was Brigadier General Vincent, who employed the influence which excellence of character justly gave him with L'Ouverture to turn him aside from the project. The effort proved nugatory. Resolved to persevere in a course which his judgment approved and his position required, Toussaint L'Ouverture, as possessing the highest authority in the island, called together a council to take into consideration the propriety of drawing up a constitution, and to determine what its provisions should be. The council consisted of 9 members. The composition of this deliberative assembly displays the integrity of the General in Chief. He might have formed it out of his officers. He might have given predominance in it to negro blood. These things, doubtless, he would have done, had he sought his own aggrandizement, but he chose its members among the men of property and intelligence. Of the 9 members, 8 were white proprietors, and 1 a mulatto. Not a single black had a seat at the council board. Even the purest patriotism might have required him to place himself at the head of the council. Its president was the white colonist Bourgella, who had held the office of mayor of Port-au-Prince. The constitution, carefully prepared by this council, was presented to Toussaint L'Ouverture, who, having approved it May 19, 1800, sent a copy by the hands of General Vincent to Europe. The draft was accompanied by the following letter addressed to Citizen Bonaparte, First Consul of the French Republic, 16th July. Citizen Consul, the Minister of Marine, in the account which he has rendered to you of the political situation of this colony, which I have taken care to acquaint him with in the dispatches which I addressed to him, sent by the corvette L'Enfant Prodigue, will have submitted to you my proclamation convening a Central Assembly, which, at the moment when the junction of the Spanish part to the French part had made of Saint Domingo one single country, subject to the same government, should fix its destinies by wise laws, framed with special reference to the localities and the characters of the inhabitants. I have now the satisfaction to announce to you that the last hand has been put to that work, and that the silt is a constitution which promises happiness to the inhabitants of this colony, which has so long been unfortunate. I hasten to lay it before you for your approbation and for the sanction of the government I serve. With this view, I send to you Citizen Vincent, General Director of Fortifications at Saint Domingo, to whom I have confided this precious deposit. The Central Assembly, in the absence of laws, and considering the necessity which exists of substituting the rule of law for anarchy, having demanded that I should provisionally put it into execution, as promising to conduct the colony more rapidly toward prosperity, I have yielded to its desires, and this Constitution has been welcomed by all classes of citizens with transports of joy, which will not fail to be manifested afresh when it shall be sent back invested with the sanction of the government. With salutations and profound respect, Toussaint L'Ouverture. This Constitution, which had been made public and accepted amid solemn formalities and universal joy, was worthy of the cause in which L'Ouverture had risked his life and employed the utmost of his strength. Proceeding on the basis that slavery was abolished and could never more exist in Saint Domingo, and that all men there born were free citizens of the French Republic, it provided that every one, whatever his color, was admissible to all employments, on the special ground that among the citizens there was no other distinction than the distinction of virtue and of ability. Establishing Roman Catholicism as the sole religion to be professed and protected, it recognized the sanctity of marriage by abolishing divorce. It required that agriculture should receive special encouragement, for which purpose measures were to be taken for the increase of the number of laborers. The reins of government it entrusted to one governor, to be appointed for the period of 5 years, with authority to prolong the term as a recompense for good conduct, and that, in consideration of the important services which General Toussaint L'Ouverture has rendered to the colony, he is named governor for life, with power to appoint his successor. One provision we have advisedly omitted in order to bring it into full relief. In a very short sentence, the Constitution declares commerce free. Thus, free trade was first proclaimed by the negro chief of Hayti. Is any other proof necessary that Toussaint was more than a successful warrior, more than a social liberator, more than a disinterested patriot? His economical views were large and liberal. They were in advance of their age. How much in advance, let the fact declare, that nearly a half a century had to elapse before even England obtained the boon which Hayti not only claimed, but decreed. Yet what was there in Toussaint L'Ouverture which may not be found in other negroes? His sole external advantage was that he received some rudimental instruction in the simple arts of reading and writing. Give that advantage to the myriads of blacks that now vegetate and pine in slavery in the United States, and other practical philosophers will appear among them to vindicate the race by wise laws as well as philanthropy and heroism. But oh, it is not safe. Safe? Yes. Much more safe than is the present course, which does but concentrate the lava of the volcano, which, at no distant day, will burst forth, unless precautionary measures are taken, and due preparations be made for lifting slaves into a condition fit for freedom. Surely this lesson is taught in the tenor of the preceding narrative. End of Book 1, Chapter 14. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Book 2, Chapter 1 of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography by John Relly Beard. Book 2. From the fitting out of the expedition by Bonaparte against Saint Domingo to the submission of Toussaint L'Ouverture. Chapter 1. Peace of Amiens. Bonaparte contemplates the subjugation of Saint Domingo and the restoration of slavery. Excitement caused by report to that effect in the island. Views of Toussaint L'Ouverture on the point. The year 1801 did not close without seeing the Peace of Amiens definitively concluded. By the treaty then signed, France found herself confirmed in the possessions she had captured during the war, and at liberty to prosecute any enterprise which she might judge required her position, or likely to conduce to the confirmation of her power. Her destinies were in the hands of Napoleon Bonaparte, who, under the modest title of Consul, concealed designs which already looked to an imperial throne, and ruled the nation and its dependencies with a sceptre more powerful and more despotic than the sway of any contemporaneous legitimate monarch. Born with the qualities which give and ensure command, Bonaparte, to a boundless ambition, added a restless activity which constantly prompted new efforts, a thirst for dominion, which as constantly demanded new acquisitions, and a jealousy of power which made rival greatness intolerable. With an evil eye, therefore, did he regard the high position obtained by Toussaint L'Ouverture through his wise and generous efforts in the French colony of Saint Domingo. The brilliancy of his own fame seemed dimmed in his eyes by the glory achieved by a negro chieftain who had been a slave. The termination of the war had left unoccupied in France a large body of soldiers who might be dangerous at home, and whose leaders, in the repose of peace, might trouble his actual position, or prove impediments to his ambitious designs. Dissatisfied with seeing themselves outstripped by a soldier of fortune, they were ready for political intrigue rather than civil obedience, and would be most safely employed in a distant expedition in which success would increase the number of his own laurels, and failure issue in their permanent removal out of his path. That the climate in which he thought of employing them was destructive to Europeans was a consideration which could not deter him, and only added another reason why, on his part, he should decide in favor of the attempt. Yet, if he left Hayti in the hands of Toussaint L'Ouverture, he would possess, in an army of 30,000 black troops obedient to their actual commander, the means of countervailing the power of Great Britain in the West Indies, and of controlling its descendants in the United States. The employment, however, of such an ally seemed scarcely compatible with the dignity which he affected, nor was it impossible, if the ruler of Saint Domingo were left undisturbed in his authority, that he might assist the absolute independence of the colony, and either by augmenting his own power or joining the English, inflict a heavy blow on the supremacy of France. Then the question of colonial slavery presented itself for consideration. Should he recognize or nullify the freedom which existed in Saint Domingo? The recognition would bring him no advantage, for Toussaint and his associates considered their work as accomplished. To nullify it would secure on his side the sympathies and cooperation of the colonists who had lost their estates, and who, regretting their past opulence and believing its recovery impossible in the present state of the island, besieged the cabinet of the Tuileries with importunities for the restoration of slavery. The wise and just held a different language. Even as a matter of policy, an expedition to Hayti, they urged, was to be deprecated, for the risk would be very great, and failure would end in disgrace. Those who now held power in the island were men of valor and of great military skill. As administrators of the colony, they enjoyed general sympathy and support, and had proved their ability by the prosperity they had called into being. And while it did not become France, who had gained her own liberty, to suppress freedom in one of her own colonies, it was contrary to the laws of everlasting right to tear from men that freedom which they had purchased with their blood, and by their moderation proved they well deserved. These diverse views occupied the minds and dwelt on the tongues of men in Paris, according as position, character, or personal interest swayed their bosoms. The Consul heard them all, and kept shrouded in his own dark breast the design which he meditated and was maturing. At the moment Vincent arrived from Saint Domingo, he presented the Constitution to the Consul. Here was the spark which that sombre genius desired. He is a revolted slave whom we must punish. The honor of France is outraged. In vain was it pleaded before Bonaparte that the adoption or rejection of the Constitution lay with himself, and that it contained only the expression of the wishes of Toussaint and his fellow laborers. Bonaparte was too adroit not to seize, and too skillful not to make the most of, the opportunity. His words, which we have just reported, circulated through Paris, and excited a feeling in favor of war. An expedition was decided on, and the popular fervor was increased when the Consul declared in the Senate that Toussaint was a brigand chief, whom it was necessary to bring to justice. One voice was raised against the undertaking, a voice in the high places of authority. The minister Forfait, a man of high character, attempted to dissuade Bonaparte by setting before him a picture of the inevitable calamities of such an enterprise. He was silenced by the answer, "There are 60,000 men that I want to send to a distance." And so, from the most unworthy considerations, an armament against a peaceful and flourishing state is to be speedily fitted out. Yet the adventurers call themselves Christians. What but robbery on a large scale is such conduct? And who can believe that the man who decreed that robbery had in his heart any genuine love of liberty? Once more, Toussaint L'Ouverture, must you take the buckler and draw the sword. The hero of Europe, and panting for conquests in another world, comes against you. Once more must the broad, rich plains of your native land resound with the clash of hostile armies, and run with human blood. A cloud is on your countenance, yet let it pass away. Take courage, noble heart. The coming struggle is only another step in the path of freedom. Necessary is the step, or you would not have to take it. And if the effort is painful, and the prospect dark, weigh well the magnitude of the issues. On the fields of Hayti, the battle of your race will be fought out. It is before the eye, not of a few islanders, but of the world, that you are about to try your strength with the Gallic gladiator, and settle the question once for all, whether Africans are men or brutes, worthy of freedom or doomed to servitude. Success? No, the settlement of the question depends not on success. You will perish in the combat, yet will you win. Your cause will triumph even over your grave. Be just and fear not. Meanwhile, rumors and intelligence brought to Hayti produced sinister impressions and disturbed the public mind. It appeared probable that slavery would be maintained in the French colonies of Martinique and Cayenne, and that at Saint Domingo France would make an effort for its restoration. Fears began to prevail. Disturbances were threatened. Every eye turned to Toussaint L'Ouverture. On his part, he was not without forebodings, which recently had grown into apprehensions. He had written to the Consul, and received no reply. He felt himself humiliated. At times, tears stole from his eyes when he thought of the possibility that Bonaparte meant to undo all that he had done. Foreseeing the long train of calamities which would ensue from such an attempt, he was now and then for an instant unmanned, and spoke hasty words. Bonaparte, he said, is wrong not to write to me. He must have listened to my enemies. Otherwise, would he refuse me proofs of his satisfaction? Me, I say, who have rendered greater services to France than any other general. The English and Spanish governments treat with more regard the generals who have signalized themselves by services of the first order. His fears and his vexation became greater, and affected his demeanor in a more marked manner, when he heard that preliminaries of peace between England and France had been signed at London. Peace in Europe, he saw, foreboded war to Hayti. What now should be his course? Should he anticipate the blow, and prepare for it by proclaiming the independence of the colony? By rousing its inhabitants to resistance, and marshalling his forces with his own ability and vigor, he might repeal even the attack of France when at peace with the world. And right would such a policy have been. Not impossibly it would have proved successful. But L'Ouverture was not prepared to adopt it. Equal to the demands on his courage and energy which a determination of the kind would make, he was not equal to the requisite demands on his sense of justice. Hayti was a French colony; as a French colony it had gained its freedom. A free republic would not sanction its subjugation, and should Bonaparte attempt to wrest the rod of empire out of his own hands, he had better lose his power than forfeit his self respect. Anyway, the duty of the moment was clear. He must calm his men's minds. For that purpose he issued a proclamation, 18th December, 1801, which, among other things, declared that it was necessary to receive the orders and the envoys of the mother country with respect and filial regard. Yet, while he encouraged obedience, he could not be insensible to the possibility that resistance might be his duty. He was, therefore, under an obligation to foster the means of resistance, and not only to appear confident himself, but to keep up the spirits of his soldiers. This twofold state of mind is seen in words which he uttered from time to time, as in these: "A well educated child owns submission and obedience to his mother; but if that mother becomes so unnatural as to seek the ruin of her child, the child must look for justice with him to whom vengeance belongs. If I must die, I will die as a brave soldier, as a man of honor. I fear no one." It did not escape the eye of those who, having access to the President, narrowly watched him, that the agitation of his mind increased, and had risen to a great height. Catching alarm from these symptoms, some began to take measures for quitting the island. One of the most distinguished Creoles of Port au Prince, and who afterwards settled in France, was of the number. He one day asked Toussaint in private for a passport, in order to proceed to the mother country. The unexpected request disturbed the President. Hastening to the door to ascertain if he could reckon on their not being disturbed, he speedily returned and asked, looking his companion fixedly in the face, "Why do you wish to go away, you whom I esteem and love?" "Because I am white, and because, notwithstanding the good feelings you have for me, I see that you are on the eve of being the irritated chief of the blacks, and that within these few days you are no longer the protector of the whites, since you have just sent out of the island several for having expressed joy that the Europeans were about to come to Saint Domingo." "Yes," replied Toussaint, with warmth, "they have had the imprudence and folly to rejoice at such news, as if the expedition was not destined to destroy me, to destroy the whites, to destroy the colony. In France I am represented as an independent power, and therefore they are arming against me, who refused General Maitland to establish my independence under the protection of England, and who always rejected the proposals which Sonthonax made on the subject. Since, however, you wish to set out for France, I consent to it, but at least let your voyage be useful to the colony. I will send by you letters to the First Consul, and I will entreat him to listen to you. Make him acquainted with me. Make him acquainted with the prosperous state of the agriculture and the commerce of the colony. In a word, let him know what I have done. It is according to all that I have done here that I ought, and that I wish, to be judged. 20 times have I written to Bonaparte to ask him to send civil commissioners, to tell him to dispatch hither the old colonists, whites instructed in administering public affairs, good machinists, good workmen. He has never replied. Suddenly avails himself of the peace, of which he has not deigned to inform me, and which I learn only through the English, in order to direct against me a formidable expedition, in the ranks of which I see my personal enemies, and people injurious to the colony whom I sent away. Come to me within 24 hours. Very ardently do I wish that you and my letters may arrive in time to make the First Consul change his determination, and to make him sensible that in ruining me he ruins the blacks. He ruins not only Saint Domingo, but also all the Western colonies. If Bonaparte is the first man in France, Toussaint is the first man in the archipelago of the Antilles." After a moment of reflection, he added in a firm tone, "I was going to treat with the Americans and the English to procure me 20,000 blacks from the coast, but I had no other object than to make soldiers of them for France. I know the perfidy of the English. I am under no obligation to them for the information they give me as to the expedition coming to Saint Domingo. No, never will I arm for them. I took up arms for the freedom of my color, which France alone proclaimed, but which she has no right to nullify. Our liberty is no longer in her hands. It is our own. We will defend it or perish. End of Book 2, Chapter 1. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Book 2, Chapter 2 of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography by John Relly Beard. Book 2, Chapter 2. Bonaparte cannot be turned from undertaking an expedition against Toussaint. Resolves on the enterprise in order chiefly to get rid of his Republican associates in arms. Restores slavery and the slave trade. Accepts Haiti from the decree. Misleads Toussaint's sons. Dispatches an armament under Leclerc. In vain was it that Vincent, who had attempted to dissuade Toussaint against the adventure of a constitution, now employed his honest and prudent arguments to turn aside Bonaparte from the intended expedition against Saint Domingo. Disregardful of the effect which his advice might have on himself, he urged on the Consul that the victorious warriors of Europe would lose their energy, together with their strength, under the climate of the Antilles; that such a climate would annihilate the army, even if the ascendency of Toussaint L'Ouverture over the inhabitants did not succeed in destroying it by arms. He added the consideration of the probability that the English would openly or secretly endeavor to traverse his object, and frustrate his attempt. To the last remark, Bonaparte answered, "The Cabinet of Saint James has been disposed to set itself in opposition to my sending a squadron to Saint Domingo. I have notified it that if it did not consent, I would send to Toussaint unlimited powers and acknowledge him as independent. It has said no more to me on the point." If this is correct, England, it may be presumed, was influenced by fear for the effects of such a recognition on her neighboring slave colony of Jamaica. Thus does wrong support wrong. Having effected nothing in conversation, Vincent addressed to the Consul a written document, in which, after setting forth the means of defence which the colony possessed, he said, "At the head of so many resources is a man the most active and indefatigable that can possibly be imagined. It may be strictly said that he is everywhere, and especially at the spot where sound judgment and danger would say that his presence is most essential. His great moderation, his power, peculiar to himself, of never needing rest, the advantage he has of being able to resume the labors of the cabinet after laborious journeys, of replying to 100 letters every day, and of habitually fatiguing 5 secretaries; more still, the skill of amusing and deceiving everybody, carried even to deceit, make him a man so superior to all around him that respect and submission go to the extent of fanaticism in a very great number of persons. It may be affirmed that no man of the present day has acquired over an ignorant mass the boundless power obtained by General Toussaint over his brethren in Saint Domingo. He is the absolute master of the island, and nothing can counteract his wishes, whatever they are, although some distinguished men, of whom, however, the number among the blacks is very small, know and fear the extent to which his views proceed." Bonaparte was displeased at the frankness of these representations, and banished Vincent, their author, to the island of Elba, whither, at a later period, he was himself to be banished. Resolved to disembarrass himself of the veterans in union with whom he had gained his renown, but who now, from their strong republican sympathies, blocked up his way to the imperial throne, he called a council to deliberate on the most effectual means to be taken in order to bring Toussaint under his yoke. The members of the council were, of course, Bonaparte's creatures. Their desire to please the real sovereign of the land was stronger than their professed attachment to liberty. The councilors recommended the employment of force in order to reëstablish slavery. A large number proposed that, for the sake of terror, those whom they characterized as the guilty should be decimated. The Bishop of Blois, Gregory, that immortal friend of the cause of the blacks, had not given his opinion. "What do you think on the matter?" asked the council. "I think," he replied, "that the hearing of such speeches suffices to show that they are uttered by whites. If these gentlemen were this moment to change color, they would talk differently." The restoration of slavery was resolved in the legislative body by a vote of 212 against 65. Such was the love of Frenchmen for liberty, for the rights of man, for the rights of their fellow citizens, for the freedom of the black population of Hayti. The determination of itself justifies the course pursued by Toussaint L'Ouverture. His constitution may prove an ineffectual guarantee of the hardly earned liberties of his color, but clearly it afforded the only feasible chance of perpetuating the good he had wrought out. On the 20th of May, 1801, Bonaparte published the infamous decree which placed the French colonies in the state in which they were before the year 1789, and which, authorizing the slave trade, abrogated all laws to the contrary. This execrable measure marks the real character of the Corsican adventurer, and hands his name down to posterity covered with disgrace. Soon, however, did he find that in an evil hour he had overstepped the limits of prudence, and therefore he put forth another decree, which hypocritically excepted Saint Domingo and Guadeloupe, because these islands are free, not only by right, but in fact, whilst the other colonies are actually in slavery, and it would be dangerous to put an end to that state of things. The preparation of the public mind for the unjust and wicked attempt to put down liberty in Saint Domingo was aided by the less obvious but powerful efforts, not only of the colonists in general, but by the mulattoes who dwelt at Paris, of whom Rigaud may be considered as the head. Overcome and exiled by Toussaint, Rigaud panted for revenge. In that vindictive sentiment, he well represented his race, who could not forgive the black president for having extorted the freedom of his color out of their hands. There were in Paris 2 young men who looked on the arrangements for the expedition which they saw everywhere proceeding with anxiety and alarm. These were Isaac and Placide L'Ouverture, sons of the liberator of Hayti, whom, as a testimony of his confidence and a pledge of his fidelity, their father had sent to Paris for their education. They both resided in the College La Marche, of which Conon was the principal. The Consul judged it politic to throw a veil over their eyes. Intending to destroy the father, he had no scruples of conscience about deluding the sons. Conon, their teacher, being gained over, assured the young men that the French government had none but pacific views. A few days afterward he received a letter from the Minister of Marine, apprising him that the Consul wished to see and converse with his pupils before their departure. Repairing to the minister's residence, they received in the presence of Conon a confirmation of his statement that the intentions of the government were of a friendly nature. They were then conducted to Bonaparte, who, the better to conceal his real purposes, received them in a flattering manner. Having ascertained which of the 2 was Toussaint's own son, he said to him, "Your father is a great man. He has rendered eminent services to France. You will tell him that I, the first magistrate of the French people, promise him protection, glory, and honor. Do not think that France intends to carry war to Saint Domingo. The army which it sends thither is destined not to attack the troops of the country, but to augment their numbers. Here is General Leclerc, my brother in law, whom I have appointed Captain General, and who will command that armament. Orders have been given for you to arrive at Saint Domingo a fortnight before the fleet, to announce to your father the coming of the expedition." On the next day the delusion was carried still farther, for the Minister of Marine, as a kind of practical assurance how well Toussaint and his children stood with the highest authorities, entertained the young men at a magnificent repast, and shortly after, in order to complete the farce by an appeal to negro vanity, he, in the name of his government, presented to them a superb suit of armor and a rich and brilliant military costume. It scarcely needs be stated
that the promise that the youths should have time to assure their father of the pacific intentions of France was not observed. Having answered its momentary purpose, it was openly and deliberately violated. The real design of all this collusion was that, misled by the reports of his sons in Paris, Toussaint L'Ouverture might be taken off his guard. Alas, that in the crisis of his fate he should have given credit to men who blushed not to deal in falsehood. It has already appeared from the Consul's own words that he had chosen Leclerc, who was the husband of his sister Pauline, to be at the head of the expedition. Bonaparte was well pleased to have the opportunity of separating himself from Leclerc, whom he regarded as a relative little worthy of his present and his future greatness. The obscure birth of Leclerc in the small town of Pontoise disquieted his pride. Every day there came to Paris persons of low condition who gave themselves out as relatives of the Consul's sister. That sister possessed so rare a beauty that Canova reproduced her features in his statue of Venus Victrix, victorious Venus. To personal charms she added subtlety and grace of mind. Her looks awakened desires in the most indifferent hearts. She gathered around her all the artifices of voluptuousness. In her furniture she was luxurious, elegant in her personal decorations, and choice in the persons attached to her suite. She was attended by painters, musicians, and buffoons. Pauline accompanied her husband in the expedition. Leclerc was small in stature, but he had vivacity of mind and grace of manner. In countenance he was thought to bear some resemblance to the Consul. Though he had shown some courage and perseverance in the campaigns of the Alps and the Rhine, he was little else than the blind instrument of his brother in law, whom he imitated in war as well as in peace, with a closeness which betokened a contracted intellect. From such a man was expected the final settlement of the long quarrel of color in Saint Domingo. The preparations for the armament were made in different ports. No expense was spared. Holland, then under the dominion of France and Spain, kept in alliance with it by fear, furnished ships. The fleet, when collected, was composed of 21 frigates and 35 vessels of war. It had on board all the best sailors of France, and was commanded by Joyeuse. In December, 1801, portions of it left the ports of Brest, Roquefort, and Lorient. The rest were to sail from other points. The ocean was covered with ships in order to punish a contumacious slave. The magnitude of the equipment is a measure of Toussaint's power. This fleet bore to Hayti one of the most valiant of armies. The Alps, Italy, the Rhine, and the Nile resounded with the exploits of the veterans who formed its strength. They now left lands which boasted of their civilization to carry chains to a people who, uncultured though they were, had vindicated their freedom and used that freedom wisely. As soon as the fleet had anchored off Cape Samana, at the eastern end of Saint Domingo, Leclerc numbered his sea and land forces, including others which he expected. They amounted to 60 ships and more than 30,000 men, commanded by generals and captains of experience and renown. Among them were men of color, who had become illustrious in the sanguinary struggle for emancipation. There was found Rigaud, whose valor had disputed the laurel with Toussaint himself. There was found Pétion, who, under a mild physiognomy, bore a lofty spirit. He was destined to found and govern a republic in the island he took part in invading. There was found Boyer, his illustrious successor, who, by a treaty with the King of France, was one day to secure the permanent independence of his native land. Boyer was a man of talent, but I cannot understand why he should be called illustrious. The treaty with France was characterized at the time by many of the best men of Hayti as an act of abject cowardice. Certainly there was nothing illustrious in it. It may have been politic, but it was not heroic, for it was signed under threats of bombardment. Editor. All these mulatto chiefs had consented to second the expedition with their counsel, their courage, and their example. On the other side, the forces of Toussaint consisted at most of 16,000 men, 5 in the north, 4 in the west, 4 in the south, and 3 in what was formerly the Spanish territory. These troops, thus scattered, were, however, commanded by captains well trained to mountain warfare. All were animated by the love of freedom, which they cherished the more because they had acquired it at the cost of labor, peril, and bloodshed. Everywhere the Haytian army would find auxiliaries. Soldiers, women, children, citizens, had all lived in the camps of the civil wars. Full of recollections of their former servitude, they were ready to perish sooner than submit. The gathering of the fleet at Samana took several weeks. The effect of a sudden descent was lost. On hearing that a fleet was approaching the island, Toussaint L'Ouverture threw the bridle over his horse's neck and galloped to Cape Samana to reconnoitre the squadrons. Unversed in marine affairs, he at first took the manoeuvring for hesitation. But as the vessels anchored in their several places, having never seen so large a fleet before, he was struck with astonishment, and, feeling for a moment discouraged, he exclaimed to his officers, "We must perish. All France is coming to Saint Domingo. It has been deceived. It comes to take revenge and enslave the blacks." Convinced as he was of the hostile designs of the armament, Toussaint could not deny that its heralds had announced friendship. As little did he possess the right of making war against the forces of the country to which he professed allegiance. Had he already proclaimed the independence of Hayti, he would have been relieved from the perplexity of a dubious position. Even had he at this last moment proclaimed independence, he would have been saved from the evils of vacillation. But being neither at peace nor at war with his assailants, he labored under a great disadvantage. However, he made such arrangements as his unhappy position permitted. To act on the defensive was compulsory on him in the circumstances, and probably such a policy was every way the best. Should the armament prove really hostile, should it attack the island, then resistance must be made, and if defeat ensued, there were the mountains for a retreat, and a succession of strongholds where an almost unlimited defence might be maintained. At length the fleet put itself in movement. After having detached Kerverseau to go and take possession of the city of Saint Domingo, Leclerc directed the armament in 3 divisions against 3 principal points, Fort Dauphin and the city of the Cape in the north, and Port au Prince in the west. The island was thus invested. No declaration of war was made, no negotiations were opened. The squadrons sailed to the several points as if they approached a friendly shore, and as a matter of course entered friendly harbors. Nor could they be challenged. Toussaint possessed no vessels, and if he had vessels, was he not a French subject, and were these not French ships and French commanders? It was not possible for Isaac and Placide L'Ouverture any longer to doubt the nature of the errand on which the armament had been sent. They drew up, in writing, remonstrances which they presented to Leclerc, who, doubtless, smiled in his thoughts at their easy faith. End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Book 2, Chapter 3 of Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Toussaint L'Ouverture, a Biography and Autobiography by John Relly Beard. Book 2, Chapter 3. Leclerc obtains possession of the chief positions in the island, and yet is not master thereof. By arms and by treachery he establishes himself at the Cape, at Fort Dauphin, at Saint Domingo, and at Port au Prince. Toussaint L'Ouverture depends on his mountain strongholds. The main squadron, under the immediate direction of Leclerc, proceeded to act against the Cape. Sent on an errand of duplicity, the commander meant war, yet was obliged to feign peace. His aim was, if possible, to obtain possession of the Cape under the cover of friendship. Surely admission into a French port could not be denied to French forces. In order to effect his purpose, he sent Lebrun, aide de camp of the Admiral Villaret Joyeuse, on shore to announce his intention of landing his troops. Lebrun was conducted to General Christophe, who held the place on behalf of the insular authorities. As Lebrun passed along, he, as if by accident, let fall a number of proclamations, intended to serve the cause of Bonaparte by stirring up the inhabitants. Having put his papers into the hands of Christophe, he received for answer, "Without the orders of the Governor General Toussaint L'Ouverture, who at present is in the Spanish part, I cannot receive the squadron and the troops which are on board." Lebrun whispered in the ear of Christophe that General Leclerc was the bearer of splendid tokens of the favor of the government toward him. "No, sir," was the prompt and decided reply. "I cannot listen to any proposition without the orders of the Governor. The proclamations you bring breathe despotism and tyranny. I shall go and administer to my soldiers an oath to maintain our liberty at the peril of their lives." The proclamation covertly published by Lebrun was not wholly without effect. A deputation of citizens waited on Christophe to impress on him the responsibility he took on himself in withstanding the orders of the mother country. He replied that he was a soldier, that he acknowledged as his supreme chief only Toussaint L'Ouverture, that nothing proved to him that a squadron over which they saw foreign banners float had been sent by the mother country, that France would have taken other means to cause its commands to be acknowledged, and that it would have sent them by an envoy, and not by foreign squadrons. He ended by declaring that if Leclerc, who called himself Captain General, persisted in his resolution to enter the Cape, he would set the whole in flames, rather than the ships should anchor in the harbor. However, he permitted a deputation of the city to go on board Leclerc's ship, and entreat a delay of 2 days, in order that Toussaint might be consulted. The general assured the deputies that France, full of affection for the colony, had made every arrangement for its happiness. He set forth, in a few words, the great and benevolent projects which the mother country had for Toussaint L'Ouverture, whose sons it sent back after having educated them with the greatest care. He announced that he brought General Christophe proofs of the public gratitude, and remarked how monstrous would be the ingratitude of which those two chiefs seemed disposed to render themselves guilty. He added, that the conduct of General Christophe having caused him to fear that he would employ the delay asked for in order, by drawing together his forces, to secure the success of the meditated resistance, he could not postpone the entrance of the squadron, and that he should make his arrangements in the space of half an hour, time sufficient to enable General Christophe to repair the disgrace of his revolt by prompt submission. Christophe remained unmoved by the allurements and the threats of the French commander, though supported by the following letter: "I learn with indignation, Citizen General, that you refuse to receive the French squadron and army which I command, under the pretext that you have not any order from the Governor General. France has made peace with England, and its government sends to Saint Domingo forces able to subdue rebels, if rebels are to be found in Saint Domingo. As to you, Citizen General, I avow that it would give me pain to reckon you among rebels. I warn you that if this very day you do not put into my possession the forts Picolette, Belair, and all the batteries of the coast, to morrow at dawn 15,000 men shall be disembarked. 4,000 at this moment are landing at Fort Liberté, 8,000 at Port Républicain. You will find my proclamation joined to this communication. It expresses the intentions of the French government. But remember, whatever esteem your conduct in the colony has inspired me with, I hold you responsible for whatever may take place. The General-in-Chief of the Army of Saint Domingo and Captain General of the colony. (Signed) Leclerc. The letter and the tone of the Captain General served only to inflame the spirit of resistance, which had time to gather strength, because the squadron, not being able to procure pilots, was obliged to gain the open sea without being able to land the troops. Christophe mustered the soldiers of the line, and made them swear to conquer or die, conformably to the proclamation of Toussaint L'Ouverture, dated the 18th of December, 1801. The proclamation of Leclerc, intended to win over the civil authorities and the inhabitants, assumed a more pacific character, and promised to all the soldiers and functionaries of the colony, whatever their color, the confirmation of their rank and their offices. Smitten with fear, some of the civil authorities endeavored to prevail with Christophe, but he was not a man to be easily overcome. That chief, born in the island of Grenada, first an emancipated slave, then an innkeeper, a tradesman, and a cattle dealer, ended by becoming a king. To the advantage of great height, he added that of a majestic carriage and an eye full of fire. He had a strong soul adorned with civic, domestic, and military virtues. His prudence led him to trust little to fortune. He was active, patient, and temperate. Without having been instructed in the schools, he spoke with ease and grace. He took peculiar pleasure in diverting his guests by the recital of adventures or his valorous exploits. He was, moreover, liable to contrasts of temper, which indicated the fiery impulses of his character. Some of his excellences he lost when seated on a throne. When the messenger of Leclerc urged him to surrender the city, he replied with hauteur, "Go and tell your general that the French shall march here only over ashes, and that the ground shall burn beneath their feet." He afterward wrote his determination in these terms: "The decision of arms can admit you only into a city in ashes, and even on these ashes I will fight still." Inexorable to the entreaties of treacherous natives, he was assailed by the following proclamation from Bonaparte, which they received from the hands of Leclerc, and put into circulation: "The First Consul to the inhabitants of Saint Domingo. Whatever your origin and your color, you are all Frenchmen. You are all free and equal before God and before men. France, like Saint Domingo, has been a prey to factions, and has been torn by civil war and by foreign war; but all is changed. All nations have embraced the French, and have sworn peace and friendship toward them. All Frenchmen likewise have embraced each other, and have sworn to be friends and brothers. Do you embrace the French, and rejoice at again beholding your brethren and your friends from Europe. The Government sends to you the Captain General Leclerc. He brings with him large forces to protect you against your enemies and against the enemies of the Republic. If you are told, 'Those forces are destined to rob you of your liberty,' reply, 'The Republic will not allow that liberty shall be taken from us.' Rally round the Captain General. He brings you abundance and peace. Rally round him. Whoever shall dare to separate himself from the Captain General will be an enemy to his country, and the wrath of the Republic will devour him as the fire devours your dried sugar canes." Given at Paris, at the Government Palace, the 17th Brumaire, in the 10th year of the French Republic, 8 November, 1801. The First Consul. (Signed) Bonaparte. This proclamation was not of a nature to inspire confidence in men whom servitude had made habitually distrustful. The words of the Consul appeared those of a master who alternately employs promises and threats. The people of the Cape had no need of being assured of a liberty which they actually enjoyed, and that wrath presented under the image of the conflagration of their harvests looked, in their eyes, like a token of slavery. All declared that they would rather perish than return to servitude. While time was thus spent in useless words, the war had begun without any negotiation with Toussaint, whether an order to that effect had been given by the Consul, that he might strike terror into the inhabitants, or whether Leclerc considered that promptitude was the best means of commanding obedience. Rochambeau, who had been sent against Fort Dauphin, attacked the place by land and by sea. Everything soon yielded to French valor. The blacks fled, but in flying set the city on fire. At the sight of the flames, Rochambeau slaughtered all the prisoners whom he treated as revolters. The bay of Mancenille was stained with the blood of many unarmed blacks, whose crime was that they had shouted, "No whites! No slavery!" Afraid lest Christophe should carry his threat into execution and set the city on fire, Leclerc resolved to take the enemy in the rear, by landing his forces in the bay of Acul. But the movement of the vessels and the noise of the cannon spread on all sides tumult and alarm. Burning plantations announced that flames would soon rise from the town. Christophe, threatened by sea and by land by two bodies of foes, determined to set fire to the Cape. After distributing torches to his soldiers and to all who were devoted to so sacred a cause, he called the Almighty Protector of Liberty to witness that he was driven to extremity, and commenced the conflagration with his own residence, decorated in a costly manner by the arts of luxury. An ocean of flames rose in the air. Roofs fell in, all on fire. And in those flames the black man saw the preservation of his liberty. The appearance of the fleet, the blood of blacks and whites flowing on two parts of the coast, terror, confusion, the loss of so much wealth, awoke in all hearts the former furies of freedom and slavery. At the sight of the flames which changed night into day, those passions painted themselves on white as well as black countenances. But no cries, no complaints were heard. Only fingers were pointed to the highlands above the Cape where freedom might find an asylum. The flight took place in silence, as if vengeance was deferred in order to be more terrible. An explosion of a powder magazine crowned that work of courage and despair. The flames of the conflagration were seen nearly at the same time by the French fleet and by Toussaint L'Ouverture, who arrived in the neighborhood from Santo Domingo, and who then regretted that he had not lost his life in the plains of the Artibonite, when he fought for France and for his country, so great was his grief. He showed compassion to a multitude of old men, women, and children who were scattered on all the roads and who were flying through the mountains. How embarrassing his position! The Cape and Fort Dauphin had been treated as hostile cities. Christophe, who had set on fire his own house and the city, manifested a generosity too rare in war. Fearing lest, in the confusion and the tumult of the conflagration, some 2,000 whites with their wives and children might become victims of his men, he conducted them into a place of safety. After abandoning the Cape, Christophe joined Toussaint, and conjointly they raised fire and flames everywhere. At the request of his chief, Christophe took up a position at La Grande Rivière, while Toussaint himself went toward the plain of the North. Both were thus immediately above the invading forces. The latter, in proceeding to his post, found himself face to face with the advanced guard of Leclerc, and passed through a most terrible fire. His cloak was riddled with balls, and his horse was wounded. Reaching Mornay, he received a letter from Rochambeau, who sought to set off his glory by affectations of pity. "I did not expect," he said, "that my soldiers in arriving here would have to dye their bayonets in the blood of their brothers and their friends." Toussaint L'Ouverture found it desirable to quit Mornay, and passing through Ennery, where was his wife with a part of his family, made his way toward Gonaïves in the west. While Leclerc and Rochambeau were conquering in the north towns which were in ashes, their co operator, General Boudet, in the west, was seeking by stratagem, as much as by force, to take possession of Port au Prince. That city, built of wood, was the rival of the Cape. Agé, who was entrusted with its defence, had not a sole proof against treachery. But alongside of him there served a captain worthy of the good old times. Lamartinière possessed a heroic soul. His firmness, his courage, and his patience could not be surpassed. With a handful of soldiers he was capable of resisting the efforts of an army. When the surrender of the city was demanded, the reply was the same as that which had been given at the Cape, only the threat of carnage was subjoined to the threat of conflagration. If, replied the blacks. If the French disembark before we can be informed of the resolution of Toussaint, 3 cannon shot, repeated from mountain top to mountain top, shall be the signal for the conflagration of our homes, and for the death of those who may endeavor to make us slaves. Not without disgust, nor without fear, did Boudet, who had gained renown in the Antilles by wresting Guadeloupe from the hands of the English, land near Lamentine, distant about a league to the west of Port au Prince. At the appointed signal, flames arose on all sides. Frightful disorder prevailed in the town. The blacks, dreading slavery, pursued the whites through the streets, and even searched for them in hiding places. At the recollection of the evils of their past servitude, marks of which many of them still bore in their mutilated bodies, they saw in the whites only pitiless masters, and slew them unsparingly, or carried them away as hostages into the mountains. A large number of women, children, and old men sought in a church an asylum against the rage of their former slaves, who, in spite of the sanctity of the place, were on the point of sacrificing them as victims to their liberty; but a priest appeared and called out for mercy. Presenting the sacred utensils of the altar, and assuaging the wrath of the assailants, he saved the lives of the trembling and helpless crowd. But the raging men hastened away to find in less hallowed places whites on whom they might effectually wreak their terrible vengeance. Boudet, unused to the terrors that arose on every hand, exhorted his soldiers to mercy. "My comrades," he said, "you must regard these people as fellow citizens. This is no foreign land. It is your country. Do not make use of your arms. Uncover your breasts to them, in order that those who follow us may have the right to avenge us." By the treachery of its defenders, he obtained possession of Fort Bizoton, by which his progress might have been long stopped. Agé was thinking of surrendering the city itself; but Lamartinière, indignant at a second instance of perfidy, called into action, for its defence, all his resolution. At the council board he blew out the brains of a captain of artillery who refused the keys of the arsenal. So daring a stroke put an end to indecision and enkindled courage. He drew after him 4,000 men to the gate of Léogane, where a redoubt, armed with 6 pieces of artillery, defended the town. Death was spread in the ranks of the French, who advanced slowly, uncertain of the use they should make of their arms. Soon their ardor burned up. They rushed across the moat, threw themselves into the city, and preserved it from the threatened conflagration. Lamartinière, less afflicted at his defeat than at not having reduced Port au Prince to ashes, hastened to entrench himself in Croix des Bouquets, a little to the north, a position surrounded by moats cut in a very hard soil. There he was waited for by Dessalines, who had come up too late to defend the city. That chief, who had the West under his command, was of a bold, turbulent, and ferocious spirit. Now from revenge, now from ambition, he imbrued his hands in the blood of both white men and black men. Hunger, thirst, fatigue, and loss of sleep he seemed made to endure, as if by a peculiarity of constitution. His air was fierce, his step oblique, his look sanguinary. His face, furrowed with incisions, indicated the coast of Africa as his birthplace. Under that terrible aspect he concealed an impenetrable dissimulation. His barbarous eloquence lay in expressive signs rather than in words. What is strange in his destiny is, that he was a savage, a slave, a soldier, a general, and died, when an emperor, under the dagger of a Brutus. When he learnt that Port au Prince had escaped from conflagration, he turned pale, scolded, and roared with wrath. Boudet, intending to follow up his victory, flew to Croix des Bouquets, where he was awaited by those 2 formidable chiefs. But Dessalines understood his business too well to encounter the French general in set battle array. Knowing how by bold and rapid movements to deceive as well as escape from an enemy, he outflanked Boudet, and, getting in his rear, set on fire Léogane, a charming city built on a promontory, before the invaders could arrive in the vicinity. The flames which destroyed that city rejoiced the soul of the barbarian, but did not console him for the escape of Port au Prince. He meditated fresh conflagrations. While the North and the West were theatres of fire and carnage, the East and the South submitted without the endurance of calamity. General Kerverseau, on presenting himself before Santo Domingo, found the inhabitants the more disposed to receive him, because in perilous missions in Santo Domingo he had acquired a reputation for prudence and honor. Kerverseau was not a great general, but a good man, modest and mild. Respected by parties, he enjoyed much popularity. Paul L'Ouverture, who commanded the city, refused to yield without instructions from Toussaint, his brother. Negotiations, nevertheless, were opened, but they came to a stop when the news arrived that all was in flames in other parts. Then Kerverseau invested Santo Domingo by sea and land. Paul, meanwhile, had written for instructions to his distinguished brother. Toussaint sent a dispatch commanding him to destroy the city if he was unable to hold it against his adversary; but, fearing the message might fall into the hands of Kerverseau, he sent another, which recommended conciliation. These communications, intercepted by Spaniards who had taken sides with the French, fell into the hands of the besieging general. Kerverseau conveyed to Paul the message which bore a friendly character. Paul, importuned by the townsmen, admitted his assailant, and joined his ranks. Thus fell Santo Domingo, and with it there passed under the power of France a portion of Toussaint's forces. The southern province, inhabited chiefly by mulattoes, and being the scene of Rigaud's revolt, was not likely to offer a stern resistance. Its commander, La Plume, no sooner heard that the French were masters of the Cape and Port au Prince than he resolved to submit to the authority of the mother country. His troops, mostly of his own blood, cherished no friendly recollections toward Toussaint, by whom they had been subdued, and were easily induced by their leader, who painted to them vividly the evils of civil war, and read the proclamation of the Consul, whose power, genius, and glory he extolled, to join him in taking place side by side with the assailants of the constitutional rights of the island. Thus the strong points of Hayti were in the hands of Leclerc. At the Cape and at Fort Dauphin in the north, at Santo Domingo in the east, at Cayes in the south, and at Port au Prince in the west, the French invader had succeeded in taking up strong positions. In vain had Toussaint L'Ouverture organized the best resistance in his power. The enemy were on the island. True, some of the places they held were only heaps of ruins. Nevertheless, they had effected a landing. The island, however, was not in their possession. Neither arms nor treachery had subdued the natives. Toussaint well knew that the seaports could not withstand so formidable an assault, but he knew also that a country which is full of mountains is inexpugnable. For the desultory warfare of the mountains he prepared himself, and, backed by the population at large, men of his own blood, he defied defeat, and felt confident that time and the climate would unstring the arm and lay waste the spirits as well as the frames of his assailants. Even one advantage he had gained; for whereas, at the first, the islanders knew not whether they had to expect peace or war, their leader, consequently, could fully prepare for neither. Now, at length, the cloak was stripped off, and to all eyes it was clear that the only alternative was victory or servitude. On his part, Leclerc, though victorious, did not deceive himself with the notion of having accomplished his work. On the contrary, in view of the facts to which we have just adverted, he was aware that he had everything but the first step to accomplish. The Spartacus of Hayti was on his own mountains, supported by a whole people able and ready to resist to the utmost. How was Leclerc to succeed? How could a desultory warfare in ravines and on precipices, in recesses and in mountain fastnesses, be either carried on or brought to a desirable issue against what was not in name, but literally a levy en masse. A different method must be tried. So long as Toussaint L'Ouverture was at the head of those predatory bands, the consequences of victory would be only a little less beneficial than those of defeat. But treachery has power, and treachery of the basest kind was put into action. End of Book 2, Chapter 3. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista.